Good morning, afternoon, evening, whatever it is. I hope audio is fine, video is fine. We're all good. I'm late. I would like to apologize, but that's the thing with live streams. If you're late, nothing you can do. So today, TEVO Black Widow. So yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because TEVO has sort of a reputation. Angus from Maker's Muse does repeatedly call them the king of 3D printer kits, though he gave up midway through his TEVO Torrential build because the instructions were horrible. This is the Black Widow. This is a larger version of, well, a larger version. It's just a large 3D printer. It's like 400 by 250 by something. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. So straight up from China, obviously, fairly decent price. You know, it's a kit. It's a Chinese kit. We'll see how well the build goes and how well the machine turns out. It's like $466 if you want to buy one. There's like 15% off just today, last day, on AliExpress. Link in the video description, obviously. So yeah, video stuttering, that would shit. Let's see if that can take care of the stuttering. That would be horrible. Anyways, yeah, we're gonna build this one. I have no idea how far I'm gonna make it. Supposedly it's relatively quick to build. There are like 3 hours of video. Should be better now, right? Is it? Yeah. There's like 3 hours of build videos on YouTube by The Art of 3D Printing. Those are not genuine or not videos by TEVO. They are videos by someone from the community. So we'll see how much we have to refer to those. And yeah, how well the build goes. Now, just a disclaimer, this live stream is going to go up as a recording, obviously, as usual. It's not going to be edited, it's not scripted, it's not, well, it's sort of prepared. I sort of know what I'm getting into. Don't expect a review. This isn't a review. This is just the live build, and maybe we'll even get it printing. The review will be at a later date. So the other thing is, you know, just before we just block some people there, just before we get into this and we run into walls, I'm going to be judging this printer like any other machine. So I'm going to be taking the kit, I'm going to be taking the instructions the manufacturer provides. I'm going to build it by the manufacturer's instructions. I'm not going to be making any mods. I'm not going to be building anything differently from what this kit was intended as, even if that might improve things. For now, I don't care. I've given this long and thorough thought, but you know, this is a commercial product. This is not a community machine, so I will be building it and judging it by what the manufacturer provides. Just to get that out of the way. Okay, so yeah, let's start out by what the how long do I think it's gonna take? I honestly have no idea. Let's start out by what the manufacturer promises. So obviously you can buy this one on AliExpress or from TEVO directly. Let's see if I managed to hit the right button there. Yay! And there, perfect. So this is basically what I have. This is the 2016 newest TEVO Black Widow large printing area 370. So depending on where you look, it's 370 or 400 wide. Open builds. So actually, open builds did complain about TEVO calling these open builds. They are open builds compatible rails. They are not genuine open builds wheels and rails. They are supposed to be compatible, but they're not by open builds. Aluminum extrusion, 3D printer kit, 3D printing. So that's what I have here. I think it has the normal bed leveling. You can opt for a BL Touch probe as an option, but that one just comes with a probe. It doesn't come with a mount, or supposedly not even with firmware updates. So you're basically just getting the probe thrown in there. Now it does look like a fairly slender machine, obviously the electronics box on the side. And if we look through the features, color print speed is at 100 millimeters a second. Doesn't mean anything really. Micro step extruder, yeah, PLA, ABS, whatever. Layer thickness 50 micron, again, doesn't really mean anything. Sure, any printer can do 50 microns, but how well it's gonna look is on a totally different page. Printing size, again, the 370 by 250 by 300, using an MKS Gen, so typical Far East board as well. And machine volume 600, 600, 600. That does sound like a fairly compact machine for the print volume, for the build volume. Right. Let's get into it. So again, if you want to buy one, I finally managed to. Martin, hey, how are you? If you want to buy one, I finally managed to set up an AliExpress affiliate link. So if you want to buy one from the link in the description, that does send me a bit of a referral bonus. So yeah, if you want to buy one, if you don't want to buy one, that's okay as well. But if you do, use that link. I'd really appreciate that. Get on with it. Yes, I am getting on with it. This is going to be a long stream, just, be warned. This is not going to be like a 3-hour stream or something. This is probably going to take me past midnight. It's almost 5 p.m. right now, so yeah. I have no idea how long this is going to take, but I don't expect it to be over quickly. Ah, that works too. Sweet. Black Widow. So obviously there's the TEVO logo. Again, the Open Builds logo on there. Supposedly those are not actually Open Builds rails. They are Open Builds compatible rails, but not the real deal. Yeah. So one thing I'm noticing is you're getting the logos in here, but no CE. So importing this thing probably was a bit, well, questionable at best, but it's that's the usual deal with Far East machines. You don't really get flip the camera. I could flip the camera, but it's my perspective. I don't know. Right. Their BL Touch is the real deal. Yes, supposedly. I checked through Amazon. Is it on Amazon as well? I think it is. But someone asked, hey, is it a genuine BL Touch? And it is. After sales card. Sweet. So we've got a packing list. Well, this is a booklet, sort of. Let's see. This is actually instruction manual. Sweet. So we are this is no perfect machine, only you can make it perfect. Okay. You give it a variety of smart power, let it take you travel 3D print world. Reveal your personality. The original 3D printing is so simple. Okay. Well, and that's gonna be our manual. What else do we get? A layer listing. Okay, so packaging, visual packaging guide there, how things are packaged inside here. This is some business card looking thing. YouTube video instructions, TEVO products. Okay, so a bunch of QR codes on here. I did scan these. These just take you again to the Art of 3D Printing video series, which aren't videos from TEVO. I feel like they are sort of exploiting the community there. Just if it's really that way, I'm trying to go into this without any expectations in either way. I'm just trying to judge this like any other machine as usual. But if it's really like that, if the instructions that come with the machine are crap and they solely rely on the community making instructions for them, I don't know. I feel like that would work for a community kit. But not so much like, I mean, if it's like an i3 or one of the earlier ref wraps, then sure, that might be okay, just saying, okay, there's all this work done already, but they are sort of making a commercial kit and not taking the time to make instructions feels sort of wrong to me. All right, hot-end. This is an E3D V6 knockoff. Looks, well, it's a hot-end extruder combo unit. Again, the V6 with the Teflon clamped thermistor in there. Weird nozzle on there, but we'll see. It's sort of the real heatsink with a different heater block. Yeah, so typical extruder there, a fan. So this is actually the bracket from a different sort of extruder. These brackets used to connect to the heater block directly, which I guess wasn't that good of an idea because like the fan is plastic, and the heater block gets up to 250 degrees. So I don't think that was too good for the longevity of the extruder. So, or for the fan, to be accurately. So this looks like sort of an interesting mechanism. So we've got this, I suppose this up here is the tensioning screw, or how? Well, there's a spring and a nut in here, so I guess these you can tension. And then obviously this is where the motor attaches, and you get the hopped bolt in here. All right, let's put this one aside and check what else we get. So we are getting a right there. Should melt the cable of the fan. That one's sort of okay. I mean, it's close to the heater block, but it's okay. We're getting a geared stepper motor with the hobbed pulley on there. Feels sort of sharp, feels sort of okay. It's brass, so we'll see how long it lasts. But it's a geared motor, so it should have a ton of torque. Right, and what else? A few fixings. Fixed screw. Alright, let's see what we're going to do with these fixed screw. I'm just going to take the foam out of the packaging and keep the parts in their original boxes just so we don't confuse them later on. Next up, power. Okay, so I'm expecting a... I don't know, does it have a heated bed? It should have a heated bed, right? Don't kill yourself on the electronics, Tom. We'll see. I mean, I've done worse things than build a Far East 3D printer kit. All right, there we go. That's a 30 amp. Where's say? Oh, 21 amp. 24 volt 21. So that is that. Ooh, switch. There we go. So 24 volts. Where's my focus? 24 volt. 21 amps, so that is a ton of power. Obviously with the fan in there, so this one is going to spin up and spin down as it needs it. Yeah, typical power supply there. A few screws, so that's good. Right, so this is the area of the bed, sort of. What does it say on here? Hot bed and connecting line. So cable, wire, I guess. That's the idea there. Someone's saying need a pink 3D printer for the girls. That is stereotypically sexist. I don't think pink is, you know, girly and thing. It goes either way. I know ladies who, you know, hate pink. I know boys who do like pink. So I don't know. That's pretty large. That is properly large. Someone's asking how expensive this entire thing is. So in a second. This looks decent. Okay, so we've got a single zone heated bed. Can we fit this on camera? Yeah, so this is an aluminum core. This is like 3.5, 4 millimeters. So 1/8 of an inch thick thermistor hole in the center, just one big zone. And a a set of connectors on the side. So a few pins, these are I think 5 amp each typically, with an insulator on the bottom. I'm not sure what the insulator here does, but well, we'll see. It's going to do something. And it's got a build tag like surface attached to the top already. Do not touch. Okay, I already did touch it. I guess that's bad. Okay. Too late. Yeah, how much is it? It's currently $446 on the original, on their page, and like $466 on AliExpress, which does include shipping. They do declare imports value as like $119, so that is clearly illegal. But if you were to pay taxes, obviously sales tax and imports would add on top of those $466 or $446 dollars for your specific country. Right, so this is the bed undercarriage, again, anodized? I think anodized or powder-coated aluminum. I mean, this stuff so far feels pretty good. It's not cheap stuff, definitely not. Bed undercarriage, okay, and ooh, pre-wired, sweet. So we've got this conduit, essentially. LED strip. These are these WS? No, these are just RG. Wait a second. Are these the WS ones? No. Okay, RG. Oh, 2 wires. Okay, so white. Let me correct myself again there. White LED strip, I suppose. A USB cord, a bit of a copper wire dual thing, and some pre-wired drag chains. So these are 2. So I guess these are for the. This will be the Z-axis, and this other half would be the X-axis then. Bending radius super thin, so yeah, if you really do wire these up like that, that's gonna wear out relatively quickly. I hope that they leave it a bit of slack and at least make the wires a bit less tight that way. Right, that's pretty much it. And there, like 6 weeks, yeah. So shipping from China obviously is always a bit of a gamble. Now, before you guys say, I just want to get this out of the way, and before you guys say, hey, yeah, you're biased against Chinese stuff. No, I'm not. I actually order on AliExpress like many times a week. I do get those tiny packages on a very frequent basis. So I do enjoy ordering from Far East because it's cheap. It's, I sort of adjust it to, what's advertised versus what you get, but you have to adjust to that too. The promises you're seeing on AliExpress are rarely completely true. So most of the time it's like 50% of what you're promised you're getting, but for many parts that's still true. Why was it saying that? I have no idea, but just to get it out there, if you're buying from AliExpress, from those cheap vendors, just keep in mind the stuff you get can be good enough, but it's rarely exactly what's promised. All right, what was this box? Mainboard box, okay. Bum, 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 bum. Ships from London. Ah, yes. I was going to ask about. I was going to talk about shipping times. Let me just check the box again where I got mine from, because I think this one took 4-ish weeks. Yeah, shipping times for me are usually around. Well, they're between 1 week and 6 weeks or more. So if something gets lost or gets held up in mail, then that's obviously going to take longer. So mine was shipped from Wei Jingtao CO Alibaba. Wait a second. So they're actually in the Alibaba offices. Weird. Hong Kong Profit Fields Logistics from Hong Kong. So this one was shipped directly from the Far East. So yeah. Not shipped from London. I guess for a few stores you have the option of getting it shipped from somewhere closer to you, but most of the time they are shipped directly from the Far East, be that China, Hong Kong, Republic China, wherever. Okay, tools. We're getting a few simple hex keys. Oh, that's overexposed. Why is that so overexposed? We're getting a few simple hex keys, a small flathead screwdriver, and a wrench. Also a pack of open builds, wheels. These are just the bed accessories, the few springs you use to adjust the bed. A bunch of belts. Gift. Oh, wow. So, gift apparently includes an 8 gig... Shit, that's overexposed. Includes an 8 gigabyte micro SD card. Includes a thermistor, so we're getting a free thermistor. Is that a replacement for the hot end? I don't know. And a few brass shims. I suppose they're being used for the open builds wheels. Bunch of screws. A... Holy crap, that thing is beefy. Shipping cost. Shipping is free usually, so what you pay up front is... What you pay up front does include shipping, but as usual, you usually have to pay around 19, so it's 19% sales tax for me. And depending on where you live, that's going to be more or less. So that, I guess that's the main power switch. And this thing is properly massive. Got an LED in the handle. Sweet. Okay, that's that. We've also got a power in, so... Wait a second. Okay, so that's protective earth, that's neutral, but we don't have phase. Okay, phase, here we go. Phase is routed through the power switch. Okay, so we get to assemble this ourselves. So this is actually disconnecting power from the input cord. I got nothing to complain so far. A 120mm fan, 24 volt from Penga Technology. A power cord. This one actually is the proper European one that I need. And what else? Oh, I still need that box. Laser cut acrylic. So I guess it's not all... Yeah. It's not all aluminum rails. Yeah, so I guess the... Drop the baggie. I guess that the colors on the wires here are... depends on which country you live in. It's super weird. The US uses completely different colors for mains wiring than what I'm used to. But, well, that's just the thing when you're buying kits that are international, that aren't specifically made in your country for your country. And for the most part, I mean, at least they've got protective earth with the green yellow, so we're good there. Not thick enough? I don't think so. This is 2 amps, so we are 230 volts here. So the power supply is going to draw 2 amps maximum, and these wires are easily thick enough for 2 amps. So we're totally okay there. Okay, this is just a bunch of laser cut acrylic parts. Honor product by Xingtao, one of the biggest acrylic manufacturers. Provincial famous trademark. Cool. So just a bunch of laser cut acrylic, like I said. So a few plates, we're going to be seeing where those go exactly. Yeah, so on wires and China, aka Far East wires, obviously wire thickness doesn't say much about the amperage they're going to be able to carry. Because first of all, many wires you're getting it from China aren't copper, they're iron core. And then maybe copper plated if you're lucky. Also, well, iron and aluminum wires are also super common. They're called SAC. So no, that's different. SAC is the wrong abbreviation, but ooh, Someone wanted a pink 3D printer. There you go. Yeah, you often get copper-plated aluminum wires, which are pretty much the worst stuff you can get. They work for some stuff, but for a lot of stuff they're just not adequate. Right, so somebody was asking for a pink 3D printer. I guess this, I mean, looking at my screen, this is pretty accurate to real life. So it is advertised as a red 3D printer, or red details, but this is very clearly, well, maybe not pink, but magenta. Very magenta colored. I like it. I like the color. It's not as advertised, but I think it's a pretty cool tone. Nonetheless, where did this part come from? Here. Okay, so we've got these top plates. These go on the, there you go, a bit of a sharper focus. So this camera looks a bit more reddish, and it's actually, it's more pinkish than what you're seeing right now. But these are massively chunky aluminum parts. These do have a few dings and dents in there already. Shouldn't impair function at all. Just very simple plates. Also the open builds clone plates there just to mount the wheels right there. I mean, very simple aluminum parts. Obviously automated CNC machining just spits these out one after the other. So yeah, that's that. Also, where is that? So each of these plates does have a little baggie of screws underneath them. So I guess these are the parts that are going to be, well, most of these plates at least. These are the parts that are going to be assembled onto each of these plates. So yeah, looks good. Right. Page 1.4. That's that. That looks very much like a real open builds plate. What else? A few angle brackets, a few mounts. That's something. So we're also getting the, I'm hoping this is ESD safe foam. It's probably not. Wrap discount full graphics smart controller from bigtreetech.com. QC pass. So that's just the standard LCD controller, as well as the MKS Gen 1.4. So that is the very standard board that you see on a lot of Far East 3D printers. Obviously, it's got the removable stepper driver units. These are probably just the standard Pololo ones, which is fine. Don't know, but it's one of them. It's either the Pololos or the TI drivers probably. And yeah, bit pre-wiring going on there, which I like. Wiring is one of the things that I totally despise about building a 3D printer, but yeah, I mean these boards aren't the greatest, but for the most part they do work. They do their job, even though, you know, sometimes they do get a bit smelly, but we'll see. 24 volts should take off a lot of the load that we're going to see from the huge heated bed. Can you get a close-up of the MOSFET? I can tell you that there are types, if you're really interested in them. They are IRF P545D. 5 something 5D. Yep. International Rectifier P545D. That's the MOSFETs they're using on there. I'm thinking these are just the standard ones that come on the Gen, what is it, 1.4. By default, there's not that much of a variation between those kits. Angle brackets, so these are from what I've seen, these are the top connectors that connect the top of the frame truss, I guess, and rails. Let's grab a few. Okay, apparently these are stuck in here. Sweet. This is a Open Builds C-beam clone. I mean, it looks pretty good. Looks pretty decent. And I guess these are as well, yeah. So that's a C-beam, that's a C-beam. So 3 C-beams. These are actually pretty massive parts. These are pretty massive aluminum extrusions. Obviously, Open Builds compatible, but not the real deal from Open Builds. And then we already looked at these. And Motors, 3 identical TEVO 17 HD 40005-C 5.18. So I suppose that means like 1.8 degrees per step, I'm guessing, which would make sense. Let's see, anything else in here? I think this is the last, yeah, that's the last layer. I'm gonna leave this in the box for now. Ooh. Right, and that's all you get. That's all you get with the TEVO Black Widow. So far, first impressions, I do like the pink. I do like the hot pink magenta, probably. That's the more accurate color there. I do like the color, even though it's not red. Red would be the badass version. This is sort of the I don't give a shit version. Yeah, I guess let's get into building. And again, I am gonna try to adhere to the instructions manual. I did get shouted at a few times before for not following the instructions manual. So today I will. I'll try at least. Well, we're gonna find out if these are as bad as the ones from the Tarantula. So, any plans to build or review the Tarantula? Dan is asking. My streams are never 12 views, by the way. Will I be reviewing the Tarantula? I don't know. We'll see how well this one goes, because if this one is just pure pain to build, I don't want to do that again. But if this one goes smoothly and if this one is enjoyable in one way or another, I'm supposed to use the C-beam? Yes. Then maybe I'll do it again. Maybe I'll do a worse version of the same thing again. Okay, so we are supposed to assemble. Crap! No, this is totally overexposed. It's totally gone. Let's see. There we go. Okay, so we want to end up with an X like that. I think that camera is autofocus, so it should be somewhat in focusy. Connect these with the angle brackets there. There's no distances given of where you should match these up, so I'm just gonna guess in the middle. Let's start like that. So brackets. I'm gonna use the. I think I'm just gonna grab a better hex key. I'm not feeling the super cheap ones right now. Tarantula is easy to build compared to this. Oh god. Don't scare me like that. Okay, so we've got a bunch of brackets, plus these grub screws, so these just... I think I'm going to turn on the exposure on those. These just go in here and grub against the bottom of the T-slot here. 1 second, I can't take this overexposed, blown out look anymore. Just one click maybe. There we go, much better. And the other camera as well. Well, the other one should be fine. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4 of these, and these go into the bottom bracket. Okay. Nightbot is strict today. Yes, that's also for the. I mean, the last 2 or 3 streams I've been cranking up Nightbot a bit more because I was seeing a bit more spam and unsightly comments in there. So I don't know. Better safe than sorry. I do enjoy my chat to be a bit more civilized than the average YouTube interaction. So yeah. Yeah, so somebody's asking German, English, whatever I do. So yes, I am German. I am from Bavaria, actually. And I did try and make a few German videos in the early days just for fun, just for seeing, you know, what people like, what they don't. The thing is, though, I believe Germans are sort of proficient in English most of the time, so and that's the one side. And on the other hand, most English speakers can't do much with German videos, and it turned out they are almost as much work as the English video in the first place, but got like a fourth as many views. So I essentially settled on just making them all in English, which does seem to be working out pretty well. Also, the scripted ones do have subtitles, so YouTube should be doing a pretty good job with, so they've got the actual script as a subtitle, so YouTube should be doing a fairly good job with translating those subtitles on its own. Wireless microphones are awesome, by the way. Okay, let's see, so these are, oh, math. Crap, 55 long, these are 8 wide, so that's, what is that, 55, that has 25, 27.5, so that's 23.5 on one side, so I'm pretty good on that. Let's see, 23.5 on the other. Yes, my math worked out. Now, the instructions say something about the orientation of the brackets, probably? Or don't they? No, they don't. Okay. So these actually have two sides. These have a... These might actually be symmetrical, but these have a side with the... with this lip being a bit longer and one side that has the bit shorter lip. So I'm just guessing... based on what this is, slide this one in from one side and then have it stick out like that. That should work. Yeah, guys, try to keep the chat civil. And English, preferably so. Okay, so I guess I have to tighten these first, so it doesn't push the profile away from the other one. And then this one. Children behave. Yeah. Okay, I don't want to over tighten these, and this feels completely loose. Okay, so one problem I'm seeing is as I'm tightening up these grub screws, it pushes the angle brackets away from the bottom of the T-slot there. So I guess I do have to tighten this one up first, then loosen this one on the insert, push it back in, and then retighten this one. So that should give me a bit of a better fit, and a fit that is a bit more snug, because these brackets, I guess that they shouldn't take any of the load. They should just tighten the attached rail to the surface on this one, and keep it in place that way. So it's not the bracket itself shouldn't be structural. So people are commenting on, oops, wrong way. People are commenting on gear best. So I supposedly also have an ANET A8 incoming, which I've mentioned before. The TEVO and the ANET A8 were supposedly shipped. At least I was told they were coming my way around the same time. So, one of them is here. The TEVO is here. The ANET A8 hasn't really materialized yet, so go figure. No, I guess I can just slide this one through. People People are asking, is the Prusa i3 better than this? Well, depends on what you define as better. The thing is, the Prusa i3 Mark II is definitely smaller by quite a bit, actually. And if you're buying the assembled one, it's also twice as expensive as this kit. So that is totally up to you. Ooh, someone blocked Sean M. See, that's why I'm not setting Nightbot more on the leisurely side. So, you know, people just saying, "Hey, I just farted in chat." Yeah, great job. I'm sure your mom's proud of you. Okay, that's number 1. By the way, question for chat. Should I put some music in the background of these longer streams? So something like Monster Cat just in the background, being you know, just a bit more entertaining when my throat stops me from talking too much. Let me know, chat. No music. Yes, yes, no. Okay. No, no, no. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that what I'm thinking is, if you want music in the background, you can just add your own if you want. So okay. Okay, step number 1 completed. I mean, this manual is relatively thin, so no music, perfect. This manual is relatively thin. It's okay. I guess we do have to build the electronics enclosure, which I'm not looking forward to. But you know, we'll see about us. So that's all we have to do. That's a lot less than the Mark II. That might just be due to it being much less detailed, but we'll see. We'll see. Start a poll. Yes, I could start a poll, but then I wouldn't be building the machine. Okay, first set of the... Nope, that's the wrong one. That's the one I wanted, but I wanted with that, sort of. Profile 40, I don't know if this is the part that we're going to need in a second. Actually, it does feel pretty massive. You know, snugging these up all the way did work out well. I'm not going to be using this, I think. Let's put it in storage. We're going to need one Profile 4040. Wait, we're going to need 2 of those. So we're going to need the remaining 2 C-beams. Yeah! These are, I mean, there's a bunch of foam around them. I wouldn't expect these to get bent during shipping. It's a bit hard to pull them out, but I mean, they survived. CNC B5. I suppose these are labeled. B5, okay. And I guess we need the bag with that. And B6. That's got an interesting pattern in it. B6, so these are just the same ones, I'm guessing. Oh, there is a bill of materials somewhere, but no pictures with it. Oh, okay, yeah. So there is this plan right here. Yeah, there we go. There's this plan right here, which does sort of tell us what the individual slots on the on this packaging tray are. So we need B5, we already have B5, and we need B6, which is right next to that one, so we get the 2 correct parts. Yeah, Straub, I mean, on the music or not question, I think we're good there. We're good there. Socks and sandals? Sure. I keep pointing this out. These are actual genuine Birkenstock ESD safes. So these are properly, well, these are the proper tools for building electronics like this. So nothing wrong with them. Plus, it's the socks. I mean, sure, it's winter. It's actually like, do you guys want inches or centimeters? It's like 20 centimeters of snow outside. So we need a flat M5 by 20 screw, so that's the ones that are in here, times 8. 2, 6, and 8. Ball bearing 8/16/4. I guess that's the other ones that are in here. And 4 angle brackets, so that's these. Okay. The Americans are still asleep. Well, let's see if they are still asleep when we finish this. Fixed AI. Okay. So instructions. Oh, that webcam is over explosioning as well. So we are supposed to build this fixed AI right there. Screw these into the C-beams, I suppose. Add a few ball bearings here and there, and that should be it. Repeat install a total of 2 Z-axis. So these are, I guess, the Z-axis parts. So these are going to be standing up like that. Holy shit, that's going to be huge. Holy crap, guys! That is going to be one large printer. I'm just starting to realize how big this thing is going to be. Okay, well, I guess we're going with it. So, more of these angle brackets. I wish they would have put these grub screws in the actual brackets for me. I'm sure my time is worth more than theirs. So while you guys are talking about what your local time is, let me know what's your motivation of being here. Is it just Sunday? You get nothing better to do? Or are you like all 3D? Sorry about that. Are you all like hardcore 3D printing nerds and are looking into getting one of these as your 3rd or 4th print, or are you just interested in the topic? Because that sort of tells me what I should be talking about. I can go into specifics, but depending on who's watching, that might not be the smartest thing. Hardcore, 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 hardcore. Okay. So these. Wait, do I? Oh, I don't put the grub screw in these up top because these are going to be screwed into. That's interesting. Supposedly, but not with these screws. Okay. So I'm just going to lightly tighten these down for now because these are going to get adjusted. Yeah, so obviously honest opinion, yeah, honest opinion on this printer, you know, I can give you as much as I experienced during the build, but obviously the review is going to be separate from this video, and don't expect a full final judgment on the machine yet, because I mean, it's just me building the thing. So these have a few what are these called? Countersinks, I guess, for the screws to sit flush. That looks good. That looks decent. Just with these all the way in here, and then these just screw on with a, what is that, a 3mm set of hex keys. What are 700 people doing here? Well, holy crap. Counter bore. Okay. Right, it's... Oh, counter bore. Oh. Yeah, so... Again, GamePro's asking... are these parts pink? Yes, they are. The colors you're seeing are pretty accurate to what I'm seeing in real life with my real eyes. So at least what I'm seeing on my monitors is exactly what these colors look like. So these parts are properly magenta. That they are a very vivid tone of magenta. That they're not necessarily pink, but they are a very magenta tone, which I'm starting to like. It's not as advertised. It's not the bright red they advertised, but it still looks cool. Still looks pretty cool, I think. I feel like I want to get the cordless drill just for these, just to torque them down real good. Bordeaux, yeah, maybe. I'm just gonna grab the cordless drill real quick just to make this a bit faster because yeah. Okay, be right back. That's that one. 1 second. I just grabbed this one just to make it a bit easier for me. So that's the 3 hex. Crap. 3 hex for this one. I really don't enjoy screwing, these machine screws by hand. It's like, eh. Plus, I can set a torque on this one, and it's just super repeatable. There you go, much faster. And let's repeat that for the other one. When will I review the ANET A8? When I get it. It's somewhere in transit, right? I guess that's what it is. That's what I was told. I'm getting one, supposedly. I don't know when, I don't know how, but supposedly I'm getting one. Let's just use this one as a... right there. Yep, build time just dropped by 50%. And build success probably also just dropped by... I shouldn't try to get this in camera for you guys. That's just gonna make more noise. So I apologize if my hand is in the way, but we want to get this thing finished. By the way, these things are absolutely awesome. They're 10.8 volts and they're such a lifesaver for so many things. So Game Pro for that Nightbot block, but be careful what you say. I have no idea what you said, but Nightbot seems to not have liked it. And then a bearing just drops right in here, right in the board there. It's not super secure. It's not a really good fit, but it's in there for now. How do you say Sunladra? I don't know. Nobody really knows how to pronounce it, to be honest. It's like... it's a brand name. You're not supposed to know how to pronounce it. I mean, most of you guys probably don't even know how to pronounce that German car brand that starts with a P. Just kidding. Right. that's that. So we got the bearing, we got the 4 screws, we got the 2 angle brackets. So I'm gonna tighten these down when the time comes. Well, okay, this bearing is falling out. Not a really good fit, but whatever. Okay, yeah, that's the German power tool Bosch brushless 10.8 volts. Some manufacturers will call that a 12 volt, but it's a 10.8, and it's got plenty of torque. It's my go-to cordless drill. Pretty awesome. Not sponsored by Bosch in any shape, way, or form. Right, next step. Let's just check that out. So, webcam's kind of playing games with me today. CNC bed frame, CNC B10. That's a grub screw. A few more of those M5 screws, separation columns, so that's spacers, eccentric nuts, so those are going to be used for the open builds wheels brass shims, so that's from the gift bag, I suppose. Large pulley nylon nut, or that's a nylock nut, M5 times 8 screw. Where did that grub screw go? Oh, it might be screwed here. Whatever. Ah, there it is. Okay. There's that. Right, bed frame, that is in that box over here. Oh, do we need the bed itself? No. Bed frame right there. By the way, no need to apologize to Nightbot. Nightbot is not a person. Nightbot is just a bot. Nightbot is literally a bot. So don't worry about him. He's dumb. So bed frame, that's that part. Okay. B5. So I guess we're gonna need a few more parts from this. Unless B10. Okay. So that's that. B10 there. This bracket. But by 25. Okay, where are we gonna get a 25 screw? These are 20s. That's the 20s. Where are we going to get 25 screws from? In one of these bags? I don't know. It doesn't say. I guess it's from... I guess it has to be from one of the... from one of the bags with the open builds wheels, which is in here. Mainboard box. Looks like it. So we've got 4 open builds wheels in here. Do we need the wheels? We also need the wheels. The wheels are called large pulley. Okay, that's why. So this supposedly is a large pulley for them, which is the Delrin open builds wheel. Large pulley. Okay, now I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. We also need the separation column, so the aluminum spacer. Anodized or coated? I don't know. It feels like it's anodized. I think. Yeah. I mean, you can. It's hard. It's like. It feels like it's anodized. Spacer, eccentric nuts. So these are just the very classic, very cloned open builds wheels. Got that brass shim. Okay, so we got a few more brass shims in here. Yeah, so far, I mean that the parts are obviously just very simple parts, very simple to machine, very simple to manufacture. Like this is, I don't know, this is actually milled. Okay, so that's a milled plate. All the other parts are milled as well. And I mean, once you've got the program set up Brass shim 4. Okay, so there must be 2 more in here. Once you've got the CNC program set up for all your milling jobs, the parts, at least when you're talking Far East manufacturing, the parts barely cost anything anymore. So that's why I'm seeing so many CNC machine parts out there. They're just, you know, once you got your machine set up, they're super cheap to make comparatively. That's also changed a lot over the last few years. Nut shim, large pulley, nylon nut 5mm, and the M5x8. So that's essentially all the parts from this bag. Why didn't I just dump this one out? Also the short. I really should have just dumped this one out, gotten a like a little bowl or something. Is it exciting to watch? Is it like really exciting to watch right now? Me trying to fit down little parts out of the bag? Right, that should be all the parts we need for this one. So this is, if you've ever worked with open builds, obviously you've got the Delrin wheels on the outside. You've got the classic, what are these, 525? 625. 625Z bearings, so just the steel cap, the steel, what are these, covers on them. Screw goes through here, and then you've got one set of wheels that just gets the spacer, the non-adjustable one. And then you've got one set of wheels that gets these spacers with the eccentric bore. I'm hoping that should be perfectly in focus. And depending on how you twist this part right here, you tension the wheels against the rails. So these go on like, I think that they do get a shim between there. And these just sit in, you know, in a matching hole on a sheet metal part. So that's these two over here, which you can see, these two over here. We'll get to that. And as you twist this nut, you actually adjust the position of the wheel and tension the entire motion system like that, which, well, it works. It gets you very low backlash, very tight linear rails if you want to, but you can of course also set them so they are super loose and wobbly. But yeah, all right. So I've got a bit of an advantage here because I have built open builds rails before. They are on the Mendel Max, obviously, and they are also on the, crap, that's just too small. They are also on the, well, on the slider that I use for my videos, which is in an open build rail. Let's see if I can get a proper, where are you guys watching? Can I say spanner or should I say wrench? I guess we're still in European time zone territory, so maybe I should go with spanner. I want to say wrench, but anyways, I'm gonna get a few of these. I don't want to use the cheapo included one. It just this doesn't feel right. I guess it would work, but it's not fun to use. Nope. Okay, so that's we're missing one. That's not good. That should be an 8mm. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's only spanner outside the US. Sure, it's the classic US versus British English. So that's exactly what I'm asking. So this thing, apparently this thing doesn't have a top or bottom. It looks like it's symmetrical about this axis. So I'm just gonna, well, the wheels are gonna be pointing down, so the ugly side with the glue or tape residue over here, that's gonna be pointing down, so the wheels are gonna be on this side. There we go. I didn't lose it, I just misplaced it. I didn't lose that wrench. So we've got the instructions here, nylon nut on the bottom. So yeah, brass shim. That's still too bright. This camera should also step it down. So if we do like that, don't have autofocus, but you guys should be able to see what the instructions say. So as usual, we got the screw with no washer directly against the bearing, the wheel, the double bearings in the wheels. Then we put the brass washer, then the nut, the spacer, the eccentric spacer, and then a nut on the bottom. So that should be relatively easy to do. Essentially a spacer right there. And if you're wondering why these, because there are two bearings in these open bills wheels, one on this side, one on that side. Typically, if you would tighten them down like this, the bearings would lock up because you are pre-tensioning them pretty hard. They can take a bit of extra load, but typically if you're tensioning them like that, they will lock up. So these have, I don't know if you can see that, but these actually have one of these brass shims. Typically they're precision made steel parts, but these are brass ones in here between the bearings, between the inner races of the bearings. So when you tighten them up like that, they actually tighten against that brass shim, and that takes up the forces, so you don't actually end up locking the wheels. So this should be temporary audio while I go get some fresh batteries. I should just really get a few battery banks, like a few, as in like 10. Because you can power most of the stuff I'm using here with USB battery banks, but you can't, wow, so exciting. You can't actually power them from the laptop because that's going to create a ground loop and sound horrible. I should just buy a bunch of battery banks. So much, would make life so much easier. Double A's, I don't know. So we're full there, let's replug, and we should be good to go. Yeah. Road link system, awesome by the way. The only problem is it uses double A's. It's like the batteries last 5 hours. It's like, right, USB battery banks. That's on my shopping list. Okay, so as you can see, the eccentric spacer right there. Maybe you can see that. Yeah, perfect reflections. And as I turn this space, whoa, well, this is. Hold on, this is pretty tight. So I'm guessing, should be able to see that right there. It doesn't really fit in. You can sort of hear it. Crap. Okay, that is too tight. That's just not gonna fit. So these spaces, these should rotate relatively freely in these holes. But I guess they did manufacture these holes to size and forgot to account for the anodizing, because the anodizing does add a bit of thickness. And these have a very tight interference fit, and I don't think I'm going to be able to mount these properly. So drill time? Yeah, drill time. Grab a file? Nope. Yeah, people discussing battery banks, Anker products in general. I've been pretty happy with them. Again, not whoa, holy crap! I should put that stuff away. I'm pretty happy with the Anker stuff. Again, no endorsement, no sponsorship there, but yeah, I guess that's just what I'm gonna grab a few of. They're great to have especially when you're like out on the road on trade shows and stuff. That's always nice to just have a few battery banks to power camera gear and that sort of stuff. Now, where did I put my dial indicators? There we go. And especially for the road link system, just have one on the receiver, one on the transmitter, and just get all day battery life. That's gonna be great. You guys like me moaning? Okay, eccentric spaces. So these are, if I can get them out, these are, these are oversized as well, which is interesting. So these are a 1/10 of a millimeter oversized. Poor manufacturing, maybe. Well, this one's pretty stuck. There we go. So that one was a 1/10 over. This one is, let's go. This one is also 1/10 over. So these are actually very loose tolerances on these parts right here. What was the overall dimension? 7 millimeters. Okay. Let's do the 7. Hammer time? Nope. Not yet. Use the tools from the kit. Nah. I don't know that there is. I am going to use the instructions from the kit, yes, but okay. But not the tools. I'm not that masochistic. So that's a 7 millimeter drill bit. So okay, I don't have a 7.1. So I'm just gonna have to make do with this one. This isn't gonna be pretty, boys. This is not how you use a drill bit, by the way. Just saying. Okay, at least this sort of fits now. I don't have a 7.1, so okay, that's better. And these holes right here, these don't need to be super precisely tight for the tapered or for the eccentric nuts, because you are adjusting them anyways. I know this isn't pretty, but you gotta make do with what you have. Again, I don't have a 7.1 millimeter drill bit. Okay, so that's rotating freely. That's good. German engineering sometimes also entails just making shit work. So obviously stuff like that is going to end up in the review. Let's actually deburr it just to make it nice. Ah, yes. See, it's all good. It's deburred. It's pretty. It's proper engineering. We did the deburring. We're all good. We're all good. Okay, let's get rid of these spores. Okay, if it doesn't fit, we're gonna make it fit. Sweet. Let's move on. Yeah. If it's a stupid idea, and wait a second, do we not get a washer for this one? This is pretty far out in the open. So usually you'd have a washer on that side just to not have the. Come on. as you can see, the hole is, you know, is not even covered there, so it's only grabbing on one side, which isn't good. But also the other thing is the nylock washers. That might not be. Yeah, Simone, if you want to do the mod duties, go ahead. I'd really appreciate that. Yeah, right. So again, on the nylock washers, usually you have the screws protruding through the actual nylock part, which is on the very end of this nut. This one is like a good millimeter shy of even touching the nylon part up there, so the nylock isn't really doing anything in that regard, which isn't great, which isn't good engineering in the first place. So please forgive my rudeness when it comes to the drill bit. So, well, I guess we're just gonna go with the manufacturer's instructions and leave these gaping as is. What are these, 10s? Yep. So typically these eccentric wheels also have a mark on one side to tell you which way you should orient them to give you minimum tension, and it looks like these are missing that mark. About there should be good, so I'm going to set these to minimum tension first. Again, I wouldn't expect a 3D printing newcomer to know about how to adjust the open how to adjust the open build's wheels. So that's noted. I'm not going to use the Bosch for this one because it's, well, I guess I should be holding down the nut, or at least make sure it doesn't turn. That's sort of in frame, okay. So, okay, these bearings are getting sort of tight. So I can definitely feel a resistance in these, but not in this one. So I guess the tolerances aren't that great on these parts, particularly on the Delrin parts and the parts that are used inside, or the Delrin parts, the wheels themselves, and the washers or the shims between the two bearings. Yeah, so the printer is $466 with free shipping on AliExpress. Okay. Like $446 plus shipping, I think, on the TEVO website itself. All right, so with the screws tightened down, these still don't touch the nylock, so those nylock nuts are a complete waste. But I guess, I mean, if it works, I guess a lot about this printer is going to be, well, if it works, it can't be wrong. I'd still rather see a washer and a longer screw under these, because this, oh yeah, it's actually already tilting. Sweet. So that the nut here is already tilting inwards, because the only half of the nut is actually touching the aluminum, the other half is, you know, dangling in free air. But if it works. Oil those bearings. Would that be considered a modification from what the manufacturer recommends? Because there is no oil the bearings in here. No BL touch, that is correct. Yes, I did get the version without the BL touch sensor. But then again, they only throw in the BL touch itself. They don't give you a mounting bracket. They say, okay, here's the BL touch. You can print the bracket yourself. And I would guess that also means having to modify the firmware yourself, or you're not going to be making use of that BL touch at all. Okay, there's the bed. Oh crap. See, I'm following the manual. I can do it. I can be a good boy and read instructions. I'm double checking my parts. Now we're good. Okay, that was assembled on the wrong side. What is the BL Touch? The BL Touch is a bed leveling sensor. So it is a mechanical probe. It looks sort of like a thing. It looks weird. It's like a little whitish contraption that extends a probe mechanically to probe down on the bed and measure the surface instead of using something like an inductive sensor or capacitive or anything else that will probe it. It's actually a mechanical little extension that sits next to your hot end and allows you to probe the actual bed surface if you're not using a metallic bed. This one is an aluminum core one, so you could just as well use an inductive one. Okay, parts. Let's refer to the packaging list again. So we need CNC B1. What was it called B1 before? Yes. Okay. CNC B1. So that's this one. Haha. B1 plus the baggy, I guess. B2. That's this one. And these are super simple aluminum parts. I could mill these on my tiny machine in the workshop next door. Just really simple parts. A few counter bores, thanks for correcting that. A few slots, a few threads. This one maybe round over on the corners. Super simple parts. Not that that's a problem. It's just it's chunky pieces of aluminum with 4 holes in them. If it works, that's okay. B13, that's this part right here, plus the bag with that, and B18, that's this bracket. Okay, bit of a machining error on that, but okay, flat and 5x22, that's from these. I think all the parts they're listing when it comes from when it comes to screws and stuff, they do come in these bags that you grab with the individual aluminum parts right there. So inertia wheel. I have no idea what they mean with an inertia wheel. T0 times 2. Looks like we got everything. So GT driving wheel. Oh crap, is that aluminum? It looks very black. It looks very plasticky. But let's see. Okay. Ta-da! Instructions in a second. Let's clear that stuff off. So people are saying or asking, when is the as cheap as possible 3D printer series starting? When the parts arrive, more or less, because I did already order a few things from AliExpress. Again, that is going to be mostly AliExpress or almost 100% AliExpress sourced, maybe except for a few threaded rods and screws, because those make more sense buying locally. So when those parts arrive, I'm going to be starting on that series, because I don't want to start out with webcam. Come on. I don't want to start out with like making videos about ordering stuff and then making the next video like 2 months in, because stuff hasn't arrived yet. Okay, so it looks like we're going to need the cross plate that we assembled before. It's going to get a few end plates, so that's going to be for the belt right there. That's an idler. Idler pulley. Okay, inertia wheel. Idler. Interesting. Before, after. Before, after. Oh, front and back. Okay, let's try and get that on the better camera. So which side? This side. So we've got a few. Is that in focus? Now it's in focus. We've got a few before and after instructions here. So the before parts in here use the slotted bracket plus the idler pulley, and the after part use the solid plate. So before and after, let me just interpret that as front and back. So Google Translator for the win. Yeah. Yeah, I guess you gotta be a bit creative when you're building these bottom of the line Far East kits. You gotta be creative. You gotta be interpretative. English, it escapes me sometimes. You gotta be creative when interpreting what they mean with the instructions. I've sort of gotten used to what for example, AliExpress seller descriptions or product descriptions mean. But I still find it enjoyable to just read, the way that they're butchering. Yeah, they're butchering the English language. So let's start out in series. Let's start with the. There you go. Let's start with the slotted plate right here, and that's N5 times 20, and that's 20s. I mean, so far I'm actually liking the build quite a bit. The instructions are simple. They give you, they give you the info you need. They don't really give you the info of how to do all the specifics on the open builds wheels. What torques to use, where to be careful, where to pay close attention. That doesn't feel right, so just wait. So, like, offset? Okay. And they don't give you too much detail, so there's very little text, obviously. Some of the product description or part descriptions, part names are entertaining, to say the least. But so far, obviously I am sort of an experienced user. So far I wouldn't say that these are horrible. In fact, they provide all the information of what you need. And actually just having these pre-packaged sets of parts for the exact parts for the exact steps you need. Pretty good. That's a brass washer. That. Then we need a wet. Okay, that's interesting. So you got is this plastic? No, this is also aluminum. Okay. Screw. We're using the long one. Yes. Screw, idler. Doesn't list the washer on the instructions, but we need it has the image of it. And then we have the nut on here, which is interesting because it does also get screwed into the thread on this side over here. Yeah. So, okay, that is not smooth at all. I guess that's why they need that's much better. That's why they need the nut on this part right here to actually lock it down onto the aluminum part. Because if you would just, tighten this down with, we're running out of thread. Okay. Is this an M5 times 30? Nope, that's a 25. And that's all the thread we get. So I'm guessing we do have to use a shorter screw right here. Because okay. There is machining gunk in there. So I unfortunately don't have like a super macro setup today, but there is most certainly swarf from machining that thing still in here. I guess I could try to get that out with a drill bit. So that's an M5. That's 4.3. That's not drill bits. That's a 4.3 center bore. So a 4mm should be fine. Let's jam it in. That's not going to be working. Am I using the spacer? No, the instructions actually tell me to use a nut as a spacer as opposed to an actual. Dude, that's pretty. It looks really nasty down there, but it's like the drill bit is actually grabbing. Yeah, there's a bunch of nasty stuff in there. Hold tight. We're getting there, we're getting there. Would it have been easier to just grab a shorter screw? Maybe, but that's not how I roll. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to grab a tap and just freshen up that thread. One second, please. So I guess at this point, you know, with the how often do I keep falling over that thing? At this point, with the thread just not being machined properly for the screw you're supposed to use, just as a user, as a regular inexperienced user, that's pretty much, well, it's at least a roadblock. It at least means you have to go out, get a shorter screw from somewhere, or have a friend, you know, drill it out, retap it, do something to that effect. But yeah, WD-40 will also do need that. Again, the smarter choice would have been to just grab a shorter screw. Whatever. Thread cutting oil, yes. That's that. Shit. Didn't intend to use that much. Okay. Product placement. I wish it was. That's just the 2, and that's the final one. Pro tip, if you don't close the chuck all the way on your cordless drill, then you don't have to use the torque limit. I don't think that actually tapped it down much further than it was. So, might still need to use a shorter screw nonetheless. By the way, just to reiterate, WD-40 is not an oil. It actually doesn't say oil on the can at all. We checked. There's no mention of this being any sort of oily oil thing. It's not a lubricant. It's a rust remover at best. I guess you could call it a cleaning agent, which is why it sort of, you know, does work as a lube style thing. But for the most part, it is not something you should use for lubricating things. Just a PSA. I mean, if you look at the thread, you could have gone with a much shorter screw, but that's obviously the screw that came in the box with that. Ah, yeah, okay. Look at that. Look at that gunk squeezing out. But all in now, all good now. Let's deposit that over here, just in case we need it again. It's a water displacer, yes. Technicalities, technicalities. It also works as a rust remover for a few applications. Okay, so this one is properly loose. I'm guessing I should leave it like that, because if you looked at the brass shim, it actually touches on the outer race of the bearing. So if you actually tighten this one down, it rubs against the outer race, which means the bearing is going to lock up, not internally, but it's just going to break on the outer race. It's going to break as in slow down bearing. So I'm going to tighten this one until I can sort of feel it grabbing, and then just go on tightening the nuts down here to just permanently fix it. So this one is backlash free at this point. So it's an M5. What is an M5? It's an 8. Okay, I'll take that. Nope, that's too tight. That's much too tight. Okay, that runs well enough. That runs well enough. So a bit of swipe left in here. Let's get that out because I don't want to have aluminum swipe in a brand new machine. Not even in this one. All right. That's that. Okay. So that is the before part completed. Before as in front. Flat and flat. Before. So now we get to slide on the bed. Is there a direction to this? There is, if you look closely at the at that. If you look closely here, let's try to line that up. So it's like this, then the two screws are closer to that side, so it's this way around, and these screws, the wheels are too tight. Okay, so I tried to adjust the, well, I guess it's good enough. I tried to adjust the open builds wheels to the position where sorry if that was too loud. I tried to adjust them to where they are as loose as possible, and you can sort of see the, I guess somewhere you can sort of see the nuts actually being on the very outside of the on the, what is that, camera right, your right, on your right, you can see the board poking through here, and the nuts actually being on the very far side, which means they should be as loose as possible. But this one is already completely tight. You can sort of hear them. If I shut up for a second, you can sort of hear the something on the wheels with each revolution. But I'm guessing that is going to be that is going to be smooth enough. Ow. Don't get your fingers caught in there. So let's do the after side for this one. And again, short or 20mm B2, these right here. Why can Nightbot post links? Because Nightbot is the moderation bot. Nightbot is a software tool that just does a few basic things. But Nightbot is not in person. Also, if you look at the blue bar next to his name, that means Nightbot is a moderator, as are a few other viewers. Which means that, yeah, there you go. That as a moderator, the Nightbot and other users such as Simone, who maybe is still here, can do basically whatever they want. So posting links, moderating as in blocking, removing, trolling users. So it's just something you need on YouTube, right? So YouTube is a dark and hostile place. So thankfully, again, I want to point it out, you guys have been very kind in the chat and in the comments of my videos, much more so than what I'm used to from looking at what seems to be the standards on YouTube. Okay, apparently we do need a stepper motor. Are we? No. These pages are just pretty tight. So apparently we need a motor. Doesn't say we need a motor. B18. Okay, so apparently B18. B18. That's okay. So that's the B18. That is this part. Plus, that must look super silly on the front cam. B18. So we are maybe I should switch over to this one. And there we go. So B18, that's the plate right there, 2M4 times 12, those go into the T-nuts, and the B16 is just a bracket to support that, I think, and then M3 times 8, those are all in the baggie, plus the pulley are already in here, so I guess we just need one motor to go with that. So maybe this one. And then start in the, so that is the after side. There we go. Nope. Further over. So on the after side over here, motor plate goes directly against. So they sort of don't tell you which way the motor connector is supposed to point, because that's going to come into place when cable management, when doing cable management. It doesn't show anywhere on the drawings. So I'm guessing it should be this way. Well, it doesn't show at all. So I'm just going to assemble it this way and hope for the best. It's going to be like that. Yeah. So let's look at this. Oh, this feels light. It's not a good sign. Okay, but it is an, I suppose, yeah, it is an aluminum pulley. That's good. That's good. That bag's empty. That bag is empty as well. Yeah, press reset if you're still here, and if you want to be mod. I just need to see your name scroll by again. I will give you the... You're leaving me on it on my own. Well, you don't have a choice. You're getting the blue bar. I mean, do what you want. If you just want to participate in chat, that's cool too. Yeah. See, so people are talking about ABS, and in fact, if you look back at my first Halloween video on, well, not the very first one, the generic ABS one, but maybe the Innofill 3D ABS, where I was like, okay, this stuff pretty much sucks. It doesn't really do anything for me. That was the video where I lost the most subscribers ever. So I lost 40 subscribers after posting that video, because apparently the material is just crap. But it is a controversial topic for some, because that there are obviously hardcore users that swear by ABS, and I've been one of those users for a while as well. I've been one of those people who was hanging on to ABS for way too long, which is why I'm sort of I feel like I'm converted, just to put it that way. I was personally using ABS exclusively for the better time of my 3D printing career so far, and I feel like it was a bit of a mistake. I was like, okay, ABS, it works for me, it prints fine-ish, but just having a few different 3D printers, a few 3D printers that weren't made for ABS, that didn't handle it well, did sort of open my eyes, I guess. Just being forced to print PLA, just being forced to try out new things, that was quite an I gotta pay attention here. That was quite an experience, just being forced out of your habits, and that sort of led me to the position where I'm right now, where I'm like, okay, if you really want to print ABS, that's fine, but for the most part, I'm actually happier to print polycarbonate, even though the smell is horrible. But I sort of do prefer PETGs a huge amount over just using the classic ABS, because it's so much of a nicer material. And I know I'm gonna get shit for that, but that's the way I feel right now. That's the way I think things are gonna go. ABS maybe is pretty much of a dead material. Yes, not saying there aren't any applications that are good for it, but there are materials that are better. Am I supposed to feed a belt through this? Ah, yeah, okay. So apparently in the instructions, the beam just disappears for a second, and then you can install the belt. That's great. That's great. Okay. So I guess before actually screwing this one down, I do have to add a belt. Which belt? Let's see if these belts are actually identical, or if they are different ones. Let's see. So there should be 3 belts in total. Zip ties, look at that. There's one. So these are open. That's a closed one. And that's also an open one. So the 2 open ones are, let's see, the exact same length. So I've looked at, that's a closed one. Wow. Let's check that out. The instructions show that's the focus pane, show a closed belt loop. There is no opening in the belt right there, but belt installation is complete. Sweet. Fixed belt through the cable tie. So supposedly we do have to zip tie the belt to the what? To the bracket on the bottom here? What? And supposedly we are. It looks like we're supposed to use a closed loop belt, but I know for a fact that the closed loop belt is going to be used for the Z-axis, because it is using 2 Z-axis spindles. Where are those, by the way? Somewhere. Oh, okay. So that's where they are. Okay. This is going to go on the very top of the printer and connect the left to the right Z-axis spindles, essentially. There's only one motor. The one motor is sitting in the center, and this up top here obviously needs to be a continuous belt. Now, these other two belts, these are X and Y, I suppose. And they are the same length, though, so that's at least good, so you're not going to confuse them. But I don't really know how I'm supposed to attach this to the bracket that's down here, that's in here, so... Interesting. Maybe I just have to take off the fixed belt through the cable tie. I keep pulling up my screen cap. That's not what I want. There we go. Remove the plate. I can't because I can't just take the wheels off. That's going to be a pain to reinstall. So I'm just going to remove these two, I suppose. That's okay. I guess I should be able to reinstall this one when the time comes. So yeah, people are saying no PDF instructions on the TEVO site. There might be somewhere, but no, it's the wrong way. So far, what I've seen on the TEVO site is just the community-made instructions video. Hey Simone, there's someone for you to ban. Remove the plate, so I removed that plate, I guess. Then we can somehow feed the belt through and do that entire thing. Looks like it would make sense that way, at least for me. And also I can like shit, which one's screen cap? There we go. Also I can like tighten the belt outside of the carriage and then slide it back in when I need to. So slide the bed bracket off. That could work too. Yes, I'm gonna try it this one, and if it doesn't work, I'll take the other side off. And then install it that way. So there. Let's just trace out that belt loop once. It's weird that they didn't actually optimize the instructions for like the order of things you should be installing. So I guess if you were to install these parts in an order that would make sense for me, this plate wouldn't be on at this point. This plate just wouldn't be a part of the machine yet. That, and then use the, what's it called? Fixed belt through the cable tie. No real images there. And then we connect the Z-axis. So for now, it's just going to be these parts. And again, this is just something I know because I've built a few printers already. But I mean, I guess with these holes in here, you could use a ton of different ways of attaching the belts. I guess you could even just feed a zip tie through here and make a loop and then loop that through another loop with a belt or some crazy stuff. But I guess the way they want you to assemble it is sort of what I've first seen on the printer bots. And just have a zip tie like that. Just crimp the belt onto itself. Remove the two belts on. Remove the two screws on the L bracket. Yeah, that's what I did. NTW is saying, "Hey, love to have a printer running in the background." Well, start yours. I do have the Ultimaker 3 running in the next room over, and I deliberately put it there. It's running like a 30-hour print, and they don't supply you with side cutters, right? yeah, it is running like a 30-hour print, and I, purposefully didn't put it in this room because like I feel it's distracting if you have just a 3D printer running in the background. It's hypnotizing, it's fun to listen to, but if you want to listen to 3D printers, either find a live stream that streams a 3D printer doing its thing, or start your own machine. Yeah, so this is in the, whoops, that's off frame. So that's in the position of the least tension, because if you look at the, if you look at this top motor bracket, this has these slots in here, so you can actually, tighten this one by undoing these two screws and pushing the motor back. Okay, so this one is at least somewhat fixed in place right now, so it's, where's my framing? So it's not going to be sliding around, so right in here I can just, oops, if it stays on the, come on, how did that slide off? Come on. Okay, so there's nothing keeping it on the idler, on the motor's pulleys, so I should be able to somewhat tighten this one. Sorry if the view is horrible right now, but there you go. Okay. Oh, look at that, there's someone to ban. By the way, guys, I think you can also report spam in chat. That should at least send them into timeout YouTube-wise, and also ban them from spamming other channels. So if you see stuff like that from that Spanish-looking or sounding account, feel free to hit that report button. That would be awesome. Right, so this little dangly end right there, so this one is obviously a bit too long. I guess I can just shorten it. There is, let's see how far this one passes over. That's actually pretty close, so let's see, maybe I'll have to take out one of these zip ties and just shorten this overlapping part so it doesn't run into the idler. Okay, so the belt is sort of loose right now, and now we should be able to just open up the motor bracket, slide the motor back a bit, and oh yeah, we should have a properly tight belt, even though this is super wobbly. Okay, and the T-nut slipped. Okay. So, if you've ever worked with T-nuts, you might know this issue, that when you aren't really careful of how the T-nut is aligned in the slot at any given point, it is actually going to turn sideways and just lock against the plate and not lock into the slots. Let's see this one. Yes, that's better. And there we go. Okay, that's actually really nicely tightened. Be careful the cross beams don't go out of skew on the... what? Okay, and now we can just slide this one over and align these up. People are asking about the keyboard mouse. So that's a regular wireless mouse. That is a Logitech G13 Max from, hoping I get this right, Slovenia? I think it was Slovenia. Max sent this to me on Christmas Day because he was like, okay, I don't need it anymore. You can have it. You seem to be having some trouble with video camera hotkeys. And so what I have is I've just got the A cam, B cam. Well, this one should be A and the other one should be B. I know. Overhead, and then just the individual add-on angles on the other keys over here. No, there. Okay, I just got to remember which buttons do which. Which buttons do what. But that's actually pretty nifty because it's all programmable. It's like 30 or so buttons that you can freely program and customize. Okay, well that runs. I can actually see either that's the belt or the pulley or some part. It's not running perfectly round, but should be good enough. Should be good enough to function. We'll have to see how the currents are set on the drivers. Okay, these are just all set to the stock currents, so not really tuned to the machine, but we'll just have to see how the accelerations and the jerk settings are set up in the firmware, and if they can cope with, I mean, what is a really heavy bed and what is certainly not the smoothest experience. There we go. Okay, that's that. So we've got the motor, we've got the belt, we've got idler on here. The belt is tightened. Can you hear that? That's probably a bit too tight, but it's gonna loosen itself over time anyway. So that is great. And next up, the Z pillar. So we should have a what looks like a 3D printer frame pretty darn quickly here. So if you'd ask me how I liked the build so far, which you guys actually are doing, so yeah. My initial impressions, I mean, I just lost the bearing, okay. Losing my marbles here. Initial impressions so far, very simple parts, very, easy to manufacture parts, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. The manual is for me as an experienced user, I can totally work with that manual. I've not really had a roadblock for when it comes to how to assemble certain things, how to do like the wheels and these blocks, and where to tighten them and where not to tighten them, which I just realized I shouldn't have tightened these yet, but whatever. For a beginner, maybe not so great. Maybe that's going to take a bit, more video watching, because there is that 3-hour build guide by The Art of 3D Printing on YouTube. I guess that can be your your backup if you really run out of ideas of how to assemble things. You can always dive in and watch that. I personally think 3 hours for build videos might be a bit too much to just watch as build instructions. But I mean, again, it's going to be fairly detailed and have most of the details covered that you need to build this machine. At least that's what I'm hoping. Okay, bearings are in here, these are in here, so I just have to push these together and sort of tighten them up. So again, which ones to tighten up first? I guess the ones that go into the side here. Yeah. Well, so I'm going to slightly, so without any torque at all, just snug down these screws to lift the bracket up, because if I didn't, these brackets would be lower down in the T-slot, and as I tighten them, it would actually raise up this column right here. The same for the ones over here. I am actually going to tighten these down all the way, because the nut or the L bracket can still slide in this T-slot, so that now I can press it down firmly and tighten down the other one. And that's going to leave me with a frame part that doesn't have a visible gap, which means it's not going to be transferring any, or not the main part of the forces through the bracket, but actually transferring it through the, okay, that just created a tiny gap. It should actually be transferring any forces from the frame through the contact surface of these two parts right here. So I'm guessing that's something you really have to pay attention to, and the manual makes no mention of it. Yeah. These brackets are not as good as tarantula, so I'm guessing that's not tight. I'm guessing what the tarantula uses are these corner brackets that actually sit on the outside of the frame. Yeah. Which are a bit less clean actually to install. Okay, I don't think I'll be able to get this one super snug. Maybe with a clamp. Can I cheat and get a clamp? Yeah, the gusset. I feel like the gusset style brackets are a bit more clunky than the ones that sit in the slot, like those. But then again, they are also a bit more foolproof to install, because when you tighten them down, you are actually tightening down the slot or the connection between the two parts instead of widening the gap as these are. Hoping this clamp is long enough, but it should be. So, just to get out of here, just to be safe, I also grabbed a tiny adjustment hammer, just to, just in case we need it. I'm not saying we will, but I'll just put this over here, just to make sure it's within reach, and I don't have to walk that far to grab it. So that is too short. Well, it's just, oh yeah, that's great. That's just really tightening up that gap, which is actually on the opposite side of what you're seeing, but there we go. I'm not sure how square this is going to end up just by using these brackets and by, putting a bit of clamping force on the top here. So theoretically, it should actually tilt this part a bit over, but we'll see. We'll see when it's built. The proof is in the pudding, I guess. That's tight, that's tight. And the last one. Okay, so using a clamp right here definitely makes it much, much easier, and it should, at least these 3 points, well, 3 points can't rock. Can't rock back and forth, but I'm just hoping this last corner over here is going to end up flat against the table instead of... Oops. Interesting. Just hoping this is going to end up flat against the table instead of up in the air, because that would mean the entire base platform here would be rocking around. You know what? I'm actually... I initially didn't think this printer would be that big. So for this perspective... Oh, there you see that. That's the high quality table right there. Ooh, yeah. Fiberboard. I didn't think this thing would be that big, so... I did go for a bit more of a zoomed in look, but I could just use the camera display, right? There we go. Yeah. Now you guys don't have to stare at half of nothing. Okay, again, I'm hoping this one is going to sit flush against the table as well. This thing should be fairly flat, but, well, we'll just see how it goes. You can use the right key and sort of snug this one down. Thanks for the tipping image. I know, but never needed them. Well, the print size is big, yes. So I'm actually excited to see how big the print size is actually going to end up. Because, again, depending on where you look, they list anything from 370 millimeters in X to 400 millimeters. The 400 millimeters obviously being their big sticker label. Yes, this is a 400 millimeter 3D printer. But then again, apparently depending on how you place the X motor and how you tension your belt, I guess if this one was moving a bit further back, well, hold on, if there's going to be a bed sitting on this one, this is obviously going to collide with the motor. Interesting. Depending on how you assemble it, it's probably going to end up somewhere between 400 and 370 millimeters. The bed most certainly is 400 millimeters wide and 250 millimeters deep. So that is exactly twice this. Not is the Mark II, is it 200 or 210? Anyways, it's pretty much exactly the width, or twice the width, or twice the area. Not really feeling it, but we'll see. It's twice the area of the Prusa i3 Mark II. Okay, so that is not the most robust frame yet, but there is going to be, there are going to be a few more beams up top here. So right now, these parts right here are flexing a bit if we tilt these up, but as long as they are sitting flush against the table, I mean, they're pretty solid for what it is, for essentially just being 4 tiny brackets with huge levers on them. Belt runs smoothly enough as the open builds wheels are going to allow. Right, it's starting to look like a 3D printer, which is good. It would be weird if it started to look like something else. Okay, so next up, X-axis assembly. Okay, so the X-axis is obviously going to ride in here. That's picture in picture. Okay. CNC B3 plus a whole bunch of stuff, which I'm not going to go through individually. So CNC B3, that is not on this clip, but on this one. B3, that's the, okay, so that's the open builds clone plate again. Do I keep this one? No, I get to put this one down for now. Where do you grab it to not bend it? I guess there. Toilet paper. B3 and the B4. So that's this one. I guess these are identical. And 2 identical parts in it. Then it just goes on to list all the individual parts that are in the bag. 570 millimeter screw. That's the spindle. That's the lead screw, and these are in here. Lead screws. I actually didn't show you these yet, so there it is. So these are, let's check. These are proper TR screws. These are TR8 by, there is a way to measure the pitch of a spindle correctly, but I don't know right now. So these are TR8x2, so a 2mm pitch and an 8mm outer diameter. So TR8x2, that's pretty much the standard Far East spindle. Not saying it doesn't work. It's just standard hardware, which is sort of proven, I guess. Okay, square screw nut. So these are probably just the same piece twice. Yeah, complete graph. Complete graph, please follow the steps to install A. So I'm just going to complete this graph and then follow the steps to install A. I build another would probably make more sense in that context. Shims, screws. Does it actually have a... No, it doesn't have the Lego style instructions where you just put your screw on, where is it, on the manual, and then have the 1x1 or 1-to-1 scale drawing on it. So you do have to measure these screws or just know which lengths are which. So these are the 20s, these are the 25s. That's also a 25. These are 15s. And then whatever else this other stuff is. So that's a wow. Is it Delrin? It's probably not Delrin. It's probably just some PE. 2 nuts to be installed in here, and then the spindle. Actually, how do they manufacture this? This is probably tapped. So then the spindle thread in the center here. So this just gets screwed to the block, and there's your Z-axis nut. Single start, yes. These are TR8x2 single start. And also correct, the Mark II has a 4-start 8mm pitch spindle. So this way around. Which obviously makes the Z-axis a lot faster, but also requires stepper drivers that are a bit, or stepper drivers and motors that are a bit more precisely tuned for each other, or you're going to end up with pretty severe artifacting on that axis. So these are actually mini V wheels. These are much smaller than the regular, what are they calling them? Pulley, yes. These are much smaller than the regular pulleys and do have unlabeled bearings in there. Also just the metal metal cover plate versions. And these just fit on here like that. And then so square screw nuts. So that's probably so we're getting 2 Delrin nuts and we're getting 2 regular nuts. No, okay, I spoke too soon. We're getting 4 Delrin nuts and we're getting 2 regular ones. The 2 regular ones are probably for the bearing or for the spindle nut block. And these are here. And for this time, the nylock part actually grabs onto the thread, which is better than what we saw before. That's there. Did I say Delrin nuts? Probably PE. It's just an injection molded thing. Okay, I was gonna tell you guys to do something, but I just realized it would be pretty hardcore trolling. What words is Nightbot modding or suspending you for? If you put a space or change a letter or something, it should go through actually, but I'd like to know where is Nightbot going wrong. Do I actually have to put a second shim there? Are the bolts high tensile? You're seriously asking for screw specs on an import printer? I feel like we should be using another brass washer on top of the bearings here, because these sort of look like they are they aren't great for just using with the nuts directly, even though, well, the washers don't do much. So the y-axis belt is on the wrong side of the plate. It's going to move backwards. So essentially, but I did build it according to instructions. If anything, I'm just going to flip the motor wire if it really moves backwards. I did try to pay close attention to how things were oriented. Maybe after the build I'll go back and just check how things were supposed to be assembled. But for now I'm feeling pretty confident that at least it's gonna work. For a washer, no washer. No mercy. This is on the, well, we can always adjust them later. How much does this printer sell for? Ooh, okay, assembled could be, yeah, I guess saying assembled would get you a timeout. So this one has to be adjusted a tiny bit outwards. So again, typically these eccentric spaces do have that mark for where the minimum tension position is, but you can always just look at where the screw sits inside the hole. These are oriented towards the outside, so these are going to have the lowest, the lowest tension possible. Okay, so these are already running pretty rough for just interesting. So Nightbot seems to be fairly unreliable? I don't know. Okay, these are fairly rough. I think, well, so the nuts actually just touch the inner race. I think the tolerances again aren't that great on the shim on the that should be on the inside of the of these wheels. No, Simone can nuts on the other side. What? Nope. Simone is actually whitelisted. Anyone who is a mod is 100% whitelisted and can do and say whatever they want. Nuts on the other side. No, nuts. It's perfect. It's just as intended. It's like the picture shows. So let me just pull up that reference again. So we've got these like that. So looking at that, this is exactly how I built it. Let's see if we sort of tilt it like that. That is exactly how the instructions tell me to. Yeah, Olaf, right? 2-hour build and not done with building it. What do you expect, man? It's like, jeez, people these days. You've got to be new to these sort of streams. It's not even 14 hours yet, and the printer's not done. Come on, why does the nut not want to go in straight? There we go. And this goes with the times 20, so the longer ones go through here. Joachim, look at the video title. It literally says what I'm printing, or building. It's not printing yet. I mean, if you're asking about what part of the machine I'm printing, I've clearly 3D printed too much. What part of the machine I'm building? This is the x-axis end, so this is going to be basically the z-axis carriage, more or less. These are pretty rough, but I'd rather leave them. I'd rather leave them a bit too tight than too loose, because if they are loose, we're just going to see horrible, horrible print quality. Okay, that's maybe too tight, but it's going to run in. Assembling. Whoa, wow. Okay, I'm really going to have to take a look through the through the Nightbot logs. I think there are. Wait, so these screws just drop in and don't do anything? I think I do get logs for what Nightbot does. This one doesn't go in. So I should have put these in first. Nope. Okay, so 4 screws that for wait a second. Okay, I must have actually missed that. So the plastic Z-axis nut, this thing right here, it's got the 2 indentations for the is that M4? No, that's M5. For the M5 nuts on one side, and on the other side, apparently it has accommodation for these brass spacers that you put in the plastic part, so you don't crush the plastic part. Interesting. Well, okay, so these also create a standoff. Let's see if I can get this thing back together. Oh, there we go. There's one. It's grabbing, and there's 2. Holy crap, Nightbot is just going savage. Okay, there's 1, there's 2, so the spindle gets installed next. Brass. Okay, 1 second. Let me fix Nightbot. This is getting out of hand. I feel like we might be getting a bit of spam for the for the certain word that I'm about to unblacklist, whitelist. That's the word. One second. I don't know. I might be able to disable Nightbot for now while Simone is still here. Well, actually, let's just get him out of here. You guys are. He's now leaving the channel, so you guys will be in. Yeah. Will have to let me know when the spam in chat gets out of hand. There are still a few rules from YouTube itself that sort of auto mods certain things, but it should be a lot more lenient right now. So, yeah, Nightbot is turned off. Go crazy. Go crazy. Please don't go too crazy. We still have mods. So thanks, Simone. I am supposed to put a lock collar on this somewhere. I don't know what the lock collar is. We're just gonna have to figure it out when we get to the point. So right here it's saying a lock collar on the. It's just a this part right here is just a spacer. A lock collar on the bottom of the thread, but I don't. Well, we're just gonna have to find that eventually. This might be it. This is from B5. Are we supposed to use parts from B5? No. But it looks like these are the lock collars I'm looking for. What's so special about this machine, people are asking? Well, it's large and it's cheap for how large it is. And I have one. They sent me one. That's, I guess, why it's here right now. Yeah, but it is a 400 millimeter wide, well, 370 depending on which part you read. 3D printer. It's a Chinese, Hong Kong, not Chinese. It's a 3D printer from Hong Kong, which means it is going to be cheaper than some other machines of the same size. I'm just going to put that here for now, just no, so it doesn't come off. It is cheaper than other machines of the same size, which sells a lot of people on it. It's $466 with free shipping worldwide on AliExpress. Link in the video description. It's like that price only lasts for one more day on AliExpress supposedly, and yeah, I guess that's it. It's a 3D print. It's a large 3D printer that doesn't break the bank. Those are not the lock collars I'm looking for. What are them? They look like the lock collars I'm looking for. I'm not gonna trope by, guys. I'm just gonna use those for now. So, and because you all keep harassing me for showing the JD donks, I'm seeing you. I'm hearing. I'm reading you. So let's just compare that. Yes, it is on the wrong side. You're correct. The we assembled front and before and after. We assembled before and after backwards. So if we grab that thing, there we go. If we grab that thing, so my orientation of the, which is before, that's, so this over here is the before part and this is the after part. Yeah, you are correct. I did get that wrong. Shouldn't matter though. We're just gonna I will just have to keep in mind that that's the y-axis. The y-axis is inverted. Actually, let's fix that right now. So there is the y-axis with the red part facing towards the connector, and it's not gonna fit. Let's make it fit. Where did I put those? There. So obviously this isn't in the manual and this is sort of not recommended. You should probably be just rebuilding that axis. Do I have some proper pliers here somewhere? Okay, this is gonna work as well. But because I am too lazy to just rebuild the thing, I'm not gonna do it my way or the highway. There's some way that's gonna work. We don't need no keying, and that's the orientation it was installed, so let's just flip that around and look at that. Now it's fixed. It's all good. We're all good. We're all good, right? Problem solved. Another job well another job well done. Okay. Let's move on. We need to build another one of these. Let's switch back here. We need to build another one of these. I could have put the keying back on, yeah, but really, why? Why should I? Did somebody say do it Wi-Fi? Somebody say I just lost a spacer? Probably wasn't that important. Oh, there it is. Complete botch job? Well, might be, yeah, it might be, but you know, engineering is often about solving problems in a way that solves the problem. Very often not about what's the most elegant way to do it, because there are always constraints for whatever you do. Let me put the, okay, so these take shims before I put these on. There's always, you know, engineering would be super simple if you could just, you know, take all the time you wanted and, you know, spend all the budget you wanted, but that's never the case. That's like literally never the case. The challenge in any sort of engineering job, in any engineering, yeah, well, this is sort of a job, I guess. It is, in fact, my job to build these things for you guys on camera. The challenge there is always going to be working around limitations you have. In this case, the limitation is time. I don't want to bore you guys for hours and hours on end. Plus, I do want to get to bed sometime today at a decent time. So, in that case, that was an engineering decision. It was, you know, the quickest way to solve the problem, because time right now is my my most limited resource, and I'm working around that. So is that okay? It's just not tightened down yet. So yeah, in this case, I guess it qualifies as proper engineering because it solves the problem. Of course, whether or not that creates a new problem, that is up to you to decide, but I don't think it will. Okay, so again, there are no real instructions with these parts of like how tight to make everything, how to orient the tensioning. What are these called? The eccentric nuts. That's actually pretty good English. The eccentric spaces, that's what OpenBuild calls them. That there are no real instructions of what to do with them yet. I'm thinking there might be a part in the manual where it's just like, okay, and now we tighten all the OpenBuild wheels. That's seriously too tight. That is still too tight. And it doesn't have the spacer. Okay, that explains it. It's not laziness. Space. Oh yeah, magnetic shit. I should put the wheel on before I screw things down. I was like, why can't I tighten this so much? I was reading chat while I was doing this, and Ah. There we go, okay. Now we can tighten this thing down. Yeah. Simone, by the way, thanks for doing such a great job with modding the stream. Just if you can take it anymore, just let me know. I'll turn Nightbot back on, and he'll take care of it one way or another. Time for a break and a coffee. It's how long have we been going? Oh, crap, it's been a few hours. 2 hours 44. So there's that. I mean, I think it's coming together actually quite nicely. I was expecting much more of a lack of instructions from the manual. Again, if you were like a total beginner, a total 3D printing noob, then this is maybe going to be a bit more challenging for you and might take a bit more time to just complete properly. Again, I should have put these in first thing, but whatever. This might be a bit more of a challenge to build. So far, the amount of instructions I'm getting, it is comfortable, to say the least. It is okay, this one is still loose. It is a comfortable level of instructions where I'm not like, okay, this is too much information for me. It's just slowing me down, and it's still sort of okay to make out what all the parts are supposed to be and where they go and how they work out. That's the spacer, okay. So yeah, mods can actually use the Nightbot commands as long as Nightbot is still in the stream. Obviously, he's just I've just had him part the channel, so he's not actually in the chat anymore. But that's also not. That's like, you know, pro streamers sort of thing. You do actually use the Nightbot command. I never used them because it's like, yes, you can create something like a what is it, straw poll with just one command, but typing that out is usually slower than just going to straw poll and copy pasting a link. Plus you have to get the syntax down really well, and I don't know. I just had him in there because it felt like he was doing something, so. Okay. I'm just going to be using one more of these lock collars because it feels like these are the right things. These look like the right thing and they do fit, and I think they might actually work for the job. If I have to take them off later on, then well, I'll take them off later on. Just as simple as that. But because the instructions call for them, I'm just going to put them on for now. Cordless tool with a lead screw. Man, you've not built a 3D printer before. Anything that's like a Z-axis lead screw or a threaded rod, even if it's just a Prusa frame that is made from threaded rod, and a cordless drill and just chucking that in there might not be the most elegant thing, but it sure does the job. Okay, got these two done. Looking good so far. So, flat M5 times 15, so I guess we're not done yet. Shims on the back, and then we attach focus. Okay, so we've assembled these parts. These have the 4 mini wheels on there, and these still, that's probably all black. There we go. These still have the 4 screws unused, and we're using a shim to then attach to a, what, millimeter gasket? So the brass shim and the 1 millimeter gasket, that are they the same thing? I think they are. And then we attach the section 2040 to them, which is interesting because if you use the shim, these are actually allowed to tilt back and forth. They actually get a pivot point where those shims touch, because the outer edges don't sit flush against the aluminum plate, which feels counterintuitive to me, but I guess that's just their way of aligning these parts together, because if there's a tiny angle deviation between those two, then they're going to be very hard to match up with the other side and just create tension in the parts you're assembling for no good reason. So 2040, that's we've got 3 different ones right here. So let's see, I'm probably on camera sort of. So that's a 4020, that's 4, that's a 4020, that's an 8020. That's a 4020. And this is also a 4020. The interesting thing is they looked, okay, these looked like they were different lengths in the package, but they are the same length. So these are the parts you want, and the large one is gonna go back in the box for now. Okay, so how do we do with this? So we've got all these shims. Helps reduce binding on the z-axis. Yes, that is probably the reason. So again, because it's being asked for again, the cheapest possible 3D printer. That's gonna start when I've got all the parts here, because like I've said, I don't want to start out making videos about it and then be like, okay, next video is going to be in 8 weeks when all the parts have finally arrived. No, I did already start ordering all the parts from AliExpress individually, and once those are all here, then I can just like pump them out, or pump the videos out one after the other, and yes, that makes more sense, and give you the full package in one go, instead of just doing one video and then being like, yeah. Sorry, well, that's it for now. The Prusa Mark III is smaller. Yes, the Prusa Mark III is definitely smaller. Very, very dead. Is there a direction to these? There's probably not. But we'll see in this. Oops. We'll see in a second if these. Well, these should be on these. What were they called? The lock color. If the lock color is actually on the right, and it should be. But there doesn't seem to be any directionality to these parts yet, which does follow in the next step. So people are asking about AliExpress or Banggood. I guess it fits in with the theme of the stream of the cheap printer. TEVO does sell their machines on AliExpress, and AliExpress is more of an, I guess more of an eBay. Sort of, that they want to be like Amazon. Everyone wants to be like Amazon. Amazon is doing doing absolutely fantastically when it comes to their finances. But AliExpress does have a ton of different sellers on there. So AliExpress themselves actually don't sell anything. AliExpress is not someone who ships you things. AliExpress is also not someone you can buy things from. They are just a platform, just like you can't buy stuff from eBay. But as far as I know, I actually haven't ordered anything from Banggood, but Banggood is actually a site or a company that does sell stuff themselves. So I guess if you're ordering from Banggood, you are getting a bit more of a consistent experience instead of ordering from a different seller each time. You actually end up with the same vendor every time you order something. Olson Ruby nozzle. AE does have their own stores in AE? Really? That's a bit of new info for me. It might be for a few specialty things. But yeah, again, AliExpress is, from what I've experienced from them, again, I didn't see the AliExpress branded stores yet. It might actually be just a seller trying to get more people to buy from him for faking an official AliExpress sort of badge. But yeah, AliExpress is very much dependent on who you buy from. So far, it's actually been better than what I was expecting. So most of the stuff did get here. Most of the stuff I ordered, their buyer protection sometimes is a bit fussy about you providing like video proof of, you know, a replacement phone display or something like that not working. I guess, yes, that they are a bit more interested in keeping their buyer, or in keeping their vendors happy than someone like eBay is, because eBay is like their buyer protection is like really aggressive towards the seller. But yeah, if you know what you're getting into, AliExpress is, you know, that there's really nothing wrong with it. Okay, got that assembled. Now we unite the x-axis this way with the colors to the bottom and the rest of the frame. By adjusting the eccentric nut, let the pulley to profile. Okay, so we're going to do that next. We're actually going to get to adjust the mini V wheels. Just realizing these are super loose and there's no way to get a hex key in there. Great! Just to illustrate that again. So these wheels are tightened down with a bolt through this entire thing. So there's a bolt head. Is it a bolt? It's a bolt, right? It's not a screw, it's a bolt. A bolt head in here, a very flat one, and then the nut on the other side. And to actually tighten down this nut of this wheel, which is super loose right now, you do actually have to get a hex key in here, which you can't. So that sucks. Ah, you can, okay. That one just slipped over and reached in there. So I take that back. Apparently you can still get a hex key in here, even if it's just like, it's barely fitting in there. It's like super tight. There you go. And just to finish up that AliExpress versus Banggood versus eBay versus Amazon, it's probably, I'm pretty sure it's a bolt. Just to finish that up, AliExpress is of course exclusively for buying parts at a discount price from Far East sellers. So there are a few items on AliExpress that you can get shipped from like a warehouse in Europe, in Russia, in the US and stuff, but it's all from vendors that are based in the, let's say, Far East region. And you can, okay, I just realized that wasn't supposed to be like that. And, you know, on the same token, you can buy from, does that make more sense? You can buy from the similar or the same sellers on eBay or Amazon as well. If you're not careful, you'll actually just end up buying from someone on accident and just wait for your part on, especially Amazon is pretty horrible with declaring that. You'll just end up buying something from a seller that's like, okay, yeah, we're the cheapest one. And then if you look at their business address, it's like, okay, yeah, we're, you know, Hong Kong Business Development Park or something like that. So just be aware of that. You can make a great deal on Amazon, eBay, etc. as well if you want to go down that route. But just be aware that you know, Amazon, especially Amazon, does a horrible job of telling you where your stuff is actually going to get shipped from. Okay, let's see. This one is sort of tight. And this one is also going in, but it's rubbing somewhere. It doesn't feel like it's where it's supposed to be. It's interesting. Well, that sounds a bit too crunchy for me. Did I ever get ripped off from AliExpress? Well, I did end up with parts that weren't as the seller described. I should have expected that because the seller's descriptions were unrealistic. But as far as ripped off, not really actually. Still, bioprotection did take care of that, so not a huge deal. Let's see if that's a bit better. Okay, that feels much smoother. So, okay, we've got the locking collars that somebody said were the wrong ones on here, that they seem to fit perfectly, and that crunches a bit, but we'll have to adjust that. Hey, it does feel pretty darn solid. Let me just roughly adjust the height on each side. Because if we don't, they are going to end up with just that bow, that binding force on one end. So oh, the locking collar is locking. Okay, so these might have been the wrong ones. Okay. Which we actually just lost in there. Cool. So the one lead screw goes into the bearing. Maybe. Oh, wouldn't that have them binding too? Needle nose pliers. Nope, that's not pliers. There we go, we've got the pliers from the printer kit, sponsor of of the Thomas Sanora YouTube channel. How are you liking the videos I'm doing with the Printer Pro guys, by the way? I feel like they're pretty good content because I mean, obviously they are getting their product placed in there, but it's not like a in your face, yes, I'm doing this just because they wanted me to. I feel like that's my motivation when doing sponsored. I mean, I guess it's not sponsored content in the classic way. It's just, okay, they wanted a bit of placement, they got a bit of placement, and my reasoning is always, when you know, have something that is worth your time watching. I don't want to just do the a classic advertisement style video. That doesn't sound like much fun at all. Okay. Well, the question is, how do I actually... That's off frame. How do I actually adjust these eccentric nuts? Because there is... You really can't get to them. Let's see, there was a tool bag somewhere. Maybe this wrench is small enough to fit between these parts. Oh yes, it is. Okay, that's actually smart design. I don't really have a better way to show you because that camera up there is off frame. It should be good to see from the top. So these eccentric nuts, you need to twist them. Well, I guess you can't really tighten up the bolts once these are installed. Anyways, you need to twist these eccentric nuts to tighten them, and this is just really tight in there, and there's no way you're gonna get in there with any other tool except for this. Well, I guess this side is a bit less open. There's no way you're gonna get in here with any other tools, so let the poly to profile. So those are the right colors. What? Okay, so it looks like these are grabbing onto the bearings now down here. What? Hold on, that doesn't feel right. So, if you can see this down here somehow, there's no way I'm going to be able to show you. Okay, now the threaded or the Z-axis spindle is sticking out now, and it seems to be catching on the. Oh, it's sliding down, but it's not sliding up. This bearing down here is rather loose. And obviously I can't just screw it up because it's a bearing. And it sort of tilts up and then it just gets stuck in here. This could be... Okay, that was a bit where it came out. This might be a bit of a problem. Come on. This side too? Oh crap. I need to adjust the tool before I put the tool rails in it. Well, the thing is, I can't adjust them if they're out. I can't adjust these. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I can't adjust the these eccentric spaces while they're out because you are supposed to match them up with the rails they're riding on. So I don't know. It feels like right now is really the only proper time to adjust them. So we are getting a bit of tilt this way, but not much the other way. Maybe we can... Where's my wrench? There's my wrench. Sounds like aluminum scraping. I don't know where that's scraping. It might actually be the eccentric nut that gets caught on the profile. Okay, that is too tight. Let's see. It's rolling, but it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good yet. And I want this thing to feel smooth at the very least. Okay, and because it's still wobbling around, I still need to tighten this one up a bit more. There we go. So again, this is, yeah, I can see the eccentric nuts just scratching on the inside of these profiles. So probably not the smartest design there. Yeah, I mean the clearance is super tight. Yes, you are supposed to adjust these, and I think this is the position where it actually starts getting tighter. Sorta, a bit more. But to actually be able to adjust them, you do need to get to the parts to adjust them. So a bit more. And that's sort of the problem right now. Plus, the way, well, I've not used the original C-beam yet, but typically the open builds wheels, the way they are designed is so that you lock the eccentric nut, or adjust the eccentric nut first, and then lock the through bolt in place and keep that eccentric nut from coming loose. So I can still see a bit of play. So bit tighter on here. This wrench really needs to be thinner. Okay, so at least this one's now adjusted. This one is now good. I mean, it's getting in here is sort of scratching up the frame, but nope. Okay, no way we're adjusting that one. So and now it's scratching. Okay, I have no idea what it's catching on. It's like I'm just about to poke my eye out, by the way. It's like as soon as we get the tiniest amount of deflection, it just starts binding. Okay, let's get these tight. Okay, I can't tighten this one. Now, typically, to get a linear rolling system tight, you only need 3 points of contact. Open builds have realized that, and many of their carriages just use 3 wheels. These have 4. So they are over-constrained by definition. So I guess that is really the only realistic way of adjusting these. Taking them out, fiddling with them for a bit, and then even locking them in place outside of the machine. And where even is my maximum position on this one? I'm just gonna try like 2 more times to get these super tight, and then yeah, that's probably too tight. Yes, it is. So this lower one does need a bit loosening, and this one does need a bit tightening. That must be super interesting to watch. But again, this is the raw, unedited, unscripted, whatever live experience of me building this thing for the very first time. So still tight. I feel like that is actually too tight. So, yeah. Now my indication that I'm using are actually the position of the screw holes inside the inside these counter bores. So might be hard to make out. But as you rotate these, you can sort of see the gap getting smaller and larger on certain sections of the counter bore, and that is all the indication you get for now. Again, typically the open builds wheels or open builds eccentric nuts do have that. Oops, do have that marker on there that gives you the maximum tension position, but these just don't. Okay, I'm guessing we're gonna call this one good. It actually feels it feels good. That took a while, but this feels solid. There's no slop in there, and there is no binding, no super roughness in there. So good enough. Should work. Now I will, no, maybe the right ones. I will try and tighten these ones down without skewing the adjustment. I do need to use the ball end, so I can't really tighten them down all the way, but at least get them a bit tighter than what they were before. And it looks like I can't actually get to this one at all. Oh, I can. With a bit of force. I might have to get that 4 kilogram force amplifier that's sitting in the corner there. Maybe. Just kidding. Okay. You're not getting tightened down. Because there is no way I'm getting a hex key in those. Just absolutely no way. So, well, that's how it's going to be. Now, let's check which way these need to face, or if there is an orientation at all, because these, well, they are mostly symmetrical, so whatever. Now, what I'm going to do is just put these lock collars on, and what is there an offset? I guess just use a bit of an offset. What are these bearings, like 5 millimeters or so? And just slide these on like I see fit. Because there is no real instruction of, okay, you have to use a 10 millimeter offset to make everything work, and it shouldn't matter that much anyways. So the interesting thing is these grub screws are way too long, and I just realized they actually do catch on the aluminum profile in the bottom, but there are shorter ones included here, and it looks like these are the ones that you're actually supposed to use for these type of locking collars. Tuxedo, can you like give me that 3/8 of an inch dimension, like actual dimensions that I can understand? Looking good so far. Yeah, I mean it's starting to look like a 3D printer. So the x-axis is about to go up. Well, the x and z-axis actually. The y-axis is sort of assembled. We've fixed the y-axis direction. And yeah, it's getting there. It's getting there. Okay, here we go. This is the final, the last time we actually put this one in. Once we put it in, it stays in. because these bearings actually grab onto the TR8 rails, so getting it out will actually be pretty hard. Okay, so far so good. I mean, this x-axis right here, this is massive. This is literally the beastiest x-axis I've ever seen. I mean, it's really not going anywhere. So for a 3D printer, this thing is properly overbuilt. The y-axis, I mean, it's a C-beam. It's gonna flex. It's just, you know, rolling on the beam in the center. But again, for a 3D printer, it's plenty stiff, particularly for the size. That's gonna be great. Z-axis, we'll have to see. Well, actually, hold on. We got the locking cause. This should be backlash free if we adjust it properly. Now to think about it, yeah. So the motor is actually going to sit in the very center here and have a belt going around these spindles. There's going to be pulleys on these. Yep, right here. And there's going to be another set of bearings, I believe. Yes, up top here. So this Z-axis should be backlash free, except for the part where it actually has backlash and not, of course. But so far, so good. Typically, what you're seeing with a lot of 3D printers is if you have a motor on the bottom taking the entire axial load or the entire load from the Z-axis, you will be able to push it down a bit because the motors, if we have one here, good thing there are 3 motors plus the extruder motor included. The motors will actually... Something's rolling. Just these? Okay. You might be able to see this or not. But if you have a stepper motor at hand, you can try that yourself. If you just try to push the axis or the axle, the motor's axle into the body, you will feel a spring first because there is a bit of a spring in the or next to the bottom bearing. I don't know what that is for. I guess for taking up manufacturing tolerances and keeping the motor feeling tight. But if you have a heavier x-axis and just rely on that bearing to, you know, take up your axial forces, your z-axis forces, you are going to feel a bit flex from just that that spring in there. Okay, spring washer. Yes, that is what's in there. That is the x-axis. So next up we are going to install at the top of a scaffold. At the top of the scaffold. So I'm guessing that is the z-axis top that's going to come in next. I am actually going to take a 5-minute break. I'm gonna make myself an espresso and grab some Joyland, but yeah, 5 minutes. I'm gonna be right back. I don't know. I should have left Nightbot on. So again, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll turn Nightbot back on because of stuff like that. Be right back. Sorry about that. Yeah. Thanks for the hint for the audio. Proper espresso doppio from the Bialetti Bricca. That's some good stuff actually. This is, well, better than nothing. Okay. Yes, now we do have the audio back and we do have the caffeine back, which is always great. Good. Yeah. Lion King theme coming up. Okay, at the top of the scaffold, profile 2080. So now we're using the X4 profile. We're using the CNC B7 and the B8, which are the 2 parts that are left. Probably one with a part bag. No. All right, that sound. Yeah. Flat M5 screws. So I'm thinking we might already have. Yeah, that's probably this bag right here. It would be nice if they actually told you which bag you're supposed to find the parts in. Well, I'm guessing you can read that. So you get the parts, the machine parts you're supposed to use, and you get a list of fasteners and doodads and little things you're supposed to grab from somewhere else. They're often in the same bag or in the same slot as the part you grab, but I just grabbed part B7 and B8. These are these 2 parts, which I guess are identical. They don't perfectly match up in color actually. One, as you can see, one is significantly lighter than the other. And then the parts we need are in bag B5. So that is well, maybe. But by the way, fun fact, these bags have the TEVO logo on there, the name of what they are, and then QC pass. So quality control pass is just, part of the sticker, part of the label. Any part that's in a bag is automatically like QC pass. We put it in the bag. That's good enough. That's perfect. Okay. Just fun fact there. Nightbot is still active. Right. Should I turn him back off? Simona's probably still around, maybe. Okay. I'll check I'll check chat eventually. Right, let's move on. So there is our top assembly. That is interesting. By adjusting the eccentric, let the pulley to the profile. Let the bodies hit the floor. Okay. So again, this might just be a screw up on their side on how they've labeled the instructions. Why does you not turn off? Nope. Did I not get the hotkeys right? They tell you by adjusting the eccentric nuts right here. That's how you adjust the how loose or how tight the z-axis rails run, and then they tell you the same thing again on the next page, which I guess shouldn't be. Is it no there? Oh crap. I really need to get used to the thing. But I guess right now we are just I don't need those. Right now we just need to get the right parts on the TR8 spindle. Brass, yeah, that's gonna be the new buzzword for today. What? Okay, before we do that, because I'm reading through donations right here. I guess I can share that screen cap with you guys. I've got a bit of a nope, bit of the, that's the wrong one. That's the right one. And now I can't turn this one. Yes, I can. Okay. We've got the donations going on. This one's from today, Alexander Schalkeske. Yeah, sure. You're from there. Auto refresh. 5 years from Jimmy. Thanks for that. Thanks for the hot chocolate. That was an espresso. I guess that counts as well. Nicholas Lee. Love your videos. Thank you for that. And not just for today, but thanks for all your helpful videos. I mean, I'm trying. I'm doing my best of providing stuff that you know is enjoyable to watch, is something you know that is something that might teach you something. And yeah, if I succeed, then that's even better. Right. 1, 2, 3, 4. So obviously that camera is not going to do much because the parts are up here. So maybe right here. So there you go. I do have to turn Nightbot back on. It's like people are just taking advantage of that thing being off. Subscribe to my channel, please. Nope. I'm not spamming you guys, so please don't spam me. Just really simple. Come on. Right, so these are the... Am I still on? Sorry about that. There you go. Why was I on screen cap? By the way, I was thinking about just having the chat in the actual video feed. Like, no, that's the wrong side. Actually, just on this side, just maybe taking up that much of the frame, just that entire area over here being like the chat. Because while I think the that's the button I'm looking for. Well, I think the recording is sometimes entertaining if you're like really into the topic that I'm trying to cover. It can feel a bit stale without the chat going on, because let's admit it, chat is a huge part of why live streams work, why they are even a thing. It's the two-way interaction thing that I keep talking about, where you guys can write stuff, I can see it and react to it. And I feel like having that in the recording, just having that burned into the video feed, might make the viewing experience a bit better, because that's like the main feedback I've been getting from people on the recordings of these long streams. I mean, this today is going to be a long stream. This is going to be a few hours still from this point out. I mean, sure, your topic is nice, but could you like make it a bit quicker? Or it feels stale. It feels like, you know, nothing's happening. And chat is a huge part of what's happening. So, yeah, I don't know. How do you feel about that? I mean, it would mean that that you guys watching live would also have the chat burned into the stream. Obviously, I guess it's the one thing that Twitch still has over YouTube. It's that chat replay function. If YouTube ever implements that, that will be pure gold. Obviously, you know, having chat just in there means mods really need to do a great job of automatically, Nightbot again, of just keeping spam and non-child safe content suppressed, because if it's in the video, there's like no way you're gonna get it out. Sure, YouTube video editor, but that one only works for like content less than or shorter than 2 hours, so not really an option for live streams. So yeah, but again, I think it would make the recordings a bit more watchable. Yeah, I mean, someone saying in chat, I could Silently, by the way, you can. Are we less than 4 hours? Yes, you can jump back to the start of the. I think you should be able to. You can jump back to the start of the video and watch like as a DVR, like recording. You can still jump back right now and watch the last 4 hours, which does include the start of the stream, which is the unboxing itself. So if you want to do that, go ahead. Why are these stuck? Oh yeah, that's that one. Okay. Put the belt on first? Shit. Good point. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Why did I screw these down? We don't need these yet. Okay. You guys are 100% correct. 2 hours only? Oh, okay. I thought it was like. Okay. Yeah, Punish Props does it. I've seen it on what's his name? Bob. I like to make stuff. He's doing that as well, and that's actually where I got the inspiration for that, to have the holy crap, that is tight. To have the chat recording just live in the video feed. Yes, I know. I'm hearing you. I was like, okay, we're putting the bearings on, we're putting the pulleys on. Okay, plates go on next, because the plates were the first thing I grabbed, and it does have a few screws that look like screws right there. That's actually interesting. Here, so. Shallow depth of field. Okay, depth of focus. So they are telling you to use the screws up here. They are telling you to put while you are putting the brackets in, but the screws don't actually go in the naked extrusion. They actually go through the bracket, as we're going to see in a few steps down, which is what I just tried to do. There. They actually go through the extrusions like that, obviously. So. Yeah, not really clear in the manual there, not really an issue, but sure. Okay, let's try and follow the manual. I need to get better at this. I need to practice. So that's a white blob for you guys. Perfect. Now, flat M5. Those don't even come in. Belt. It does have the belt in there, and we're gonna use the closed one. I wonder how you're. Okay, you're actually going to be tightening this with the motor, I suppose, which sits somewhere over here. Then has like a little belt loop-de-doop. Okay, that then the. Okay. It's got a picture of the angle brackets up here already installed, and then in the next step it tells you, okay, you need to install these to the cross member and then slide the entire thing down, which does sound like a much better idea. Fuzzies. So more of these brackets, more little grub screws going here. Daniel, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna try to pronounce your last name, is asking, are the V-slot components genuine? So they do have a few open builds components or open builds logos on their manual and on their page, as far as I know. But unless I'm mixing this up, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. But Open Builds actually has complained about TEVO using the Open Builds logo and sort of making it look like they are genuine parts. But yeah, they're not. Just the tolerances on how the wheels are manufactured and how the bearings and shims in there work are nothing like the original. So I do have a few original Open Builds wheels. I use it for my camera slider. The Mendelmax 3 also has the Open Builds wheels. The Mendelmax is actually using the polycarbonate ones, the super solid, or are they called super solid? Something like that. Wheels, and yeah, those are just a completely different league of how well they run, how how smooth the entire thing is, how easy they are to adjust, and how much you can tighten them down without locking up the entire axis. And again, they look like the same thing, but they are not. They're most definitely not the real Open Build steel. Will the TEVO outperform the Prusa i3 Mark II? Probably not. Probably not, because admittedly the Mark II is a beast, and it's doing much more than what you'd expect. That just sounded like a phone ring. It does much more than what you'd expect for the price. So probably not, because the main feature of the Black Widow here is that it's large. What does this? Nope, that's the screen cap again. This no fit. This no fit. Okay. As you might see. Oh, okay, so I do have to. Okay. These do need to be assembled a bit differently. So actually, the other way around. With the long side here sticking out like this, and these actually protruding from the extrusion instead of being flush over here. Makes sense now. Is this build recommended for first-time owners? Like I've said before, the instructions, at least the ones that come with the machine, are very barren. That they are, very, how to English? Okay, the instructions are for me that they're okay. They're fine. I've not had a problem following them for the most part, but I wouldn't really want a first-time 3D printer builder having to do this. This feels like a bit too much to just know about how these parts are supposed to work together for someone who's not built a machine before, because there are a few things that I knew, that I assumed, that I correctly assumed more or less, and that eventually okay. So is this deliberately short? Interesting. There are a few things in the build that I just knew, that I assumed, that I knew from experience, and that a first-time owner just would know nothing about, especially about the Open Builds clone wheels, that just stuff, or the belt. It's just how to attach the belt to the clip right here. Using the zip ties the correct ways. It just says, okay, use a zip tie. Now the question is, as you might be able to see up here, there is a significant gap on this side, while there is none on the, well, it's not a problem that there's a gap on one side, but there is a gap there. There is very definitely a gap over here. So if I grab something if I grab the German Meterstab, This is 50.1, and this is also, oh, crap, this is 50.4. So right now our problem is that these Z pillars are slanted, so they're slanted outwards like this, which means they have a wider distance up top and a smaller distance on the bottom, which means that I can't make these flush down here. These angle brackets in the corner here, I deliberately made these flush. I even used the clamp to tighten these down and make them really sitting flush to give it the maximum strength, to have the surfaces touch and take some of the load of the brackets. But it looks like you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to leave a gap, because if you bring in the x-axis, the x-axis has a fixed length. So where the wheels will ride in the center of these C-beams, that's going to be defined and constricted by where or how wide the x-axis is built. And right now it's looking like this one is let me get my precision measuring tool out again. This is 50.3. So the distance from the inner side of these C-beams is 50.3 or 503 millimeters. It's larger up top, it's less on the bottom, which means these can't be this tightly together. So we have to widen these up a bit. I mean, I did bring this thing, but let's just take it easy on this machine. Before it's finally built. It's just a baby. It's not even fully grown yet. So I'm guessing that the way you can adjust this is by having the x-axis at the very bottom. Just moving this one all the way down, which I probably can't do right now without these two z-axis connected. I could like meticulously lower it. I guess that's an option, but I can't really use the cordless drill to just lower these super quickly. Take a belt sander to the top beam. Yeah, I mean the top beam is actually too short, so that's not going to do anything. So yeah, that's going to be my my adjustment gauge for where the brackets in the corners here are going to end up. And for now, I'm just going to leave the x-axis on the very bottom and measure more or less where these will need to end up, because it's just 4 grub screws to loosen up to be able to adjust these in the end. So if we loosen this one and this one, we should be able to just tilt this one back together. Yeah, okay, so now it's flush on top, but there is, oh, that's interesting. Can you see that? Well, maybe if we switch to the top camera, now it's flush on top, and if I press down here, the gap opens up right there, and lose it up top. Now, there is possibly another way of doing this, and that is by using the V wheels, which by their nature are already over constraining each end of the x-axis, and now there's 2 of them, and so this entire thing is super over constrained. Just have these ride on one side. Right now they're set up so that they ride on both sides of the V grooves. If we just adjust them so they are a bit looser, they might actually be able to snug over to one side and just roll on it one side while hovering over the other. Just have one side or one end of the x-axis roll on one of the on one of the sides and the other on the other, and not both on both. You know what I mean. But I guess for now, well, Gap on one side is better for adjusting. I would agree with that, and that's just how I'm going to do it for now. I'm just going to leave this thing down here, adjust the gaps to match, and oh, that's going to be that. The problem I'm seeing right now is that I can't really get to the, well, I guess this one is in position. And this one can be moved as well. Okay, so the grub screws on the pulleys in here are much less accessible once this beam is in and actually fixed in place. So, yeah. Okay, flush on the, I guess this is the right of the machine. So you are actually looking at the front currently. And now we open up this side and yes, I did fill those rails with barium sulfide. I don't know what that does. Someone's asking, did I add the washers on the ends? Yes, I did. The manual told me to, so I did do that. Oops. Okay, now match the gaps. I guess I should have put the XX in center, but remove them. I'm not going to take the entire thing out, plus the manual told me to. You guys seem to get upset when I follow the manual and when I don't follow the manual. It's like, I can't make you happy. That's all I want. I just want to make you happy. Just kidding. But I've vowed to follow the manual for this build because, you know, that's the idea. It's, you know, a commercial machine. It's a product by a commercial manufacturer. It's not like a community thing. So yeah. What's written in here is the law, for now at least. We'll see about that. And it's sort of the same thing about making a review on any sort of machine that has the potential of like being modified and being customized to your own needs. What basis do you judge that on? Do you judge it based on, you know, what it comes with, how it comes out of the box? Well, assembled out of the box. Do you judge it by how much potential the machine has? Because I don't know. I feel like that's an easy way out for manufacturers, is saying, okay, we're gonna give you a machine. It's shit out of the box, but you know you can make it better. You can make it yours. You can make it, you know, whatever you want. That's, I don't know. Feels wrong. So again, this is going to be built by the manufacturer's specifications, by the manufacturer's manual, with the parts the manufacturer provides. And yeah, if it doesn't work, then the manufacturer did a horrible job of putting the kit together. That's just, you know, that's the least thing I expect, that's the very least I expect out of, almost dropped that, out of every printer, that it works out of the box. You know, because I mean, look back at. There's no way I'm gonna get this. Well, maybe I can. Look back at the RepRap ages. Well, I guess those aren't really over, but for the most part, we are post RepRap now. If you just got a cheap i3 or i2 kit, even, you know, not even the i3. If you just got a cheap i2 kit from somewhere, yes, you went into that knowing, okay, I'm gonna buy this thing, I'm gonna build it, and then I have the power to modify it. That was okay back then. But now I feel like manufacturers can do a lot better in that regard. You don't have to go in and modify a machine just to make it work. You should be able to. Oh, okay, so this one needs to be adjusted. You should be able to go in and just use it, buy it, use it. That's the least I expect, because it's not that hard to make a machine that you can use out of the box. This guy's stuck. Okay, so now we get to put the top plates on. I feel like having the G13. Whoops, was that bound to something? I don't know. I feel. I feel like having the G13 with unlabeled buttons might not be the smartest thing. Yeah, who said that? Ray commented, yeah, his girlfriend's complaining about how messy his workshop is and how tidy mine is. Yeah, it's the live streamer phenomenon. I do have the power of setting up 2-3 cameras and pointing them to where I want you to see things. All the stuff I don't want you to see is off camera for a good reason. So yeah, you wouldn't want to see the rest of this studio. So it's just normal. There's one. The interesting thing is these end plates, all they do is hold the bearing, hold the top bearing for the. Can you guys see that? There is the recess for the bearing. All they do is hold this tiny bearing on the Z-axis spindle, and you're getting these super chunky. Whoops, I might have just scratched it. You're getting these super chunky, super heavy aluminum plates with 4 screws to hold a bearing. Feels overkill, slightly. Okay. Ray's asking how he can print something that gives his girlfriend just off-camera view when in my workshop. You know those blinds you put on horses? You know those blinds on that just has them focus their attention forward. You might be able to print some of those. Those might work. Okay. Square and stiff is paramount. Someone's saying, okay. So that's the Z-axis actually jumping up and down. So square, I don't know. There's no way to adjust square. The square is just set by how well the brackets are machined and how well they match up. Stiff, also, dictated by the brackets themselves. And there's, we've got these huge C-beams. These huge C-beams for the Y-axis and for the C-axis. And they're just being held in place by these tiny, tiny brackets, which, I don't know, might be a bit of a mismatch between what size rail you use and what size connector you use. And you've got these massive rails. They're not going anywhere. They look great. They look like a supermassive printer. Then you've got these tiny brackets. Okay, we'll see how it prints. We'll see how it performs. What they could have done, obviously, is just put a plate on the front here that gives you a bigger L-shape angle, on the bottom and on the top, and just leave out those brackets altogether. That would have been much, much stiffer, but also a bit more complex to assemble. So we've done that. Again, I would like to note that the manual does not give you a set of instructions on how to adjust the bearing, if I can get it. Why can I not turn that one off? Yeah. Does not give you a set of instructions on how to install or where to place the top bearing and where to place the pulley. Right now, because it makes sense, it just totally makes sense to have the bearing actually in the plate instead of somewhere below the plate, and to have the pulleys so that the belt would be able to run freely underneath this plate. You are able to adjust or to build them so that the pulley is actually inside this this recess here up top, where you wouldn't be able to mount a belt onto it. But that is something you just have to know. That's not something that they're going to tell you. Press reset has returned. Great. Manual. Let's see what you have in store for us next. Next up, the x-axis. Okay. So on the x-axis, apparently we only have a single adjusting wheel, which is an interesting choice, given that all the other axes use 4 wheels. Okay, let's assemble that. I feel like this thing is getting in the way, but there's really no other place to put it right now. Plus, I guess it's the main attraction. Let's try and move this over maybe a tiny bit. There we go. Okay, so x-axis. This uses a cheese plate, you'd call it typically. Is that the B11? Yes, that is the B11. We also need the B9. B9. So that is a tiny part from here. And of course, that is off frame. That would be this part. No, what is it? Am I looking at this wrong? I'm probably looking at this wrong. Okay, this part. That's a belt clamp. Okay, we need B9. So CNC B and B22 and what? And B18. These two parts, B11 and B9, are CNC parts, and the B22 and the B18 are just B22 and B18. They don't have the. Where did I put this? B22 and B18. Why is this one gone? Did I use it already? Supposed to have a bracket in here. The bracket is gone. Well, we'll see how far we can get without it. Wait, is that? No. B20. B22. B20. What? Okay, now it's talking about about a B20. So right here it says B22, and then next page it's like you need to use the B20. Okay, let's grab the B20 then, which was the part that I had out before. Okay, I was like, that looks familiar. Okay, got the parts. There's an issue with the manual. It was expected, to be honest, but yeah, hope dies last. There's another bag with screws and stuff, and this is B11. Does it actually tell me to use B? Yes, it does. Okay. So this goes with the plate and should have all the parts that we need. There's the stuff we need. And of course, it's sort of a problem now because this machine is so freaking huge. I didn't expect it to be this large. Now maybe I can sort of move this over here. There we go. And get you in on the hot building action that's going on with the cheese plate for the x-axis. Oh yeah. Let's start out here. By the way, how is the audio doing today? I feel like the glasses frame mounted microphone is working out really well. I just hot glued my regular microphone to my glasses again because you guys seem to be really liking it last time, and I feel like it's really comfortable to wear too. It's like, you know, you pop it on and it's invisible, it's not in your way. Yes, I do have that wire dangling down my neck, but what gives? Audio is fine when it's on. Yeah, that is the Adam Savage mod. I did pick that up from him. He actually retweeted me the other day, which was pretty awesome. By the way, if you're not following me on Twitter yet, you should. I'm already screwing up here. There. And then the lock nut. It looks like we're good. Does it not pull on my glasses? No, I actually do have. I do have the cord running down my neck, and it's like in the open back here, but it's working pretty well. It's, you know, leave it a bit of slack, and I just to point that out, I do have the original microphone clip back here just to have the wire a bit more managed, but other than that, it's, you know, it's pretty comfy to wear. And if you're ever doing something where you don't want just a lav mic on your neck or something, I can really recommend that. Super simple to do, just a dab of hot glue. Now, of course, you need to be wearing glasses. That's like the one caveat. Okay, okay, so this is the eccentric one on the bottom here. I guess I could switch to the close-up. There's the eccentric one. And that pops in. Let's see how well this fits perfectly. So this one fits much nicer than what we saw on the, was it the y-axis? Yeah, it was the y-axis, where the anodizing actually did screw up the fit of the eccentric knot. Actually, I'm gonna measure this one real quick because the other ones were measuring 7.1 millimeters, which might have contributed, and this one does as well. This one is also 7.1 millimeters in width, or in diameter, I guess. And I guess I'll have to check that against the original Open Builds ones for how large they are. Why does the thumbnail for his channel, so that's my channel, show a different person? Well, contact lenses and stuff. I guess I really need to update that one. That's one of the things I've told myself to do for 2017. I know that the year's still long, but something smells burnt. That's not good. Okay, and these I can actually tighten up much more than the... Oh yeah, these I can properly tighten up without locking up, which was a huge problem on the Mini V wheels, which are used for the Z-axis. And also on, I think the Y-axis also wasn't as tolerant to being tightened up well, so... Oh, green screen. Yeah. Okay, this one actually, these run much more smoothly than the ones I had before. It might be a different batch, I don't know, but they just feel so much better. Now, if only they had that mark to see where the least tension position was. Thinking it must be somewhere around here. Looking at the space in here. No, that's the highest. Wait, how are we? Okay, we're running like that. So complete other way. Again, just to point out, the original Open Builds Open Builds wheels have like a marker on one of these sides that that tell you where exactly the maximum tension position is. Okay, now that we've assembled this, we get to take this wheel back off because we actually need to put it on the rail first. Yay! Yeah, that's the thing. So the eccentric spacer does not make it possible to mount it afterwards like this. It just it allows you to tension the rail because these do have a bit of tolerance when it comes to the wheels themselves and the rail you're running on. So I gotta be careful with these. These are actually quite sharp on their corners and quite pointy. I guess would that even, you know, conform to like the regular US and European safety standards to have corners like those? Because I feel like, you know, just touching my forehead to those would leave me with a pretty nasty cut. Okay, where's front and back of the printer again? Because I guess now we do need to worry about that. Parts are ready. Yes, parts are ready. Do we not see where? Okay, so the idler is front. Idler is front, so this is the front of the machine. Oh, cool. Okay, now it's already rocking back and forth, which is not what I wanted, but well. Okay. To be honest, this one was pretty much my fault. Where did I put the space? There we go. This one was pretty much my fault, just not paying attention. I would like to turn this second view off. One second. Or at least, you know what? Move it here. That's the wrong. Nope. There we go. Perfect. Now you guys can see what I do, and I can still work on here. That's that. I even get down on my knees for these machines. I know the other side would be more interesting. This is some tight stuff. I wish I could just, you know, prop up the printer some other way and... Holy crap, that does... Oh, now it lines up. Okay. I wish I could just prop up the printer some other way and show you guys and get myself maybe a bit of a more comfortable working position, but I don't think the frame would actually be stiff enough for that. So how do I get to this? Do I really have to scroll up the I can't even get to it now. 1 second, that's gonna be a while. I'm gonna read chat while we're doing this. Good thing I'm reading chat. Kristen saying I should take a break. I just took a break an hour ago. Oh shit, that was 2 hours ago. It's like the 10th time that's been asked today. Am I going to test the micro Swiss and tungsten nozzles from DDD materials? I don't know. I've heard about the tungsten nozzle. I think they were just kickstarted, and have they shipped it? I don't know. But I currently do not have plans of testing those. 20 point something. Good enough. Yeah, mount the Z motor in 3 hours, but I can't mount the Z motor yet. It's not in the instructions. Let's see. Okay, so my goal was to get a bit more room to work on this eccentric spacer, which I have no idea again as to how it's oriented, which way it's facing. By the way, I've already heavily scratched the. Yeah. Actually, that's perfect. Maybe a bit tighter. Maybe just a tiny bit tighter. I've already scratched up the insides of these C-beams. I guess because the eccentric spaces for those are just totally wow. Okay, so that's too loose. Because the eccentric spaces have so little room in there that they actually do end up rubbing against the C-beam. That's maybe a bit tight. Yeah, good enough. Yeah, chat. I mean, right now I'm feeling like it was a good decision not to put live chat in the video feed and just burn it in, because it's like, yeah. What am I drinking? It actually says on the bottle. It is Joyland, a Soylent alternative from the Netherlands, which is great for drinking on live streams because you don't actually have to spend the time to eat and to chew, because I've heard people don't like you chewing on camera. It's like annoying as heck, but yeah. That's what I'm drinking. It keeps me alive for today, at least. Right. Next up, so we've got the. This is getting annoying. We've got the X-axis plate mounted, and on that side we've installed the eccentric wheel, and next up is the idler for the X-axis belt, which is going to take 2 T-nuts. So it's just slots on here, and it's actually a post-mount, a mounting option when everything is already installed. I mean, that's the great thing with these T-slots in either case. You can just grab some T-nuts, or hammer nuts. I don't know if the English language calls them that as well, but T-nuts, essentially, so that's C-axis, do just drop in. Just have to find the right bag. This looks about right. Do we need this thing as well? I don't know. They just drop into the T-slots and they lock it from the inside. So you build the frame, and essentially the entire frame becomes an attachment point for things you might want to add, whatever that might be. So we get a pulley, obviously, we get a idler. So these pulleys and, there you go. Nightbot is turned off, by the way. People are asking. But we've got mods, so thanks mod, you're doing an awesome job. These pulleys are black anodized aluminum. Oh, it's anodized, it's anodized, yeah. Black anodized aluminum both for the pulley and the idler. This is sort of a bluish black, which is interesting. And, you know, at first I thought they were plastic because cheap kits do like to include plastic pulleys, which are just horrible. It's just, there's nothing worse than plastic pulleys, except maybe 3D printed pulleys. Those are even worse. But yeah, the pulleys in here are actually metal, which I do like, which I do appreciate. So, screw, nut, shim. They really do like using these brass shims. Zoom out. Why zoom out? You guys wouldn't see what I'm doing here. Brass shim, then the idler, and then only a lock nut. Okay, nala nut. It says nala nut. Okay. Malik's asking himself, why is he still watching this? Well, why are you? There's no reason to stick around, and just a guy building a 3D printer. Nothing to see here. Okay, that's sort of tightened now. I guess I get to tighten down this one. Yeah, perfect. Okay, that's just, again, that's one of those things you sort of have to know when it comes to assembling these things. How do you assemble a bolt, a nut, an idler that's supposed to turn somewhat freely, and a lock nut? How, in which order do you tighten these to get an assembly that doesn't come loose and gets the and sits tightly on your mounting plate and allows the pulley to spin freely? That's just something they assume you have to know. So yeah, that's that. Okay, this one gets assembled onto the. It's interesting that they've got these flathead machine screws for most of the printer, and now they are switching to these regular cap head screws, which feels interesting because it's like it's a full 180. You have these black blued. Well, they are black, but it's called bluing. You've got these blued screws, which are probably going to start rusting, and then in the middle of the assembly, you switch over to stainless, and a completely different shape of screw too. Right, and this guy just, so the inertia wheel is on here, this guy just gets bolted to the frame. Right there. That supposedly is the right side of the printer, so printer right, it doesn't actually tell you, it always shows the pictures from what I assume is the front. Well, it probably is. So again, assumption on my side, assembling this thing to printer right. And I can feel the, wow, these screws are too long. At least I feel like it. Turning, okay. Now these screws are fine, up just about. Not a millimeter more. Okay, so the wheel, the idler wheel is rubbing, so I'm just going to back this off a tiny bit. And we're good. Again, you need to make sure that the T-nuts in here don't twist away from the position where they actually grab. And other than that, okay, no way to get a belt on there. Let's back this thing off a bit further. So, yeah. The assembly right now feels like there's a lot of leeway for you, the user, to assemble things differently. Maybe might be the nicer word to say, but to assemble things wrong too. So there's a lot of leeway to just screw up your assembly. Yeah, to screw up the assembly yourself in any way. I mean, you could assemble this thing probably completely differently because the parts are just the regular T-slot, but you know, that also means you get the chance to screw up things. So yeah, motor. So did we? This is again, this is one of those things where yeah, it all of a sudden, all this probably not going to see this, but all of a sudden there is an extra part in here. So B19, all of a sudden there is a wild B19 plate that appeared. So this one right here. I guess this. I guess we needed this part before because the bag for the parts we just assembled was actually the bag underneath this plate. So yeah, contingency? No, what's the word? Checking for continuity. Continuity. That's the word. Continuity isn't really the biggest strength for the manual so far. Right, we also need a motor. Is the sound off? No, it's not. Sound is still going. Need a motor. Which way to orient the cable? I have no idea because it doesn't tell me. This goes on here. Ooh. Okay, that screw is defective, but I'm gonna use it anyways. There's a bit of gunk in the screw head there. Were you not going to do the tarantula? I don't think I've ever planned on doing the tarantula. The way I ended up with this printer was basically TEVO was bugging me for months actually already. Hey, will you review one of our machines? Will you I was always like, Chinese crap. Come on, don't need to spend my time on your stuff. But you guys kept bugging me, so I was like, okay, guys, I'm doing it. I send me one of your best printers. My wording was more or less, okay, send me the printer that represents your brand, that you think is like the one thing you want out there right now. And that's how I ended up with the Black Widow, I guess. I just said, oh, okay, so send me something you think is representative. And they sent me the Black Widow. We never talked about Tarantula or Widow. It was just a decision on TEVO's side going with this machine, and I'm okay with that. Do we even put a pulley on this motor? We don't, apparently. We don't yet put... What? It seriously doesn't tell you to put a pulley on the motor, does it? No. The instructions never tell you to put a pulley on the motor itself. So I'm just assuming this type of motor does need a pulley. So, yeah. Cool. In one way or another. What? Oh, okay, so there's aluminum spacers that we have to put on. Also, are we... Okay, so it does have the instructions. So screws from this side. And then the aluminum spacers on these. And then the T-nuts. Where is the best place to order a BW, a Black Widow, Charles? I feel like pronouncing that name should have a bit of a Italian, Spanish, I don't know, accent to it. But where's the best place to order a Black Widow? Well, I'm glad you asked. You can order the Black Widow, the TEVO Black Widow, at the AliExpress affiliate link in the video description below. It costs $466 including free shipping, but does not include tax and imports and that sort of stuff that you might have to pay to your own country. But you can order that from AliExpress, or if you're more inclined, you could also order it from the TEVO's store itself. But of course, if you order it from AliExpress, that is an affiliate link, so AliExpress will pay me a bit of commission for everything that's sold there. Which I guess, I mean, it's the same thing as with Amazon or eBay or MetaHackers or iGo3D or any one of those other... Oh, this way. Any of the other affiliate links I put in the video descriptions. Whenever someone buys something through those, it's essentially a referral bonus system that helps me pay the bills each month. And it doesn't cost you anything extra, so... Win-win, I guess. Come on. There's one. Yeah, getting these T-nuts to flip is always a bit tedious, but... yeah, it's definitely doable. Also, I would like to apologize that I can't offer a more interesting camera angle right now, but that's that one that's out of frame. That's that one that's maybe a bit more interesting. Maybe. There. Just a bit of a better view. So this one goes all the way to the left. It doesn't actually say if it's supposed to be on end. I guess it should. And when you do want them to flip, they don't, and when you want them to flip back, they don't actually flip back all the way. So that's one of those things you just have to keep an eye out if you're building with these sort of T-slot machines. If you've got these T-nuts, you do need to make sure that they actually grab against the frame and don't just back out and grab against the part you're screwing to it, because that's not gonna be good for anything. That's just gonna be a wasted connector. Of course, this one I don't see, but we've already got 3 screw points, so we should be good there anyways. Oh. Come on. Okay. That's the last one now. How do I get a belt through this thing? Okay, I can still reach in from the back. Yeah, perfect. I was worried a bit for a second. Now, of course, depending on where you actually mount that motor, if you mount it further inwards, you are actually going to lose some of that x-axis travel. So again, that's one of the points where you, as a user, as an assembler, have the option of making your 3D printer better or worse for yourself. Need to put the motor on the other. But the manual doesn't tell me that. And it doesn't look like the... Let me just check with the bracket right here. Okay, so Samuel is saying the motor and the idler need to go on the other side. And looking at the instructions, it never tells you to do that. It literally never tells you to do that. It just tells you, okay, if this camera would darken down a bit, that would be awesome. Perfect. I'm hoping you can sort of make that out. We're assembling the x-axis plate, we're assembling the bottom wheel, we're assembling the idler, and here's where the referencing stops. It doesn't tell you that this needs to be the rear. There's no reference for front or rear. Neither is at this part. So right here we only have a belt. We have a here we have the belt in the belt. Actually, that's the belt right there. Oh, that's better. The belt. The belt goes there, and this is a drawing that is sort of showing how the belt goes through the axis. And I guess the one giveaway here is that these two screws on the belt mount, you can actually see their cap heads. So these must be assembled from the front. This is the front of the machine. This must be assembled from the front, and the rest from the rear. Which is And even further down the road, even further down the instructions, that there's, this is the end of the x-axis, and there is just no reference as to where everything needs to go. But looking at the belt bracket at this part right here, that the belt actually crimps to. Let's get the reflection. Yeah, it is relatively clear from the distance away from the front plate. Distance away from the front plate, if you actually install it like this, that if we have the idler right there lined up with this, it's hard to show. It's really hard to show. Anyways, yes, those need to go on the other side. Long story short, okay, so let's take these off again and put them on the back. Good thing these are T-nuts. We just pull these off. And if I had a longer bit holder. The control box instructions are fun. Well, those are going to come last, so we'll see about those. That one's loose already. So now the only question is, if these do need to go on the back. There you go. If these do need to go on the back, the motor was over on this side. So that's, you're looking at the back of the printer. So this is the printer's left side. According to the instructions, this motor needs to be backed onto a left side of the frame, which that was the spacer. According to the instructions, the motor needs to be backed against a left side of the frame, so it would be sitting on the opposite side of the x-axis. Where did it go? Where did it go? I mean, we only need 3 screws anyways, right? It looks like it's gone finally. First part that's gone. Do we have a second? We might actually have a second. Oh, but I don't know where we're gonna need these. Okay, so I'm just gonna go with 3 screws. Screw it. My left. I don't see anything. Whatever. So this is gonna get assembled from the back. Nope. Yes. Left, right, left, spare parts, yeah. So far it really looked like there was no spare parts. So no extras, no like extra screws or anything. Every baggie was used up in its entirety. So there wasn't really anything, you know, included more. There wasn't any part that was just a spare, just more than what you needed. That one turned. That one turned. But it's not all the way over there. Now it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going anywhere. That's 3 screws. That's 3 screws. That's just... I'm sorry that I can't get you guys a better view, but we're just gonna have to deal with it for now. So I'm just gonna adjust this so that we have a bit of a gap on this side over here to allow the belt to actually go through. Okay. Now maybe make this a bit tighter because this looks like it could be sliding back and forth. So okay, now I got the T-nut to turn. Okay, better. Okay. So that's this belt right here. This is actually the Z-axis belt that needs to go up top here. This will go where the Z-axis motor will go in the next step. And for now, we have to install the belt. The belt. Let's install the belt. Yeah, I should probably get something like a Google Glass just to get that extra view. I was thinking about just taping a webcam to my head, but that would look totally silly. So at this point, it also sort of doesn't tell me which screws to use for the belt. The belt is probably just going to go on the carriage somewhere where it fits. Because the instructions are getting thin at this point. And they use like, looks like I'm going to use the rightmost holes over there. So I'm just going to grab some of these and yeah, the ones that fit. These all fit somehow. So yeah, I mean, the instructions at the beginning were a bit more complete. Actually, before I put this on it, I probably have to put a belt in it. Because without a belt, that's going to be incredibly hard to... Oh, it's going to be incredibly hard to put the belt in once we're done here. Okay, that's looking good. And this one goes on the idler. Okay, that's also looking good. Now, if I push this one a bit forward, can you see anything? Probably not. Let me actually put the printer on the on its side. Yes. Just to point that out again. Yes, this is which camera? This camera. There. This thing is too large. It's crazy. Which way to point it? The belt. It's upside down. Okay. The belt. This is hard. The belt. The belt will be installed now. Actually, let's leave it on overhead. Does this have active cooling? I have no idea. I literally do not know if this has what it even does. Well, it's a 3D printer. It does that, but I have no idea what features it has. Put it that way. So it looks like the bracket will need to be mounted like this. And like that is probably going to be rubbing on the extrusion here. So like that, and then with the belt from the bottom. It's still gonna make for a bit of a crooked belt path, but whatever. Again, this is one of those things where the menu... Okay. Wait a second. This literally... That's also crooked. So the manual actually says to use the top belt path and wrap it around the belt. What is this thing called? The belt mount. I just keep calling it the belt because the manual just called it that, or called the belt mount that. Okay, so apparently the belt mount does actually need the top loop of the belt to attach to it. So I'm hoping the camera has enough dynamic range to capture that. But like that, and then go from the top. So like this, that should work out. Right? Then put a zip tie around that and we should be good. Bracket for the fire extinguisher included in the box. I don't know. I'll have to check if they hid something in the very bottom of the box, but so far I didn't find one. I'm not actually sure how much of a fire hazard this thing is going to be. I don't want to make hasty judge on that, but judgment, make hasty assumptions, I guess, on that. But so far it looks like words. It looks better than what I expected. Obviously, the electronics and the wiring will tell their own story, but so far it is genuinely better than what I expected. I expected a complete train wreck with this machine, to be totally honest. So, yeah, that's something. That's more than I anticipated. So that's a lot of belt left over, so don't trim it before you've tested it. I've got literally like a 10-meter roll of GT2 belt in a box behind me, so that's not gonna be an issue. If I do mess up one of these belts, I'm just gonna grab a new belt. So that's literally a non-issue. So there is the belt mounted. I guess to tighten it again, we do have to use the idler bracket, open it up and push it back, or the motor bracket. The only problem is we are running out of travel. Well, we're not quite running out of travel. Now we are. But the belt is tight enough, so we'll just call that good. Yeah, okay. X-axis complete, I guess. Yeah, this slides. There we go. This slides. We still have this belt dangling around loosely since like the beginning of the build, more or less. But we now have an X-axis. We have a motor on here. We have a plate. We still don't have any end stops, and I can feel it binding up towards the ends, particularly towards the motor end, which isn't good. It might be. Is it the belt? It's probably the belt. But I can feel it being a lot less tight in the center of the rail, and then as you get closer to the ends, even before the belt touches the idler or the pulley, it does get tighter, which would mean that these bars are flexing, I guess. Yeah, that these cross rails are actually flexing in the center because of the pressure from the open bills wheels. Okay, finally starting to look like a printer, yes. Yeah, so belts and stretching the belts. We're stretching the belts, or how much do belts stretch? The thing is, typically the cheaper belts are like either Kevlar, but Kevlar is pretty expensive, or glass fiber, using glass fiber centers. And, wait a second, now we just add the extruder as like, use the extruder, okay. Glass or Kevlar. Kevlar would probably be the more premium option, but glass fiber, I guess, is the absolute standard option. Now, the earlier T5 belts were steel core, so those were fairly stiff. Those were fairly, rigid and prone to breaking if you used very tight radii. But the glass fiber work pretty well. They are a bit softer. They do flex a bit more under load, which isn't that great for like cornering and that sort of stuff. But I think that they are good enough. If you want, you can always go with wider belts. Mendel 90 uses 15 millimeter wide HDD belts, so totally overkill. But for a normal 3D printed, regular GT2 are fine. Okay, now the manual tells me I should install the extruder. I guess that's what those two drawings mean. Literally, it goes from, look at that, it goes from us installing the belt. Sorry, the belt. So we installed there it is. This screen has a bit of lag. It tells me to install the belt. Shows me what it should look finished, and oops, that's the wrong direction. And it's like, okay, there you go, extruder. There's an extruder for you. Amusing, at the very least. But again, as expected, not really totally beginner friendly. So extruder box right there. So obviously for an extruder they use this sort of cloned V6-ish thing, and a TEVO extruder that looks weird to say the very least. So that they've got two tensioning screws here, a circlip, so that this I guess rotates somehow. Don't know if it. So that this obviously is an idler of some sort, and well, the motor already has the hobbed gear on there. So I'm guessing this should go in here somewhere. Yeah, looks about right according to the pictures. And fixed screw, we're going to use some fixed screw with that. So I mean, I can really feel the instructions thinning out. There were a lot more details in the beginning. Right now it's just like, okay, here's 2 pictures of what the part should look like. Yeah, extruder in extruder box, fixed components. That's all the instructions you're gonna get. So I'm guessing, you know, put that thing in here, put that screw in here, screw the extruder body to the extruder motor. And that's that. So it is sort of self-explanatory at this point, but again, at least some pictures of, okay, put a screw in here would have been nice. There are 2 threads in the back here. I guess these attach to the X carriage somewhere. So maybe like here. That kind of screw through. That looks about right. So there's 2 screw holes that I can reach in. I could also mount it down here, or I could mount it up here, but that would make for a very inconvenient placement. So there's also 2 aluminum shims included, 2 aluminum standoffs included. There we go. Again, the instructions do tell me that they need to be placed between the extruder body and the plate, but yeah, why? I don't know. Well, probably to adjust for. So now part to direct the air on the hot end. Yeah, that is correct. Hold on. Let me just bolt this thing down. Oh, okay, so we need the stand-ups because the screws are too long? I don't know. Can I actually reach through with the cordless drill? Yes, I can. Okay, that's going to make things easier. Shit. If I wouldn't lose the screw in the process. Put that one through. So screw, does that actually do anything? Yeah, sort of. Standoff, and let's just start with 1. Let's start it. There we go. Ah, the side rails. Okay, so over here, that's where the... Gotcha, that makes sense. Well, that still collides. Okay, that doesn't make sense. I'm really wondering how the electronics and the instructions for those are going to turn out, because so far it's just mechanics. It's, you know, 0 electronics, end stops, motors. Yes, the motors are on there, but the come on, the motors are on there, but that is it. I feel like this isn't the most efficient way of doing this, but it's doing it. Okay, there we go. Yep. Let's torque this thing down. Okay. Yeah, so someone was asking about the extruder. Look at that, that's even on frame. Yeah, so as you can see, so this is the this is sort of a hybrid type of 2 hot ends that he can commonly find on AliExpress and the other low end, low end? I don't want to say low end, import site. So you've got your hot end cooling fan, heatsink cooling fan, And these two holes down here, these typically attached directly to the heater block. And I think do these instructions actually, yes, these instructions also have the same images where this fan bracket directly attaches to the heater block. This is a different version. This is a version where you have a heater block that is a bit smaller and doesn't extend all the way over here, which makes sense because you wouldn't want to have this aluminum bracket where the fan mounts to directly connected to a heater block. Sort of crazy. But yeah, this one looks, oh yeah, this is actually pretty crooked. This might be bent already by the factory. So, or right from the factory. So yeah, you should be able to make that out. Oh yeah, oh holy crap, this is properly bent. So this is horizontal, and obviously this guy is crooked. Well, that's what you get. Switch cameras? Nope. Best camera. So, okay. Yeah. Bent right from the factory. Great! Okay. How are we doing in batteries? Still good. Next up, Z-axis transmission set of installation. Let's see, let's go overhead. Yes, the heat break is bent on this one. I would need to put a new, oh, yeah, I would need to put a new heat break in that. But not today. Okay, Z-axis transmission. So we finally get to install the Z-axis motor and the belt for the Z-axis. CNC B12. CNC B12, B12, B12. These parts. And I'm thinking that, yeah, we got all the parts we need in here. Plus we probably, 1, 2, 3, there we go. We probably need this motor as well. M3 times 8. Okay, so essentially motor goes on once. Motor goes on one side, and then the what is this? These two are for mounting. So you've got a T-nut on these, and then these two are for installing an idler. So yeah, let's do that. Move the extruder to the left. Which left? That left? That's cool lighting. Right, so let's get the motor on here. So if you're saying the extruder should be mounted on the other side of the mount. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, I only referenced one image. Where's my... There we go. There's only one image to reference the position of the belt mount to. And I did get it wrong. And these screws are too long. These screws are literally too long for the motor. These are bottoming out and are not grabbing it. Cool! Now here's a question. The printer is not going to work if I leave it just like that. The printer is definitely not going to work. Should I put some washers under this thing? Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel like deviating from the manual because the manual is like, the manual is God right now. But I feel like I have to right there. But the question, okay. So essentially all I have to do is move this thing one click over. Then I can use these two holes over here for the, well, these two for the extruder, and this center, and the one over for the belt mount. I feel like I should be using the other camera more. Quick adjustment. Now you should actually be able to see something on that. Yes, okay, that's much more interesting to watch. So, as suggested, I'm actually going to be using these two bolt holes for the belt mount. Okay, and then the extruder goes over here, which does make much more sense. Yeah, I am using more than just the tools included with the kit. Yes, I usually do. That's like the one thing where I do allow myself to deviate from the manual. Is, you know, it's good that some tools are included, but in no case, not for this machine nor for others, would I really want to, you know, assemble things with just the stuff that's included. I mean, the Mark II was pretty good in that regard. The Mark II was actually decent enough to include some needle nose pliers and some hex keys and that sort of stuff. But still, I use my own tools because they're just better. Oh, maybe I think I should be able to make up for that bent heat break by installing it a bit crooked as well. So if we just do it like that. Oh yeah, that's better. That's much better. Okay. That's not going anywhere. So, you guys happy now? If we check, yeah. We're still colliding over on this side. Why? I've got this one hotkey missing. We're still colliding over here, but we can actually get the nozzle moving much further that way, which I guess is good. Belt is connected, so that's done. That is finito. Now moving on to the, okay, now I need to reset that camera. Great. I've already got two of the G70 or G7, depending on which part of the world you live in. Cameras that I can use for the capturing things, for the live stream capture, live capturing. Yeah. So what you're seeing now is one of my big cameras, and nope, that's the other one. These have capture cards or USB capture cards attached to them, and I feel like I've already bought a second one just to just to have the flexibility of a second angle without having to use webcams. Webcams suck, as you can see. This thing is like, but I feel like I need a third. It's ridiculous. Okay, so this part obviously isn't working. Yes, it should slide. It should allow you to adjust it, but either I'm going to be using these brass shims, but I don't think these are going to do much, or just use some regular M3 washers, which I'm just going to go grab a few because I've got literally thousands of them. That's the good thing about Germany or Europe in general. Like metric fasteners, metric screws are, I mean, yes, metric screws are super easy to get, but imperial stuff is nearly impossible to purchase. Just like, you know, in the US, you've got a pretty hard time getting metric fasteners. But I mean, I grew up with all metric, with you know, metric fasteners, metric everything. So to me, metric makes a lot more sense than imperial stuff. And most 3D printer hardware thankfully uses metric hardware, so I can just, you know, go over there, grab a handful of washers because they are ridiculously cheap. You know, washers. Literally, I did the math once for little things like washers or M3 nuts, or just even tiny screws. The time it takes me to reach down and pick one up, it's literally not worth the cost of that washer or that screw. So yeah. Plus, you know, you just order this stuff on eBay or on one of these specialized screw merchants, and you don't buy 50 washers, or you don't buy 100 washers. You just buy the 5,000 pack because, like, why not? It's only $3. Okay, so there's the, I guess, the first real mod, the first real deviation from the manual. So yeah, and the other one with the idler pulley, with the screw for the idler pulley not really matching up to the machine part, that might have been a manufacturing defect, and I am willing to give them that much. But this is just you know, M3 times 8 screws bottoming out. That's just a design flaw. Links for one of those merchants, please, Tom. I buy my stuff from Befestigungsfuchs. It's like one of they've got everything. They've got like regular anodized, or is it anodized? No, it's plated. It's not anodized. Galvanized, that's the word. They've got galvanized hardware. They've got stainless. They've got everything. It's you know, when I buy stuff, it's like $50 and I get 15 kilos of worth of fasteners. Okay. PC hardware. Yeah, PC hardware is like the one thing I don't understand, because it's such a wild mix of metric and imperial, and just at the weirdest sizes too. I wish it was either all imperial or all metric and not this mess that it is right now. But it's just one of those things that's never gonna go away. Maybe PCs are gonna go away one day, but for example, the tripod screw, the old trusty tripod screw on any modern camera is a 1/4 inch 20, so, or 1/4 20. If I'm not mistaken, or 1/4 16, 1/4 20, 1/4 20, I think. That's always going to be that same imperial size. So either a 1/4 20 or the 3/8 of an inch screw. That's never going to go away, because just all your hardware is already that size. And you know, if you change, if one of them changes, then all your other hardware are going to be incompatible. So yeah. Right, that looks good. That looks good. We've got the motor like this, so now we need the pulleys on this side. This is just slightly off frame, right? By the way, if anyone has a contact at Manfrotto, that tripod head, that is the 502, I bought it a year ago, and now it's got backlash in the what is that, tilt. And the tilt axis, it's a year old. It was literally like a 200 € tripod, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna buy this thing. I'm gonna have it for years. And after 1 year, it's barely usable anymore. If anyone has a contact at Manfrotto, Germany preferably, because they're not responding to my support inquiries. They were like, okay, yeah, we forwarded your request to the appropriate department, and that was the last I heard of them. Just, you know, let me know. Let me know. There. So this guy gets locked down here. So the belt is essentially going to run like this is going to come in from this side, go around here, wrap around the pulley, and then go out the other side again. So yeah, that's actually, I mean, having a belt wrap around a pulley, having the belt wrap around the pulley that much, it's like almost a 360-degree wrap. That's pretty good for the belt not skipping. I mean, it's only the x-axis, so oops. So that shouldn't be that much of an issue anyways. Well, did I say x-axis? It's a z-axis, so that shouldn't be that much of an issue anyways. So yeah, it's still good to see that there. I mean, it makes sense manufacturing-wise, just keeping this thing small, but you know, the full wraparound is always sort of a nice feature. Okay, and this thing gets mounted from the bottom. And which side of the machine does it get mounted to? So we've got no info in the manual. So again, it just shows, there you go, mount this to the top truss. Yes, I am going to do that, but I guess I'll need to check with the, there any hero image of the printer there on the box. I don't want to end up assembling things backwards again. Nope. It goes in the back. Okay, so this little business card helpy thing does have the motor picture up here. So yes, middle, sure, but does it go this way or this way? This is the front of the machine, and according to what the, like that, I could also mount like this, but that would actually cross the belts if I mounted it all the way to the frame. So like that with the motor sticking out. Okay. So again, one of those things where the manual really isn't clear and does leave you. I could also mount it off to the side. It wouldn't make a difference, actually. It's one of those things where the manual just leaves you to yourself and goes, yep, install this thing. Like, where exactly you install it, I don't care. Just install it somewhere, right? So because I'm cool, I'm hips. Okay, hipster is a bad word, right? I am cool. I'm, you know, against the flow. I am gonna mount it to the left offset because screw the system and stuff. Okay, so these go like that. And actually, from a mechanical standpoint, it totally doesn't matter where this thing ends up. So, yeah. Okay, so this belt, will need to get adjusted. I guess you can sort of see it on the camera. The belt loop down here that's the wrong key, is a bit crooked. The height is, yeah, essentially this assembly we just put on does dictate where the belt height is, and this loop up here is much higher than where the actual motor is. And I'm just seeing this entire thing is crooked. The manual again makes no mention of this, makes no mention of you having to actually line up these things. But that's just something you have to do for the machine to work. So there's two. I'm hoping I can actually slide this around. Yes, I can. Okay, now the question is, we do have to. I mean, once you've got this belt adjusted, you can, against the white background, you can actually see pretty well. Once you got this adjusted, it's going to stay like that, and also things like one side moving up further than the other, which you sometimes get with individual motor machines, is gonna be a problem, because these Z-axes, where the spindles for the Z-axes are coupled together with that belt, so these are gonna stay synchronous no matter what. The only thing you have to do is adjust it once, and they should stay perfectly. Level is the wrong word, I guess, but they should stay at the exact same height no matter what you do. So I do have to lower this one a bit. Just opening up the pulley so that I can rotate the spindle individually. It's a bit over 20. I mean, this doesn't need to be perfect, but as long as it's like in the right ballpark, we should be fine. Same with the belt. I mean, this is the long end of the belt. This can have quite big of an offset without making the difference. So yeah, that's tight. Oh yeah. That's tight, that's perfectly level and straight. The belt is, well, I guess we can make it a bit tighter, get it a bit more musical, because right now it's like, nah. Doesn't sound that exciting. Let's see. That might be a bit too tight. That feels right. So, of course, tuning by frequency is going to depend on the length of your belt. If you have shorter belts, they are naturally going to have a higher, they are going to have a higher pitch at the same tension, so at the same linear tension. Kind of the same principle, you know, if you take a guitar and if you take a ukulele, tension the strings to the same force, and the ukulele is always going to sound higher pitched. You can actually use a frequency tuning app. Markforged, I think, recommends tensioning their belts that way, downloading an app and actually tensioning the belts until they make a preset pitch. That they're super super accurate, super scientific about calibrating their machine if you ever need to, and tuning by pitch for they have two belts. One of them is longer than the other, and they actually recommend a specific frequency for each of them. They're not just like, okay, tune your belts to this note, but tune this belt to that one, and the other one to a different frequency. Which, I mean, there are so many sort of weird but sort of cool features about that Markforged machine. If it only printed more reliably for me right now, then I'd be a happy camper. But yeah, I'm sure we'll figure that out. Okay, belt tensioners are bad. Yes, which belt tensioners? Belt tensioners like these, where you just mechanically tension the belt by, or mechanically have a something's bouncing around. We have a part that you have a stiff connection to the belt or to the frame where you just pull on the belt and then it stays there. Those are great. You need belt tensioners like that. But if you're just using springs, God no, don't use those clothespin springs for tensioning your belts. They do take out the slack, yes. They can help on some printers that are horribly under tension, but in general they are a pretty bad idea to do. Okay, install the hotbed. Next step. Let's keep going here. Install the hotbed. You need hotbed. By the way, that is not the hotbed. That is the carriage for the bed and hotbed mounting screws group. And then you just install it by screwing the hotbed in. Yeah. Okay. At this point, I mean, I feel like they've just given up because all they're saying now is, yeah, install the bed. Use the parts that you think you'd use for installing a bed. And there's also these paper washers included, which don't really seem to have a purpose because they're supposedly not used, but I feel like I should be putting them, yeah, because there is a trace on the very outside of the bed right here, and that's very close to the mounting points. So I'm going to put the paper washer just underneath the bed to keep it from scratching up. I don't know. Maybe I should leave it like that and wait for the belt or wait for the wiring to catch fire. But I don't know. It feels like it's sort of a smelly thing to do. Plus, this is all the same signal as far as I can tell. No, it's not actually. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. So this is one, and this is the other signal going around here. So yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna play it safe and assemble it the way I think works better. So that means screw, paper shim, spring, and then it goes through the bed. Standard adjustable pulley with no spring. Adjustable pulley, so that would be one that has like a screw to tension things. That is always a better idea than having any sort of elastic tensioner. Okay, let me see. I have two hands. I've got two springs mounted. So I guess that's all for now, and the other ones I'm just gonna have to figure out somehow else. Go on here. I'm wondering, does this thing have a Z end stop or something? Because it surely doesn't have a probe. The probe is optional, the BL Touch. But I'm interested to see how the adjustment is going to work here. Okay. I'm seeing something I'm not liking a lot. We'll check that out when we get this last screw in here. Okay, so let's see how much we can tighten this. Oh yeah, okay. Guess this camera is more, might be able to show it best. So that's the usual problem with beds on springs and screws. As you can see, these wobble around. These you know, wobble around a whole bunch. And yes, this is from me just pushing on the bed, but what the bed does while printing is it accelerates and it decelerates. So it is actually going to add overswing to your corners, and also if you're unlucky, it might add some what's called some ringing, or not ringing, some inaccuracies when it comes to how well the layers line up. That's something you should keep in mind. Maybe, I don't know, if we tighten these down, there is quite a bit of room underneath here. If we tighten these down all the way, it might get a bit better. These springs are basically just compressed. Yeah, it's a bit better, but not really a lot. Yeah, still a bit of movement, but better. Thermistor. I don't know, guys. I don't see no thermistor. Let's move on. I'm not taking, by the way, I'm not taking, well, many hints from you guys today. The manual is not telling me to install a thermistor. I don't think we need to install a thermistor. Right? Right. Drag chains. That's what we need to install. Definitely. Manual tells me to. Drag chains. Those are next. So yeah, Press Reset saying he swapped these springs for different stiffer springs. What I'd actually do is obviously add a sensor, add an inductive probe. Super easy to do because it's an aluminum core bed, and also just make these things stiff. Make them just completely rigid, and take out the springs entirely. Just add a spacer, and just bolt these things down, and you know, have them as rigid as possible, as tightly coupled to the lower carriage as possible. Manual is law. That is true. So we've got this part which we haven't used. So that's a bracket for the drag chains. Okay, so they've added a specific bracket to the drag chains. We still have a few screws out here, which I'm guessing we will need to use for this because it sort of makes sense. Okay, these aren't tapped very well. So let's see. At least they're not having a ton of different screw heads in here. Most of the stuff is just this 3mm hex. Some are obviously smaller, 1.5mm. Is this? No, this isn't even 1.5. This is 2mm. 2mm and 2.5mm hex, and these few Phillips heads, which really isn't. I got some dust on me. Which really isn't something you need to tighten up by hand ever. So. Yeah, drag chain. Drag chain. We've got tool. Okay, so these are the hex keys. Some electronics over here, and the drag chains are, hold on, in the connecting line bag. There's also LED strip in there. I wonder when we're going to install that. Do I have the right heat break? Yes, I do have the right heat break. Yes. I don't know what you're asking, but I do have a spare heat break for this exact thing. Yeah. MTR HD 0024 is pointing out, yes, there are assembly manuals mentioned by TEVO, and there's like this entire Facebook group you have, but just like I guess the DVR doesn't go that far back, but pretty much started out this stream by stating, okay, this thing is gonna be built by the manual. This isn't a community-based printer. This isn't even an open source machine. This is a machine that TEVO is offering, that TEVO is selling, that TEVO is most definitely making money off of. And as such, I am gonna hold it to the same standards as every other machine that I'm testing, which is, no modifications other than what the manufacturer has, or what the manufacturer offers right out of the box. Because how am I going to judge a printer if I start modifying it right away? I'm not going to be what is this? I'm not going to be building it differently to what I'm supposed to. That wouldn't make any sense at all, because where do you start? Where do you stop? That's the other question. Should I be starting to just modify every printer that I test to the max and just judge it by what I make out of it after half a year of modding? No, that's not fair. This is a commercial product. I do expect this to work right from the factory. And that's the way I'm going to judge it. Again, Facebook or community videos, yes, those are nice, but those shouldn't be something that the manufacturer just says, yeah, here, the communities did the work for me. Why should I? Okay, drag chains. So the manual just shows me as shown in figure position to install. Okay. Those are the instructions on the drag chain. So essentially you connect it. Where does it even connect on the... Okay, so that's another... That's the B22 and the 23. Let's actually grab those before we do anything here. 22 and 23, so 22 is already gone. We've already installed it, and 23 is this part. Yay. Is this part which goes next to the x-axis motor. So it goes over the x-axis motor somehow. Like this and around. Okay. Makes sense. And we're going to attach that with nothing, with thin air. Drag chain fixation group. Do we have a drag chain fixation group somewhere? This might be it. Even though there's B23, but this looks like the drag chain fixation group. Do you find it hard to do these builds with like 700 backseat builders? Nah. I don't even have any stats up here. I don't even know how many people are watching. I'm just doing this for the lulz. More or less. I mean, 700 people, that's pretty crazy. That's like the max I've had on the stream, I think. We've had 700 earlier today. But just like on a single stream, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Okay, this one doesn't turn. Oh, I got lucky. $800. Wow. Crazy. Okay. So these are like 14 elements, but there's no drag chain that is that short. we are now sort of back to guessing. Because the next page is not about this. Next page is already about electronics. So let's see. We've got 2 drag chains. This one is a bit less packed and has a motor E. So this is gonna go to the extruder. Let's use logic and reason to figure this thing out. So motor E, this one goes up what? The bracket is gone. The bracket is back. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm supposed to screw. I'm guessing I'm gonna have to screw the drag chain directly to the rail using a T-nut and a, well, I already have the T-nut, a T-nut and a screw. Okay. And on the, well, at least this side over here. And on the other side, it goes to the, okay, so I guess I can screw it upside down, but I do have to do that before I actually, wait a second, like that? Really? Like that? That does not make sense. This one would need to be screwed down at least somewhat straight. So typically this one would need to be mounted like this to be you know, somewhat constrained. I guess I could also mount it like that, but that of course comes with the risk of this entire thing bowing up and sticking into the belt. But I guess that's pretty much the only option I have right now. I can screw it down. I can screw it to this thing in any way, shape, or form. And this can. Does this actually bend up? Yeah. But it does go all the way over there. So that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So this thing is coming out again. Because I do need to get to that thread. And we are installing the, we're installing it like the other way around, like this. So that we can mount it to the printer frame like that and sort of get away with it. Okay, step number 1. Flip it over how? Chains runs on top of rail. And I see what you guys are saying. That is pretty much what the manual is. I know it's what the manual is saying, but this looks awfully tight. But the manual is the law. That's what we're gonna do. Even though there's not much of a manual, but parts that are there. I guess we can leave this thing in here. And this one gets bolted down like this. Oops. It's coming apart. Maybe not with the full torque. There we go. Okay, that is a very close fit around those around those wheels. They are actually rubbing against the rail right there. Maybe if I just screw this down to the bracket, that should work. So the bracket that holds the Z-axis belt, I'm just going to use one of those holes in the drag chain and screw that thing down here. Okay, that was decent. Why do I have 2 screws left over? Where did I pull those from? Okay, so those are different ones. Okay, so that looks decent. Maybe a bit tight for the wires that are in there, but whatever. So I'm guessing now we can actually wait. Nope, we're not connecting those yet. Spoke too soon. So that is the X-axis. Should turn out pretty well. And this one, oh, okay, same way around. So like this. Oh god, you guys can't see anything about that. So like this, and then it goes down and rides on the axis C-beam. Okay, makes sense. Oh god, I just scratched my premium table. Again, these aluminum, these orange, these magenta aluminum parts are really sharp on their corners, and because this bottom frame isn't super stiff, it relies on resting on a table or another surface. It did actually just slip off the edge of the table a tiny bit, and when I tried to pull it back up, it got caught on one of its corners and left a nasty scratch in there. Good thing this work surface was super cheap, so don't really care that much. Okay, so this one goes below, this one goes over. Resurface the table? No sir. No sir, this isn't real wood. This is just 100% fake. This isn't even a veneer. This is just a laminate kitchen work surface. So no resurfacing there. So how far up do I put this thing? That doesn't show anything. Let's use that one. Okay, I'm guessing just all the way to the bottom there. Well, that should be enough to get all the way to the top. Yeah, let's put this one all the way down. Have I dedicated these glasses to filming? No, actually, these are just my regular glasses. Shit. And the microphone is just hot glued in. Hot glue has the great property of being super easy to remove. So it essentially just peels off the frame when I'm done here, and this screw is too long. I can't use it to screw down a drag chain to an aluminum profile. I'd actually need a spacer for that. Ah, we have spacers. How convenient. These glasses are just my normal glasses, so when I'm done filming with them, or streaming with them, to be more precise, I can just scrape out the glue and we're done. Actually, I'm going to use the longest screw right here. The hot end isn't exactly a E3D V6 clone. Yes, it has the E3D V6 heat break, heatsink and heat break. But other than that, it's not really, it doesn't really have much to do with the V6. The nozzle is different, the heater block is different, the thermistor clamping is, I guess, inspired by the V6. Well, that's not much better either. But at least it's... Maybe use this one? No, that's a larger one. Okay, so this bottom part right here, can we switch to a camera that actually shows that? Sort of, okay, get ready for the next kink in the table. This bottom bracket down here, you know, the standard screw that I think I was going to use is too long, so it bottomed out, it didn't tighten anything down. Then I decided on using a longer M4 screw that was sitting here on the table, and that one obviously was much too long, and used the aluminum spacer with it, but still it's bottoming out. It's not really holding the drag chain in place too well. I'm just gonna go with it. I could grab a different screw, but this is fine. This is good enough. Yeah, Australian border is pretty close here. Good kangaroos. Okay, now there are a bunch of wires dangling out here. This is, what is this even? Extruder cooling fence. I'm guessing since this doesn't have any sort of connector crimped on, this is just going to go into a screw terminal, if I can get it there. There we go. So yeah, that's looking good. That is looking ready for a control box. So the thing is, the control box is going to be a separate thing. So for the most part, this is just a separate entity. I sort of don't like the idea of having a second dangly part to your 3D printer. The M150 suffered from that, and it's just like, you know, you've got the 3D printer, you've got the box. It's like you have both hands full when you just want to move that thing from one place to the other. The Markforged machine also suffers from that because it's using the dry box along with the printer itself. So you always have your printer, which you can barely carry on its own, and then you have the Pelican case along with that thing. So it's kind of unwieldy. It's not really meant to be carried around. Right. Pizza, by the way, please don't try ordering pizza. Nobody delivers here, at least nobody that you can order from. So it's just gonna get lost. Somebody tried once and failed miserably. Still feel sorry for that guy, but yeah, no pizza. Doesn't work. I'm in the countryside here. So parts are ready. Limit the installation. I'm hoping that is somewhat legible. The x-axis limit, the y-axis limit, the z-axis limit. So we are going to limit this installation up next. And well, okay, I was expecting some instructions, but what fool am I? Okay. Right, so the instructions are mostly up here. So it's close to the limit switch, M4 times 10 T-nut, CNCB 14, 15, 16, and then M3 times 8. I guess those are in the box. Let's see. We've got, these are actually some of the last parts we're grabbing out of this thing. So we've got these. There's a bag of tiny things, 14. These are hard to get out. There's another one. Close to the limit switch. Close to the limit switch. So is that supposed to mean the limit switch? There are no other parts in here. Let's see what the other boxes have in storage for us. So that's just LED strip. We don't need that USB cord and some spare wire, some spare conduit. So we're not going to be using that. Limit switches. Yeah, that's like one thing I'm sort of missing because there are no limit switches in here. Simone, thanks for being here. Have a good night. Empty bag. Yeah. I feel like we're missing some end stops. Those are already pre-wired in the wiring harness. Oh, okay. So these are the... What are these? Are these tiny inductive ones or magnetic? Thanks for the tip, chat. So over here... Daniel Krasa, thanks for the tip, man. I really appreciate it. So, the end stop. These are the end stops. Okay, they are pre-wired, in fact. And something's gooey about them. I have no idea what these are. These might be optical. What the heck do I have on my fingers? These might be optical. These might be inductive. I think there are some sort of magnetic inductive sensors. So Hall effect. Well, the Hall effect sensor would require a magnet somewhere, and I don't think we've got any magnets installed. Metal meat limit switch. Okay, so these all install in pretty much the same way. So these install in the, if they would fit, okay, pretty tight fit, wouldn't even need the screw. These screw into these aluminum brackets, like so, and that's the end of the story. You get a M4 screw and the T-nut, and you essentially, yeah, screw those to the frame. Let's go then. Yeah, the limit switches do look neat, especially in those machined holders. I'm guessing since these are plastic, you shouldn't be tightening them down really all that much. What is the part number? So these are called GL8H. GL8H. So that is the part number for them. Somebody might want to look those up. So 1, 2, and there's the third one. Okay. That's that. I am having some visions for the, yes, Anoids, you are correct. I am having some nasty visions when it comes to how we're gonna adjust the Z-axis. I think the main adjustment, there we go. The main adjustment axis for the Z-axis is gonna come from the bed itself, from these adjustment screws in the corners. So I'm not seeing any sort of fine-tuning Z end stop action. This is Y, this is Z. Okay, so Z negative, that's just, yeah, I'm guessing this is just gonna stop against these plates somewhere. Totally makes sense. And yeah, the fine adjustment of first layer nozzle height is gonna happen through the bed. So okay, not a huge fan of that, but works. Okay, positions. X-axis. Okay, this is sort of the typical kit detective work you have to do. So X-axis is sitting on the bottom of the X-axis rail to the left, pointing forward. So that's like the set of information you need to install. This one. The next one, the Y-axis, is sitting in the rear. What is it? The rear right side of the printer. Let's do these step by step. Let's actually do these step by step. Okay, starting out with the X-axis. So X and stop where X minus. So this one needs to go all the way across from. That isn't particularly elegant, but whatever. So this one sits over here while the wire comes out here. So cool. And I'm thinking, should I have installed the drag chains backwards, but then this bracket wouldn't have worked. So now I'm seeing that there is a cutout for the wires, but that's okay. And we can adjust this one a bit, but only in the direction front and back. So I'm guessing this up here is the triggering surface, and we can sort of adjust it back and forth like this. That is only going to adjust whether it triggers or not, and not where it triggers. Where it triggers is going to be adjusted exclusively through where we actually put this thing on the rail. So I'm thinking if we move the carriage over, this thing should first of all clear it, and second of all stop at literally like the extreme, the maximum position. That's like the reason why it's called an end stop. So if we move this thing all, well, we might be able to move it all the way over. Yes, we are. Quick adjustment on the camera. Okay, so right now we have the end stop switch all the way over here, and we can just move the carriage over it, and it should trigger in theory, because it does occlude the sensor, and the sensor is, well, I guess we could move it a bit further forward just to have it, you know, guaranteed triggered. Okay, that should be good. How are you supposed to know that? To adjust it? It's up to you. Right, next up, Y-axis. Is this thing wobbly? Just to answer that question from chat real quick. I mean, it looks much stiffer than it actually is, because it's only being held. We don't have any more of these brackets. It's only being held together by little cast iron. Is it cast iron? I don't know. It might be chromed brass or something. It's only being held together by these tiny brackets, and it's not really the stiffest thing you've seen. The Y-axis limit. Y-axis goes on the back of the frame, so over here. So that's the Z end stop, that is the Y end stop. So no cable management other than the drag chains to speak of, so it's just going to be loose up there. And this is going to trigger a, wow, what fellows. This is just going to trigger against the bed subframe. So if we slide this over, that's where it should sit, because that's the extreme position for the bed subframe. That's the most, well, the position furthest back for the subframe that it's ever going to reach. So let's just check that again in a second. Of course, two things to check for is whether it clears the frame. It does, and whether it's as far back as possible. What's it actually colliding against? The motor. Okay. So that is the furthest back it's ever going to go. Okay. Still clearing it. Perfect. This might get caught in the bed, so we should take care of the wire somehow. And the z-axis limit goes in front of the spindle, so right there. Now the position for this one I can't really tell. I'm getting caught on the screws here. I don't really know where to put this one exactly, so we're just gonna have to adjust it the first time we like home Z. Let's see. And as expected, it does just trigger against, come on, against the carriage for the z-axis. So, well, I'd rather park it too high instead of too low, because if it triggers too high, we're not going to damage anything. If it triggers too low, then the bed is just instantly going to be scrap. It does have sort of a Build-Tech-like surface on there, which, like Build-Tech is like, is a micro polycarbonate sort of thing. That's the name I've heard for it. But yeah, colors. Let's look at colors again, because like this is red. This looks as red on camera as it is in real life. These things are magenta. And they really are that magenta. Just for reference, that's the printable play in the background, the early adopters red. That's just some fire red Atom 3D filament. That is red. This is orange. Might look red on camera as well, but these parts are properly magenta. Yeah. Sweet. Is there a reason why? Are you asking that for why these parts are magenta? I don't know. It's just manufacturing tolerances, I guess. Right. That's that. Okay, next up is the TEVO mainboard and control box assembly. So parts are ready. Yes, control box. And we are in chapter 02, which, you know, judging by how thick the manual is and how much we've already gone through and how much is left, isn't going to be a particularly long chapter, but building the box is up next. So LED, we're just going to leave those out. 220 switch, two fans. We only have one fan. Too bad. Wow. Okay. I do need an espresso before we can do this. How do I do this? Let's try this. Okay. Nope, not the screen cap. We want to do. Run. Okay, add this one. So we've still got the 8-4. We've got the music. We've got that, and then we should be able to add an opacity filter. quite do it apparently, so... Oh, no. I would like to make this like an overlay over the over this one, but scale filtering? No. You know what? I'm just gonna scale this thing down, put it like this, and I'll be right back. I know you guys can see me. I'll be right back. I just want to leave you with the printer with something to look at. Where's my espresso glass? There it is. Yeah, this one needs a refill too. I'll be right back. You guys can also hear me. By the way, remind me if I forget to put to turn the microphone back on when I get back. Be right back. Espresso break. Cheers, guys and girls. But whenever I say guys, that is, you know, unisex. It's just a phrase, okay? Oh, I did spill a bit. Yeah, the little espresso machine isn't the fastest, so please excuse the length it takes me to take a break. Sweet. Well, sweet. No sugar. Black. Are you allowed to drink espresso black? I don't know. I didn't mean to say black. I meant like to say without sugar and cream and stuff like. Yeah. But anyways, let's get back to it. I'm just messing up one thing after the other. Let's move on. So again, circuit part. Control box suite, 24 volt switching power supply, the main board, the control panel. Okay, so we're gonna do those things. We're gonna. That's our instructions, okay? Those are the instructions, okay? That's how the stuff fits together, and we use a nut and an M4x12 screw. And that's the wiring diagram. I mean, that's fair enough, I guess, but maybe a bit more assembly instructions over there would have been nice. Let's see, we should be able to assemble this one nonetheless. Yeah. There we go. This thing actually got properly heavy. Okay, we got everything we need. We got everything we need right over here. Then, so there's all our fixings. Let me just quickly adjust that camera. Again, it's like the 5th time or something. But this might actually take a while, so better take the 5 seconds it takes to reframe that thing. Okay. Now, I feel like I shouldn't be peeling these parts off. It's like, if you've ever peeled the especially paper, I mean plastic is still okay, but if you've ever peeled paper off of acrylic, you'll know how frustrating that is, because it tears like it just did. It tears. It's really terrible. So you essentially spend most of your time. That's actually been one of the things with the big box as well. Yesterday the big box used a foil for their acrylic panels, but still, we probably spent. I built that one with my Padawan. We probably spent like half an hour at least just on peeling acrylic parts, and I feel like I do want to spare you guys from this fascinating experience of peeling off all these acrylic sheets. So in true genuine fashion, I'm just gonna assemble them with the paper on, because by the way, also the manual doesn't tell me to peel them, so yeah, gotcha. Oh, someone's having flashbacks to the market box. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't laugh. That's a tragedy. My condolences for that. Okay, let's build this thing. So the switch, connect the wires according to indication. Does this stuff actually go anywhere? By the way, thanks for the tips, Kevin S. Saying, I enjoy all your videos, Tom. Keep up the great work. 4748 from Kevin. Awesome. Thanks a lot for that. Actually, you might want to check that you sent two, but I totally appreciate that too. Yeah. Where do I start? No manual. But there's not going to be a poll about whether to peel or not to peel. There's not going to be peeling. No peeling involved. I know this is red and clear and it's probably going to look rad, but nope. I'm not going to peel it. Don't even try. It's not going to work. So the red parts go on the outside. Nope. There we go. The red parts go in the outside, the clear parts go in the inside. And it's the same for the other side, just mirrored. The main board. Okay, so the main board goes in here. So I guess now we need the main board. Is there an orientation for the main board? No, there is not. So I'm guessing either way is fine. Are we supposed to use standoffs? No. Okay. And there's just a bunch of loose screws. You guys really want me to peel it? Okay. You brought this up onto yourselves. This is going to be. We are going to be spending the next 30 minutes peeling acrylic. All right? Get ready. We are going to have a lot of fun. Well, yeah, great, awesome fun. I'm so looking forward to this. Yay. Oh, yay. Oh, look at this thing peeling off. Ooh. Water? Seriously? I'm not going to put water in it. It's just going to tear even more easily. Horrible, horrible tips there. Oh, wow. Yay. Part number 1 completed. Let's move on to part number 2. Getting the corner started is the hardest thing over here. I can already see this thing tearing. Let's try and get that. Let's try and get this part off in one go. Ah, yes, can you see this smoothly coming off? Oh, I feel a bit of a tear coming on. You guys just had a break. You don't need time to go to the bathroom now. You just had your chance. You missed it. Don't Mega Making. Thanks for the tip. Don't tear it. Yeah. What do you think I'm trying to do? Oh yeah, here we go. What background music? We don't have background music. That's your own. Okay. Maybe a bit of heat might help over here. Actually, I'm gonna try that, because if we're gonna be stuck here, I might as well just try things out. My fingernails are getting chipped already, so this isn't a great start. There goes your silence. Actually, that is going much better. That is really going a lot faster. Okay, part done. Next. Yeah, maybe you guys are learning something. For example, don't fuck up your nails while you're doing this, because you only have like one set on one hand. Once you run out of fingernails, well, that's GG. Use a blade? Nope. Blade is just gonna scratch the surface. And I don't really have a soft enough peeling tool for this entire thing. Yeah, now the thing is, these acrylic panels do mismatch the aluminum parts on the printer, at least the magenta anodized parts, because this is like proper full-on red, so it's going to be an interesting mix of colors, that's for sure. There goes the next nail. How's the build going? Well, you guys can see how it's going. Use a tool. I don't want to use a tool because it's going to scratch the acrylic, whatever tool I use. And I sort of don't really want to scratch this brand new TEVO Black Widow, which is 15% off on AliExpress only today if you use the link in the video description. Shameless plug there. Did I say tarantula? Black Widow. Next part. Glossy. Wait, just for just for reference, that's the color of the printer itself. That is like a a anodized magenta, and that's the color of the acrylic pieces. So yeah, not really matching up, but we'll just go with it. Only 5 parts left. We're gonna be here for a bit. Yeah, I was gonna do a test print, but it looks like we're gonna be peeling acrylic for a bit. Good tips in chat. Don't tear the paper. Yeah, I mean, what do I suppose? What should I do instead? Come on. No, the printer is 15% off. It's not quite that much off. It's yeah, 15% off, which makes it $466 including shipping. I think that is, you know, it might be one of those classic offers. Yeah, it's 15% off, but we bumped the price by 20% before that. So it might be, you know, not any cheaper than it is other days, but still $466 shipped, plus tax, imports, whatever you want to add to that in your local country. I hope you guys are happy now. Okay, that's it. Enough. I guess the half peeled is even worse than not peeling it at all, but that's it. I've got enough. It's like can't do it anymore. Just not happening. Let's get this thing building. These are seriously, I feel like there was a certain intention by having me peel this thing, or asking me to peel this thing, coming from chat. So I don't know. Certainly feels like it. So since there are no instructions as to how exactly this thing is supposed to be screwed together other than use a 4mm nut, which actually we only have a handful of these, or M4, and also no instructions as to how this electronics board is installed. I'm just going to use best judgment and install it as, you know, just like I think a board should be installed. So apparently we're out of those screws. Cool. We don't have any more of those short M3 screws, so wait, oh wait. Are we actually supposed to use these as a, oh crap, come on. Use the standoff and then these screw through these through the standoff? That's horrible. Whatever. That's it. No more peeling. I'm not peeling it. I mean, these are the two best and nicest parts. this. So the TEVO goes on the outside. USB goes up. Where is up? Where's the USB? USB goes up, so like this. Okay, makes sense. Okay. So I mean that's not exactly how you use standoffs, but that's with the selection of screws that's included here. That is the only option of really assembling this thing. So the board is an MKS Gen 1.4, as it says on the board itself. Obviously, we've actually got 5 stepper drivers in here, which means we could be running a dual extruder setup if you wanted to. But obviously that would require running a few extra cables and obviously modifying the entire X carriage and putting a different extruder on there. But it wouldn't be that hard. I think the power supply should have some good overhead to support a second hot end and a second extruder motor, because that does add a bit of load. But yeah, I guess they just filled that slot to have something in there, because stepper drivers are literally, they're dirt cheap. They cost like $1 per piece, probably even less if you're buying it directly from the supplier. I have no idea what these drivers are. They might be Trinamics. Somebody said that they were Trinamics. I actually have no idea what they are. I'm gonna fix that now real quick. There we go. That's not going to tear anymore. I have no idea what these are. You know, counting the pins on them, they might be Trinamics. They might be something that is a bit nicer than the standard Allegro or Texas Instruments drivers. But yeah. So that goes like this. And the fan goes blowing inwards. Okay. So like that. So I guess we're just using the M4 screws with the full. Nope. I guess we're using the longer screws. I'm not peeling it. How am I supposed to fix the fan to the... I guess with these long screws. Now let's use this one over here. Oh, there is no screw hole. Okay. Okay, there's one. And there's the second one. There is no peeling. Oh, this way around. There will not be any more peeling happening today. No way. So I'm wondering how I'm... Okay, so right here, these are the aforementioned M4 screws. So we got the screw through here, and then the M4 nut just gets inserted into the other acrylic part. This is by far one of the worst options of assembling acrylic parts. Yes, it's cheap. Yes, it's simple, but it's neither robust nor particularly nice or simple to machine to assemble. So yeah. That's that. Okay, other side, that's the top part. No, that's the bottom. Too bad you're not going to be seeing that. So this is the other side. Okay. And then the top up here. So this goes like that. Okay. We'll need to put this one upside down so I can reach in this this nut cavity from both sides. Okay, and this one can be inserted like this. Tight fit, but that's a good fit. Okay. What else? So this one goes on the bottom here. And there's one more up top here, and I guess just, you know, the assembly instructions don't really have anything for the LCD, but I'm thinking this one just goes somewhere on this panel like so, I guess. Yep, just like that. Again, not really any standoffs or any proper screws for this one, just these standard long ones and a few nuts on the back. And the power supply. Yeah, the power supply, that's a good idea. We might need to add that one. This is so unappealing. Yeah, I know, because it's not peeled. It's like speaker cover. No, I'm actually gonna leave that one on there as well because the speaker is annoying enough already, and I don't really want it at full volume. I'm skipping a few steps. There are no steps at this point. The manual just stopped, essentially. The manual is at, yeah, here, assemble this thing and connect stuff, and that's it. People asking about whether I'd have to disassemble this thing for taking the acrylic off. I don't know, I don't think I should be taking the acrylic off. This look is sort of... This is it now. This isn't a phase. This is what it looks like now. No, this part is a bit of a tight fit. Yeah, now we do have to install the power supply somehow. So thankfully this one comes off relatively easily. We can't actually screw that in yet because the we still need the front plates. So power supply. So the power supply goes in with the terminals towards the back, which isn't going to be nice for assembling it, but that's going to be a tight fit. But should be able to make it work. So there's two screw holes down here, which we can, well, hold on, we do have a bag of power supply fasteners. There are a few extra shorter screws included here. Manual is got, yes, still complying to that. The manual doesn't mention any peeling, so it's not, just kidding, I'm just not feeling the peeling right now. And of course the holes in the plexi, or in the acrylic, and the holes in the power supply don't really match up. But it still sort of fits. They could have made the holes in the plexi a bit bigger, but doesn't look like this one is going to grab. Nope. So 3 screws it is. Okay. So that's that. Power supply is in here. Now we have the terminals back here, which of course you can't really see because, well, there's stuff in the way. So power input also goes in the back. Now at this point, again, I just, okay, drop that. I just want to point it out again. This is all, wait, that's the wrong page. That's all what's left of the manual right now. So essentially tell me, okay, this is how the parts go together, and yeah, use a nut and a screw to attach them, and wire stuff up like this, and that's it. That is literally it. That is the end of the manual. So yeah, I'm wondering, does it, are there print profiles for SlickVR or Cura somewhere? I didn't see those mentioned yet. I'm gonna have to check the wait, earth? I'm gonna have to check the TEVO website for that. Oh yeah, no protective earth. Okay. Do we connect protective earth somewhere? I guess I should. So power inputs, where'd I put those? Oh, right here. So protective earth E. So extruder? E for extruder? Maybe? Wiring diagram doesn't include it, so so there is one. Wow. So this end of the wire is tinned. Of course, that is bad for screw clamps, and it is also very, very short. I don't think that's going to make any good contact with the it's going to make any good contact with the screw clamps, but well, when it comes to like, that's the wrong slot. When it comes to things like mains wiring, I really don't want to skimp. So earth goes to earth as usual, and this one is going to get stripped down a bit further. So just wondering where the power switch is supposed to go. I guess in the front here? That makes sense. Right up here. Which means this thing does have to come off completely. So yeah, so far, whoa, does this even, okay, that doesn't really fit. So far, I mean, people are saying if you need Facebook for assembling a printer. So far I didn't need Facebook. So far the manual sort of worked for me, but the thing is, wait, which side is, okay, that side is on, that side is off. So if it gets push down, so this off, on. Okay. I didn't need Facebook yet, but I would assume that any normal user, no offense there, would have referred to at least the assembly videos from The Art of 3D Printing on YouTube. I'm guessing those are going to be one of the recommended videos on the recording of the stream, or at least the Facebook group. I haven't checked that Facebook group yet because you do need a Facebook account, which I do not have at the moment. And yeah, there might be a few tips, there might be a few modifications on how to assemble this printer differently, but again, this is going to be an assembly by the rules, by the, well, as much as possible, by the rules, by the instructions the manufacturer gives us. Okay, so we should have all the parts in here. We have the display, we have the grid. Now we do need to wire this thing up before we can actually do anything with it. Which means, okay, so we do have this big slot in the back here. This is where just all the wires are going to come out. I'm thinking, I'm thinking. There is a bunch of connectors just dangling out in the open, 20 centimeters from the printer. There is going to be a bunch of connections just out in the open because this is just a wire harness with not really a lot going on here. So the connectors are going to be right outside the control box. There's not really a lot of extra wire length there. There's another connector there. So I guess that's how we're going to roll. Now, wiring up the power supply first up, and I'm gonna get a wire stripper because these mains wires are just super short when it comes to the amount of wire that is stripped already. Oh, and the Ultimaker is done over here. That's actually, wow, that is actually... I can live with that. I can definitely live with that quality. By the way, here, a quick print from the Ultimaker, which is just a white blob because it's completely overexposed. Haha. But 100 micron layers, these look fantastic. Cool. Sorry that you guys didn't see more there, but stay tuned for the full review. Sometime in like 10 days, 9 days or so. That's when the full Ultimaker 3 review is scheduled. Yeah, and thankfully now that the firmware update for the Ultimaker 3 is out, it does actually do auto reactive bed leveling a bit more reliably than it did in the first few tries for me. That was like the big setback for the Ultimaker 3 for me. The active bed leveling wasn't really reliable at all. Okay, so sticking with the Black Widow, obviously. It looks like we can actually assemble all these parts around here. And then the lid just lays on there. The lid has... Okay. So the lid literally has nothing that's holding it in, as it seems. So I'm guessing we can actually assemble this entire box and then wire it up afterwards, because this thing is just mostly... Well, let's try and get these in. Okay, now if you add a few screws up here, then this should be holding together pretty well. And we can still get at the power supply and all the wiring there. Upside down? What is upside down? Okay, there is nothing upside down about this box. Just to get that clear. Come on. Is this actually captive down here? Oh, it actually, okay, bottoms out against the LCD. Oh, now I got it in. Okay, I see how it is. Let's start with this one that I can actually back up with my finger. There's one. Okay, this is interesting. This front one I actually can't get my finger behind it to keep the nut from falling in. So this is just going to be up to luck, and it seems like I got lucky there. 1, 2. These in the back are tight. So right now that's it. That's literally all that's holding this box together. This screw over here, the screw right there, and these captive nuts. And then these two back here. Oh no, there's a few more on the bottom. Okay. There are a few more captive nuts in the bottom panel here. Doesn't look like we need them for now, so I shall skip them. The question is the power input socket, the IC socket. Does the M4 screw fit? Yes, it does. But I don't want to thread this into the acrylic. There are two holes. This one hole is covered by the fan, so I can't really do anything about that one. I don't really want to screw an M4 into the acrylic, and the instructions don't really tell you anything about it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use an M3 on this side and use a nut on the inside and just stick with one, with a single screw for the socket. Are you asking me that? This is 18 AWG, 18 American wire gauge. Gauge. Yeah. So both for the neutral and the ground wire. Okay, that's that. Now the power input. So we got the switch in the front. We've got the hot wire coming out of the switch, and that's going to go to the power supply. And there is the hot going to the switch. These are actually that's a fairly nice thing to see on these printers. These or in this printer in particular, the spade connectors are actually fully insulated. They do have these clear rubber, which do slide off very easily. They do have these clear rubber covers over them. It's not to say that these are like the best choice ever, but I've certainly seen worse. This is neutral over here, screwdriver. Well. That's the Phillips head. Okay, let's actually get the Phillips bit. So this ground connector wire is actually pretty long. Might need to manage that one away. But that's there. So neutral over here. And the hot going here. Okay, now wiring diagram, let's actually check this one out again. The fans, the wiring diagram actually has 2 fans pictured. We only have 1 big fan in the back here, so that's, I guess, one that's just missing. LED, I have no idea where that LED is supposed to go on the unit, so I'm leaving it out for now. What's that symbol up here? I have no idea. Switch is wired in power supply, so the fans go directly to the power supply, as does the main board, and that is the piece of bare wire that we got with the machine. Hot end fan. Hot end fan, I think, is actually pre-wired from the harness. That might actually be a controlled one. Motor E limits, or not actually. There is a bare wire on here. Okay, you are correct. Extruder cooling fan. That is just a bare wire on the harness, so we will have to wire that in a second once we get the printer up here and connect everything from the printer. Right, so we get this chunk of wire, which is 1.5 millimeters squared. So is that enough for? Yeah, should be pretty much enough for what the power supply is outputting here. This goes from here to there. I'm actually going to shorten that a bit because this is like way too long. Yes, the extruder fan does go directly to the power supply. There is no control over that one whatsoever. Then again, you do get the power switch. So it is, it is fairly easy to just turn off and on when you don't need the printer running and don't need that noise from the power supply fan, or the noise from this fan for that matter, because that one's going to be on permanently as well. So we actually do need all 3 output terminals from the power supply, 1 for the board, 1 for the fan that's included in this box, and 1 for the extruder fan, though you can jam more than 1 wire into these terminals if you really have to, though I don't think that is to standard or to code, as it say in the States. Because I'm here, and yes, I do realize you shouldn't be clamping, screwing bare wires into these either. There are crimp connectors that are specifically made to be screwed into these sort of terminals. But well, there's not really much of a menu to follow right now. So I was going to say, yes, manual is God, manual is law. But that's not too true either. So I'm thinking this is the power input. Okay, so there this is sort of, that camera is the one I want. So if we look at the main board, which way can you guys see? Probably from this side. Yeah, so there is the power input socket, and there is the power, well, the heated bed output, and there are 2 wires just jammed into one of each of these terminals. So this is a 2 pole, a 2 connector terminal, and there's just 2 wires jammed into each one. Not particularly elegant, but well, I've seen worse. I've seen better too, but I've certainly seen worse. So the I guess this is something you just have to know as well. I actually do have to get a screwdriver here because this needs a bit of a more compact screwing tool than a cordless drill. Do I have one here? No. The terminals are marked on the board. They are marked on the PCB itself. There could have been like a nicer, bit of a bigger sticker as to where you're actually supposed to put what, but shit, this thing is too long. And this connector wasn't even open. Yes, there is a tiny screwdriver included, but let's try that. Ooh, glove screws. Let's try that. Well, seems to be a bit of a better fit. So these are 5.0. It doesn't actually say what sort of connectors these are, but typically these connector blocks are sort of the weak spot of the cheaper boards, as are the MOSFETs usually. But 24 volt does take a lot of that load, makes the load of driving such a large heated bed and well, it's just the heated bed. That's like the culprit most of the time. Using 24 volt for a system like that makes it a lot easier on the board, on the MOSFETs, on the connectors, on just every single part. So for anything that is larger than, what's that? That's the heated bed, okay. For anything that is larger than maybe the standard size. The standard size is really a borderline case. Just a 200 by 200 or 250 by 250, what Prusa does. Really, if you've got the option, you should be using 24 volts for that. But anything really that is larger, anything that is like 300 by 300 or 400 by 250, which is this printer, if you've got the option, please do yourself a favor and go for 24 volts. It's just so much, so much more pleasant to use. So these, oh, come on. Will need to be fit into the power supply terminals as well, so let's see if this thing can actually clamp it down. Yes, it can. Okay, there's the fan connected. Now the question is, how are we actually going to get USB out of this thing? It doesn't have a USB extension, so it well, let's check the USB cord that's included. But that is just a that's just a USB cord. So that is the nope. That's the USB cord that's included. So we feed this in through the back, plug it in, and we've got about that much left. So laptop is going to sit right there, or you have to use a USB extension cord, or do the smart thing and just throw that thing out and grab a longer USB cord of which that's a keyboard, of which I thankfully have a few. So, for example, this guy right here. Oh, that was more than a keyboard. That was a keyboard and a USB switch hub. Cool beaners. What the heck? Okay, USB cord. Yeah, top cover won't fit with that. That is correct. That is absolutely correct. So I guess that's a bit of a design flaw. I do like having that control. What is it? Transfer. I do like having that control of just having not having to use the click wheel to control your printer. Just being able to use a mouse, a keyboard, and some on-screen controls is, for me at least, much more comfortable than doing everything, particularly the initial setup, through the LCD. But again, once you do get that printer set up, once you do get like the Z home set up and that sort of stuff, then the LCD is going to become your main way of interacting with the machine. And now we're back on the wireless audio. Battery YOLO. No, actually these are rechargeable ones, so they do live more than once because I can recharge them. So. Joke's on you. The board is upside down. The board is definitely, well, actually it doesn't really matter. Somebody said the board should be installed with the USB facing up, and that is exactly how I install it. So yeah, also the way, installing it with the USB up actually makes the power connectors more accessible, so that's good, I guess, as good as it's gonna get. Now the one thing we do still need to screw into the power supply is the extruder fan from the printer, and for that I do need a bit of space here, so well, I guess these do need to, I don't know. We are building this one by the manual, and the manual didn't say anything about these guys, so yeah. Plus, connecting those is always a bit of guesswork. Just knowing which one is exp1, which one is the exp2 connector. Trial and error. Sometimes even polarity is, or polarity as far as like the polarized connectors go, is upside down. So connecting those is always again a bit of guesswork if you don't have the exact components matching up. Yeah. So I guess that is more along the lines of what I expected. Actually, we do have an SD card here. I sort of do want to see what's on here. Maybe we can get a a print profile off of that one. Let's check that. Though I am thinking it's just a completely empty SD card for you to put your own print files onto. We will have to see. Okay, now wire harness goes out the left, so I am going to turn this one like that. And the wiring box goes here. so let's start connecting things. Actually, before we do that, let's get the extruder or hot end fan wired up. No, I did not get the BL Touch. Is it BL Touch? Yeah, the BL Touch version. Plus the BL Touch version is just literally that. You are getting the BL Touch sensor as an add-on, but what you do with it is completely up to you. I guess there are community files out there, but again, I don't really want to judge this machine on what the community does for it. I want to judge it on what the manufacturer delivers. And in that regard, yes, you're getting just the sensor itself. That is it. There's no mounting hardware included. I don't think there's any firmware mods included. Just getting the sensor as an add-on. Okay, so now these two are tethered. There is no way to disconnect them. Actually, it's nice that these, well, let's go with this. Well, overhead. It's nice that we get all these connectors between the printer and the control box. However, the fact that there is just this one cable, this one wire that keeps these two connected at all times, where you actually have to open up the box and unscrew it, feels sort of wrong. They could have easily just included just this short section with an extra connector on it that you screw down to the screw into the power supply and then disconnect outside the box, which would make this entire thing a bit more portable. Well, okay, I spoke too soon. I'm apparently an idiot. Maybe I'm a bit tired too. That could be part of it, but there is a connector on it. Okay. Sweet. Okay, so you can easily disconnect this entire thing. I spoke too soon. So yeah. Let's rephrase that. Let's block this guy first. Yeah, you can disconnect the entire thing by disconnecting all these individual connectors, which I like, which is better than some other. Okay. I'm grabbing wires from the wrong end, which is better than some other printers out there. Most definitely better than, for example, the Himalayan M150. That might also be just a revision thing where, if you buy it before if you've bought it before a certain date, you got the old version that didn't have all the connectors, and at some point they switch over to just supplying everything with connectors. That's something that Far East Supplies really love doing, just changing things about their product. So I guess that the machine that Press Reset tested is sort of a different beast than what I'm getting. For example, I did read something about the ground connector. Right now in chat he's saying yes, his version didn't have that disconnect point for the extruder fan, so his actually does have that thing tethered together. Okay, that's an unlabeled wire. This is an unlabeled wire. I guess these two go together. So yeah, that's just one of those things to keep in mind. The machine you are seeing now might not be the exact same machine you might be getting in 6 or 12 months. For better or for worse, this can go both directions. This can get better, and these machines can get worse for the classic cost-saving reasons. Why negative? Why negative? Okay, now one thing you might also be able to notice about this machine is that it doesn't have a part cooling fan. It does have an extruder fan, so it does have the fan up here that cools the, or extruder fan, that cools the hot end, but it doesn't actually have a fan that blows over over the part you're printing. So PLA on this is going to be really challenging. This is going to probably print ABS relatively fine, maybe, if the heated bed actually gets hot enough. But really what I think this machine is going to be printing mostly is stuff like PETG that can get away with a low part or non-existent part cooling fan and still print well. So what I'm noticing now is somebody said thermistor for the heated bed, that we still needed to connect it somewhere, added, because there is a thermistor hole in the very center of the heated bed. But let's grab that camera. But right now there is no wire left on the wire harness. There's nothing to plug in, and you know, it looks like this wire harness right here includes the thermistor, and in fact it does. If you look at the at these two yellow wires, these actually go to a separate connector from where the rest goes, which is down here. These two yellow wires go to the thermistor input. So somewhere in here, somewhere under that taped down section on the end of that heated bed does have that there is a thermistor included in here. So that's good. That, again, I was getting ready to bash it for not mentioning how to connect a thermistor, but that is not needed. That is included in this section down here. Okay, now this is, I am going to complain about this wire though, because this is really just pretty much unmanaged. There's nothing going around this heated bed wire. It's just plugging into the, oh, can't see that, but it's just plugging into the heated bed back here and just going straight to the cable box. There are drag chains on X and Z, but not on the Y-axis, not on the bed. It's just this one wire dangling around. Feels sort of improper. Somebody in chat is saying LCD. Well, the manual didn't mention it, so I'm not connecting it. Okay, so this is motor Z, so that's also unmanaged. Just going all the way to the Z motor, and this one right here does plug in really nicely. Going through the Z-axis drag chain, that's the X-axis motor, and that, well, we do have to connect the extruder, hot end, and all those parts over there. Let's see, so we've got the motor. Right there we've got the heater. What's this? This is an unlabeled black wire, so I'm guessing that goes into the other. So these are all unlabeled, by the way, and you could plug them in wrong. Yeah, you could definitely plug all these in wrong, which is the hot end fan, the thermistor, and the heater. So if you, for example, plug the, what would fry something? I'm guessing it wouldn't really fry anything, if only overheat the wires and melt your hot end. If you actually plugged the signal for the fan into the heater, which, I mean, it's relatively hard to do because these are, you know, the same type of cable, of wire that goes from the drag chain to your heater. If you'd actually on purpose plug these in wrong, yes, these fan wires would probably melt down and get you some icky smell going on, or, well, I don't think the hot end would overheat. The cables would burn down first. But yeah, there is a bit of extra conduit, cable conduits included to like cable manage this stuff. Again, but according to the manual, we are done. We are finished with the build. Shall we plug it in? and see if it burns. That's always the question of how much magic smoke we can generate. I mean, that switch is going to be nice. Smoke time, yes. Let's see about that. I'm hoping it's going to be smoke free, because I don't want to set up the smoke alarm at this time of night. Power cord. We did have an included power cord, but that was somewhere. I'm just going to grab a longer one, because I don't feel like doing sort of wire extensions around here. So a long power cord. Also, the power cords that are included with these machines often don't really fit into I have this one longer. Often don't fit into the outlets that well. Actually, I've had a few for even the one from the Ultimaker, the Ultimaker 3 power cord. That one has a shorter than usual Euro plug, you know, the right angle one, which did slip out of a few outlets that I tried. So this one that's included here did look very similar to that one. So where can I grab this thing without getting shocked? Wait, is that already powered up? I did hear something chirping. Okay, no, the display is not plugged in. The display is not supposed to be wired in according to the manual. I know I'm being cynical here, but I am trying to follow the manual here. Check PSU switch. Power supply switch is off. I guess we are ready to turn this thing on. Okay. So this fan's going, this fan is going. There is no smoke. The smoke would be distributed, you know, all over the room through this fan. It's pretty noisy. At this point, it is about as loud as a usual printer printing. But the gauge of the wiring was 18. USB, let's find a free USB plug and see what it does. This one up here looks okay. If one of the cameras crashes right now, that is because I've plugged the printer in. There is a colorful light show going on in here, this blue and green and stuff. Let's see. Plug in that LCD. Nope. Okay, let's see what Pronterface says. Something just spun down. Okay, so that's the built-in fan from the power supply. None of this is getting hot. That is good. And let's actually, well, okay, I'm gonna grab the chat and put it on the other screen. Right over here. So Pronterface, we are on this is tiny COM3. Let's see, that's not that one. Ah, okay. Material heater parameters. Okay, PID settings. So this looks like it's at least somewhat tuned. No SD. Okay, one thing I'm going to check first is end stops. Okay, if we actually get the ones without open. Let's actually trigger these. Triggered, and let's check the Z end stop as well. Guessing a piece of aluminum should do the trick. Triggered. Okay, so that is some sort of inductive sensor, some sort of micro-inductive sensor on the on each axis. Let's start out by homing the... Oh, let's get this one over here. So the fan in the power supply here is spinning up and down. It's like... I don't know if you can hear that, but there is certainly a high frequency chirping going on. The firmware says nothing about what it is. Could be Marlin. It's probably going to be Marlin. I mean, this looks like Marlin, definitely. So X homes, Y homes, and the Z axis is probably going to home as well. Pretty slow, but I'd rather have it slow than it being unreliable. Stepper voltage adjustment? Not for now. Okay, there is a ton of high frequency chirping going on, which is getting on my nerves a bit, but God, let's turn up those motors. Let's hope that works. Much better. Foam on the feet of the printer will take away that chirping. No amount of foam can take that away. Right. Yeah, that's it. What I'm gonna check next is if we can get some sort of print profile or something from the SD card. I'm hoping this is... Where's my SD card reader? There it is. I'm hoping this SD card is somewhat clean as far as like viruses and Trojan horses and stuff goes. Oh, okay. In fact, it is empty. There's nothing on the card. Okay, so much for that. Let's see what we can. Marlin RC6. That's what the website is saying. Let's see if we can find a print profile for this machine. So there's the videos that the Art of 3D Printing made, and that's all you're getting for instructions. Firmware, you can download that. Laser firmware, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so that's just a ticket system. Okay. Well, I guess that's all we're gonna get. No printer profile. That is really subpar. On the community Facebook page. Okay, so TEVO doesn't provide any printer profiles. Awesome. Let's just set up a Slick Theory profile. And let's actually use the Prusa one. So, printer settings. Let's add a TEVO Black Widow. So bed shape, rectangular X 400, Y 250, origin 00. Z offset 0, extruders 1, no octoprint Mullins printer, that's good. Sure. Custom G code, let's go with nothing. Just do a G28. And that one, turn off fan, turn off, yeah. Perfect, extruder 1, 0.4, yes, retraction, let's go with 2, just to be safe. Z-lift, yes, speed 35. Sounds good, looks good, filament settings, whatever. So there is no spool holder actually, there is But there is a bunch of noise going on here. Yeah, we can stick with that one. So let's just grab the normal profile, and we should actually have something that prints, right? No, it is not pronounced Slick 3R, it's pronounced Slicer. It's supposed to be pronounced Slicer, but I'm just sick and tired of having to say. So we're gonna use Slicer, actually we're gonna use the Slicer profile as a slicer, the Slicer software as a slicer, and then we're gonna use the Cura Slicer, but that's not the that's not Slicer, that's the Cura software slicer. Slicer. I'm sick and tired of that, so I'm saying Slick 3R. Just to explain that once and for all. Well, I'm gonna explain it again at some point, but just to explain that for today. Yeah. Okay. What to do? I guess we do have to adjust the bed before we can actually do anything useful with this one. People are suggesting print a Millennium Falcon. Well, building a Lego Millennium Falcon. We could also print a Millennium Falcon, just for copyright and trademark reasons. That's not a Millennium Falcon, that's a Millennium Falcon. We could print that, but that's going to be an all-night print, and I don't feel like going for such a massive print time on with this machine for the first print. Let's actually try and adjust the Z height while we're at it. So this one is around 12 millimeters, let's say 12 millimeters too high. We can adjust a whole bunch with the bed adjustment screws, so I'm just gonna take this guy I'm just gonna take this guy down a bit, not that much, but just enough to, because that's actually like 2 millimeter trigger distance, just around to there. Is that actually, yeah, have a better view. Right around there, and the rest we're gonna adjust with the bed adjustment screws. Test cube. No test cube. People asking about the SD card. The SD card was completely empty. There was nothing on it. Nada. Let's home that again. And that's much closer. Okay. Motors off. And piece of paper. That's a sales card. Use the Facebook group. Well, thanks for that. And I'm just gonna adjust each corner of the bed. Just really quickly. Shouldn't take that long, and probably doesn't need to be that precise either. There's one. Okay, so there's one thing we can see the. I guess there's where the 370 millimeter build volume or width of the build area comes from. The extruder motor crashes into the end plate right there, and the nozzle stops about, well, that's like 5 centimeters from the edge of the bed right there. I'm pretty sure TEVO is aware of that issue, but they're just not feeling like fixing it, I'm thinking. Okay, let's do the rear. Now at this point I am assuming that the bed is flat and not bowed, because we are going to be printing in the center of the bed. which might end up not being adjusted by these 4 points perfectly. We'll just see. This feels good. This doesn't. So let's see where we end up in the center. Okay, this is way off. Okay, that's a millimeter off. So the bed is totally bowed. Holy crap, that is really bad. So yeah, if you decide on buying this thing, definitely don't go the probe-less route, because you are gonna need at least mesh bed leveling to get this thing flat. So quick switch over to the other camera. So there is the distance in the center of the bed. That's a millimeter, or half a millimeter at least. And if we move this thing to the corner, or the edge of the bed, you can see it's touching right there, and this is actually pretty well stuck. So bed is bowed, bed is heavily bowed. Might be able to see that. And yeah, maybe we can take care of that in the slicer, at least for printing in the very center of the bed. And just set an offset. Maybe that'll work. We'll try. All right. Okay, so let's see. Let's slice something. A frog might actually be too challenging for the machine right now. I have no idea. I'm hoping at least the extruder is calibrated somewhat accurately. Oh, I'm at least feeling no buzz. That's good. I'm hoping the extruder is at least somewhat calibrated, and I'm hoping that the thermistor is accurate, which isn't necessarily always the case. So yeah, let's just grab a frog and there we go, and see what we can do. Tree frog 45 cut. There we go. I'm guessing that this thing is a bit of a classic by now. Maybe heating the bed will take out the bow. Maybe it's gonna make it worse. Let's check. So filament settings, filament is 215, 205, and 55 for the bed. Yes, we need filament. I know we need filament. But that's looking good. Actually, we do need that offset we just talked about. So this is negative 0.5, and let's see, we got that. We need filament. What filament to? Well, red on red is gonna suck. Let's go with so much filament, and I don't know which one to pick. Let's go with the sunny yellow dust filament. By the way, that's how I use my spool holders. For anyone wondering, you just pull them down. Just directly pull them down. So I'm thinking there is some way to quick release this thing, but well. Pronter face. So extrude 5mm. Let's see if it has a cold extrude calibrated. Yes, it does. So we're gonna need to preheat this thing. Let's preheat this thing to 50 as well. And there is a bunch of fan noise and stuff going on right now. Let's go with that one. Let's see. It feels like it's heating up. That's good. That means it's working. Check the harden before using it. Let's check the temps. Temps look good. We're at 130 on the bed. The bed is actually heating up fairly quickly. I did expect it to be a bit slower, to be honest. But I mean, this is looking good. This is looking like a normal temperature graph, which means it's like not reading completely wrong values. Just as a quick sanity check. Season the harden? No! The manual doesn't tell me to season this thing, and I would expect a full metal or all metal an all metal harden to work without any seasoning. Because, you know, that's my experiences with good all metal hardens, aka E3 and any other brand name hardened. It just worked without seasoning or tricks or other, you know, hacks. Oops, why did I click that? Extrude. I feel like I should actually lift the Z-axis because we are bending this thing a bit. Not feeling it gripping. Oh, it's doing something. Ah, now it is. Okay. It's not all metal. Well, the ad on their page says it is all metal. And for the width of the heat break actually looks like it is. Well, you can see that. Okay. Ah, stepper wine. Yay. If you look at the heat break, at the width of the heat break, that looks like a width for an all metal harden. So I would guess it is. I would guess it is actually an all metal harden. So let's keep extruding until we see something. Let's go with 500 here and extrude a bit more. Not yet. Oh, there we go. Now this looks pretty stiff for 210 degrees. This looks very cool for 210 degrees. But if it says so. There's some very, very annoying chirping going on. It's like, ah! I don't like it a single bit, but we just have to get through this for now. So, saving the G code, save to desktop, whatever. Load the thing. Oh, I sort of don't want to show you my messy file structure here. Tree frog, there you go. Loaded it. Okay, so it's probably at 200, and let's get this thing cracking. Well, print. So first thing would be heating up. It should already be at temperature. What is making that chirping sound? The stepper motors. So there's a bunch of noises going on right now. So there's the that is the extruder motor right here. There's the fan in the control box. There's the fan in the power supply. There's also the fan on the hot end. There is the extruder motor right now making some noise, some chirping. That's probably what you're hearing. How to remove stepper wine? Well, it's mostly just going to be... Look at that, it's printing. It's mostly just going to be tweaking your stepper drivers and matching them to the exact motors you're using. That chirp really is nice. But there we go. It is, in fact, printing. It looks a bit thin, it looks a bit under extruded. Well, it looks really under extruded, but that might just be the Z height, so I am inclined to just ignore this for now. Yeah, we're also getting very little adhesion. I am inclined to just stop this one because it is it is a really thin first layer. Let's see if it recovers on the second. Well, the foot now, okay, that's it. That's gone. Pro tip: you can actually check your. Oh God, that chirping! Holy crap! I'm gonna get some hearing protection in a second. Where'd I put the knife? You can actually check how well your first layer is aligned by measuring the thickness of that said first layer. So if we actually grab some dial indicators, go ahead and just measure that thing, we end up at 0.25 millimeters, which, well, 0.26, which, looking at the slicer settings, first layer, that's the width, layers and parameters, should be 0.2, so we do need a bit further of an offset. However, I think the 0.5 millimeter offset doesn't actually go through because the Z end stop is triggering, and the printer usually refuses to go below Z. So neither a raft nor any other feature is going to help there. We do actually need to either adjust the Z end stop or simply, which way? This way. Let's get the bed a bit higher up. Like, leveling really doesn't matter at this point because all we really want is a bit of a higher surface in the center, and if we just untighten these bolts in the corners, bolts in the corners a bit more or a bit unevenly, it's not going to matter that much in the very center. So I am actually going to take this one out because if we have a first layer thickness of 0.2 millimeters, the maximum offset we can do is negative 0.2. Since, again, the printer will refuse to go below that. So right there's your offset 0.2. That's, again, the maximum we should be able to do. And let's just re-export this thing. 45. Yes. And load that fresh file. It should just give us a bit of a better alignment on the layers after the very first one. And again, if this layer just doesn't stick well again, we can always just is that? Oh, okay, now it's too high up. Live adjust Z. Okay, that's looking good. That's looking relatively decent. Why am I not using Simplify 3D? Because I've honestly not had the need for it. I use SlickVR, I use Cura extensively, and to be honest, I mean, Cura is getting a bit of hate every now and then. But to be honest, Cura 2.3.1 or even the new Cura 2.4 is really good. It's a really powerful slicer, and I honestly don't have a need of anything else. Cura is doing everything I needed to do. So, hey, good morning, Angus. We're just about done here. Yeah, that is looking a bit better. Nope, this one. So, a bit of a higher angle on the main camera. 1 second. There we go. Of course, right now we are printing over USB. So we are getting a bit of a slowdown every now and then, so it looks like it's printing. It still looks very thin. Looks like the extruder isn't really calibrated at all. Would I say this is a good first for a novice? No. No. Definitely not. Unless you really want to rely on the Facebook community to make this thing work for you. But from what I've seen, what you're getting in the kit and what you're getting for the manual, it's very much just a set of parts you're getting, and the rest is up to you or the community to figure out, essentially. So, yeah, but just to reiterate that, for the sake of being neutral towards manufacturers, for the sake of comparability, I decided to test or to assemble this printer, and I'm going to test this printer as the manufacturer supplies it, because no matter what 3D printer kit you buy, you can make it a great 3D printer kit if you put in the time, if you put in the effort, if you put in the extra parts and upgrades. You can make pretty much every 3D printer kit that's out there, a 3D printer kit that is really awesome. And I'd feel it would be unfair to judge a machine based on how you're modifying it, on the mods you can do to it, and the stuff you can, you can turn it into. Again, you can do that with every machine. This is gonna be judged on what it is right now. I might, maybe I might peel off the paper here. Maybe not. Probably not. But yeah, so far, this is pretty under extruded right now. It's like 50% of the material you need. There's also no part cooling fan for PLA, so I do expect this thing to get quite messy quite quickly. Yeah, I guess the fan from the hot end does sort of blow. Yeah, it definitely blows over the parts quite a bit. I can feel quite a bit of airflow going on right around here. So it's really it's sort of a really uncontrolled airflow going on there, but I don't know. It can be better than nothing. It definitely is better than nothing. That there is some significant air going on here, even though that is air that shouldn't be going downwards towards the bed. It should be, theoretically at least. You should have separate fans for the hot end and for your part cooling fan, but I don't know. I mean, the super ghetto solution for a part cooling fan is just putting a PC fan next to your printer somewhere and just blowing over the entire thing, and this is sort of the closest thing to it. I mean, the hot end cooling fan, this thing up here, is permanently on, and there is no controlling it. It's not even controlled by how hot the hot end is. So, yeah. Looking awesome. Well, it is very definitely under extruded by a lot, and that might either be just an extruder calibration issue, or it might actually be something slipping. Because when I did that filament load, and just extruded a few centimeters of filament into open air, I did notice that it didn't look like it was up to temperature. Even though the printer was reading 210, it didn't really look like 210. It didn't look like it was actually at that... I'm sorry, I'm blocking your view. It didn't look like it was actually at that temperature it said it was. So I don't really know what's going on there. It might be an extruder issue. It might be, you know, the extruder itself slipping or not being calibrated right, but it might also be a temperature issue of the hot end not being hot enough. I'm printing the usual dragon, in case you're asking. Yep, that most definitely is severe on the extrusion. Hot and not hot enough. I'm at 20. Well, it's set to 205. It's reading 200. So PID control not super stable either. But I know this filament prints at 200. Even if it is only 200, it should be totally fine. Nozzle diameter is 0.4. Wow. Yeah, the fan is most likely... okay, now that the hot end is at 208. So it's swinging between 200 and 208 degrees when it's set to 205. Now we're back down to 199. 198, 200. Okay, and you can definitely see the ripples right here, where it's just going up and down all like crazy. So there you go. What is the infill set to? I don't know. So essentially, what I did was just to use the Prusa 3 Mark II, or the Prusa edition slick through. I set up a TEVO Black Widow, gave it, you know, G28 as start G code 0.4, gave it a bit of a Z-hop, and just used the default setting, which is, let me check, 20% cubic infill. There you go. No, I have not gotten the ANET A8 yet. Supposedly there's one on its way, but I have no idea when that's gonna arrive. Yeah, before I got the TEVO, everyone was asking about the TEVO machine, and now that I have the TEVO, everyone's asking about the ANIT. It's interesting. Yep, Aaron York is asking, was this the package that they wanted the 45 bucks for? Now, well, where's my package? So 47. Yeah, the import fee for this entire thing was 47 euros 39, which is nowhere near what the machine, you know, is sold for, or isn't the tax rate for either what the machine is sold for nor what they declared it at. Let me just check what the declaration was. Their AliExpress store says they will declare it for $119 as a gift. This one was declared as 10 US dollars, which is clearly illegal. But I'm guessing, you know, what Imports does in Germany is just looking up what sort of thing this is. If it says 3D printer, I'm guessing they're just using some sort of standard fare. They might have used the value of the Tarantula, because it does say TEVO on the box. They might have used the value for the Tarantula and just added VAT and for that. But yeah, 47 euros on top of 47 euros worth of imports fees for me for this machine. So someone wants to know the precise tax value. Again, the precise tax value that it was declared as was 10 US dollars. The fee for VAT, which is 19% here in Germany, was 34 euros 60. So, you know, if you want to reverse calculate it to, you know, what the actual value was they based that on, you feel free to do that. Yeah, depending on which country you live in, of course, those regulations and tax rates are going to be different. For Germany, it's like if your import package is over 23 euros or something around that area. If it's over 23 euros, you pay VAT, 19%. And if it's over like 150 or 300 euros, somewhere in that ballpark, you also pay imports, essentially. You don't just pay the 19% VAT, but also add imports on top of that. Yeah, so the Simone, thanks for modding this. It might need different extruder values than the Mark II. I don't know. There's not much that, you know, you set up in your slicer differently. That the main things happening in the control board, in the firmware for like extruder steps per millimeter and temperature control. That's all the printer itself. That has nothing to do with slicer settings. So, yeah. Printing speed, again, that's the absolute default settings from the that the Push i3 Mark II uses as well. There's the overview. If you want to pause it on this screen, go ahead. But it's between 60 and 20 millimeters a second, so it's fairly slow. It's very doable for basically any 3D printer out there, except maybe the fabricated mini. But and yes, the printable player also prints a lot slower, but decent speeds for what I'd say is a machine of this class. This is not a 0.5 millimeter nozzle, this is a 0.4 millimeter one. It actually says on the nozzle itself. G-code doesn't have PID planning. Yeah, G-code doesn't do anything about PID. No, the LCD does not do anything for the print. The LCD is simply a input-output device. So what the LCD gives you is like a display. Obviously, that's what it is. It gives you a display of what the printer is doing, of the status things, and a menu structure that you can navigate. Plus, it gives you the click wheel, but the actual PID loop, the motion control, anything that makes your printer work runs on the processor in here and has nothing to do with the LCD at all. The LCD is just like you hooking up a screen to your computer, or a mouse and a keyboard to your computer, but the computer itself will just run perfectly fine even without any screen hooked up at all. Yeah, it is actually better to run without the LCD. Someone saying in chat, well, Mega Making saying in chat, that is true. The LCD does use up some processing power that you could otherwise use for motion planning. I think if it's enabled in the firmware settings, it shouldn't make a difference whether it's connected or not. But you would have obviously have to disable it in firmware to get any of those processing speed gains. Let's see, it is still extruding, it's still doing something. Well, but it's really not extruding much. This isn't even dialed in, as someone is Pestvik saying in chat. But I mean, again, the thing is, this is a kit from TEVO. I built it to their 100% to their instructions. It does come with the firmware configured for the machine. It didn't come with a slicer profile, which isn't really a problem these days because I don't know, man. Slicer doesn't really care about the machine. It gives the machine a speed. It gives it a geometry to work with. But the slicer, it's pretty much out of the equation at this point. This is a standard style machine, and insane values, which I did use, should work for pretty much any machine these days. So what I want to see here is, first of all, is the hot end actually jamming right now? It looks like it might. I do want to keep it running and just see what it does. I mean, waste of filament, yeah, not really worried about that at the moment. I do have about 80 kilos of filament right now, but so that's no big deal. Let's just see if this thing is actually jamming. I'll keep it running. Simone is asking how many Overwatch keychains can I CNC mill from the acrylic of the enclosure box? Quite a few actually. Now that I think about it, there's quite a bit of acrylic here. But well, yeah, it looks like the pyramid is actually still going strong, even though I mean the infill looks like absolute garbage. But yeah, this printer again, just to reiterate, because chat is asking, this printer is the TEVO Tarantula, as you might have guessed from the stream title. But it is a $466 US shipped right now on AliExpress 3D printer. It is 400 millimeters wide, the print, so that the bed surface is 400 millimeters wide. The usable bed surface is like 370, depending on where you look. That's going to be something I'll have to actually measure. And yeah, 370 wide by 250 deep and 300 tall. And again, 466 for the kit, which is exactly what we built today. Yes, I was using the the Slick 3R settings from the Prusa 3 Mark II, which are, I mean, I've used those settings on a lot of different printers, and they've worked great for a lot of printers. I did configure it for the machine itself, which is obviously just, I did configure it for the Black Widow, which is obviously just the bed size and, you know, making sure the part is centered on that. But other than that, it's just regular, sane values. The Mr. Jong is asking, what's the resolution of the printer? That's, I don't want to say that's a silly question, but that is a question that doesn't have a truthful answer to it, because the resolution of a 3D printer at this point is just a theoretical number, both for like XY positioning accuracy. That is purely a theoretical number at this point, and also for the Z layer height, minimum Z layer height. That's just, you know, any printer can do 0.02, so 20 micron layers. The question is, at what quality will it be able to do it? And yeah, so it really, whatever number you might be seeing there, totally doesn't matter. So yeah, somebody's asking about these lead screws on here. So these lead screws are, I guess you can see them in the small window. These lead screws are TR8 by 2 millimeter lead screws. They are 57 millimeters long, at least that's what the manual said, and they are coupled together through a belt, which I think is actually quite smart. There's a belt running up top here. There's two pulleys, or one on each side. There's one pulley on each spindle, and there is a single stepper motor back here that, you know, obviously also has a pulley and just drives that belt and drives those two Z-axis spindles. Yeah, typically 0.1 millimeters, 100 micron layers is also my reasonable limit, because after that I feel like the point of diminishing returns, you know, gets you really quickly. I do sometimes regularly print at 100 microns because it is a really good surface quality. This part too on the Ultimaker 3 looks fantastic with 100 micron layers, but I mean, it is always that trade-off between, do you print at 100 micron layer? I mean, the surface quality is pretty amazing on this thing. Do you print at 100 micron layers and spend 30 hours on a print, or do you print at 150 micron and maybe, you know, speed up the you know, your details a bit and print infill a bit faster and only spend half the time on it and still get a print that is usable for you? That's always what it's about. How good does the part need to be? Obviously, if it's a decorative part, then you sort of do want it to look nice. But if it's just a functional, or in this case a part for investment casting, then it mostly doesn't matter. Then, you know, 0.2 millimeters is also going to be fine for most use cases. God, the print quality from the Ultimaker 3 is awesome. Stay tuned for the review in 9 days or so. Now, I am surprised that the hot end didn't jam up yet. That is good. The perimeter also looks surprisingly solid for how messy the infill looks, at least, you know, when you're looking at the perimeter from the side. However, these footsies, these arms do look very under-extruded. For investment casting, you need the highest settings possible. Not really. It depends on the application. We're doing like water pump parts, and you know that they're going from sand casting to investment casting, so they're used to like 1mm grain size, and in this case it really does not matter what the quality of the parts is. They're getting machined anyways. So there was a suggestion in chat to increase the print temperature. Let's actually do that. Let's go to 225. Let's see how well it can keep up with the with the fan blowing over the heater block pretty much directly, and if it actually improves anything. So we are at 227. It did heat up really quickly. Let's see if this recovers. I don't think it's actually going to do that much. But it might be interesting in the long run if it... Hang, you see Sly Fox asking all the important questions. Does the firmware have thermal runaway protection enabled? Let me check that real quick. Cooling fan. Where is the thermistor? Black. Ah, there we go. Well, it's gonna stop, right? Yeah. I'll check it after the print, if I remember. Let's just try and get this print out and get it. Maybe try and tune it to at least acceptable levels. I mean, you can see these arms warping up as the nozzle passes over, just because the printer doesn't have a part cooling fan and the parts don't cool fast enough. So extrusion wise, it's not looking much better. It is looking somewhat better. You know, the infill is starting to recover. The perimeter is still looking pretty under extruded. But how are you not? Hold on. How are you not a mod yet? So it is starting to look a bit better. That is very true. Let's try and see if we can actually get the extrusion multiplier up. Oh, that's my espresso glass right there. That would be M221S. Let's do 120. That sounds about right. And let's see if that does anything. Does this printer have auto bed leveling? No, it does not. It doesn't have auto bed leveling, at least not in this version. You can buy it with a BL Touch probe. However, the BL Touch is just going to be that. It's just going to be the BL Touch sensor. It doesn't even have a mount included for the BL Touch sensor. You're going to have to print your own. So, for that matter, no, it does not have auto bed leveling. However, I think we could actually use the, we might actually be able to use the Z end stop, which is an inductive, I'm guessing, sensor, and mount it to the carriage and just use that for auto leveling. That should work. It has like a 1 or 2 millimeter sensing distance, so it should be doable. We should be able to just take that end stop, put it on the carriage, have it probe the bed with no extra hardware. So maybe that could work. So right now we are at 225 degrees for PLA. We are also at a 120% extrusion multiplier. So we are extruding 20% more than what the manufacturer intended for it. And we are also running this PLA at a much higher temperature than I usually do. So this is DUS filament PLA, which I usually print at 210 or 205 if it's a part that's a bit more detailed. It's currently set to 225 and it is oscillating between like 215 and 230-ish. Lucas Borg is asking, what is my favorite sprinter under $500? That would be the Printerbot Play. Still is. Still is a great printer. It's really small. It's really cute, but it's still a printer I really like taking anywhere. It just always works. That's one of the great things about the machine. It's so simple. You know, you can stand on it, you can throw it around, it calibrates itself. It just always works. So, and that thing right there, still loving it. Still a great machine. So it's still under extruded by quite a bit. Again, it is starting to recover, it is starting to look better, it's just not looking great yet. Even at 120% extrusion multipliers, let's go up to 140 and sort of see what that does. Yep. The PID is not stable at all on this machine. So set to 225. Yeah, right now we're at 230. And now it's dropping again. So as you can see, it's still oscillating quite a bit. Just not really well tuned. If temp can't stay high, well, we were printing at 205 before and it was dropping to like 198 and then going up to 210. I mean, looking at the surface finish, it is looking a lot better already. It's just not good. Yet. It's still under extruded, and this one is actually, oh, that front leg is totally up in ooze. Is that too noisy? I don't know, probably not. Yes, the nozzle is actually doing a Z-lift. Oh, and it's actually quite messy on the nozzle already. The nozzle is doing a Z-lift to hop perimeters to, you know, every time it does a retract, it is Z-hopping, and I think that is at 2 millimeters, which is, again, the default from the Prusa Edition Slick 3R. Let's check. Z-lift, half a millimeter, okay. 0.5 millimeters lift on each retract. So I don't know, let's give it a bit more temperature. Let's go 230. Let's bump that up, and if that doesn't help, I'm gonna slow it down a bit and see if that actually gets us a bit more temperature. So Jetman is asking about noise. Okay, let's break that down again. We've got 3... There we go. Well, I guess that can work as well. We've got more than 3 noise sources. So we've got this 120mm fan in the electronics compartment blowing over the entire thing. If the lid is on, then that's going to be blowing out the front. We've got the automatic fan in the power supply that turns on and off as the heated bed does its thing. We've got the fan from the hot end. Obviously no part cooling fan there, only the hot end fan. And then obviously extruder and motors and that sort of stuff. So just as a noise profile, that's the 120mm fan. Microphone's right in here. And that's the noise level from the extruder fan. Extruder fan is actually a good bit quieter than the fan in the control box. Yeah, none of these fans are controlled, none of these fans are temperature or software controlled. Well, the one in the power supply that one is an automatic fan that the power supply controls itself. But both the fan in the control box and the fan on the hot end is 100% always on as soon as you flip that huge switch on the front here. So it looks like it's a bit nicer, but let's actually get this thing slowed down a bit more. So we are already at 140%. That might be too small to see. Sorry about that. We are at 140% extrusion multiplier. Let's, if that even does anything, if that's even enabled in the firmware. M220 as let's do 70% speed. And just slow down the entire print to maybe give the extruder a bit of an easier time to work. So again, no part cooling fan, so you are seeing quite a bit of curling on the front legs right there. Okay, that is looking a lot better. I'd say that's even looking acceptable. What's the hot end called? It's pretty much a AliExpress special. I know it's sort of a mix between an E3D clone and what was it called? The Micron hot end. Yeah, it's sort of a bit of a bastard child between a few different hot ends. So yeah. The print speed before was between 20 and 60 millimeters a second. Speeds and settings, aka full profiles, that I've used on a lot of, let's say, fully featured 3D printers before with great success. Looks like it was too fast for this one. Knudrum Meising set saying frame looks very sturdy. The frame actually looks much more sturdy than it is. Yes, these are open builds clones C-beams. Actually, let's turn this one a bit further towards the camera. These are open builds C-beams or open builds clone C-beams That's a 80 by 20 millimeter cross beam up top, and then 80 by 20 millimeter cross beam pieces on the bottom, and another C-beam for the Y-axis. The problem is the entire frame is held together by these tiny brackets that just sit in the T-slots. So even though this thing looks like a beast, I can very easily just, you know, wobble the frame around, and I don't know, again, it looks a lot more solid than it is, but it's a lot about form follows function. For example, these plates on the top and bottom, their entire job, these are like 10 millimeter thick aluminum plates, their entire job is to hold the bearings for the Z-axis spindles. They have no other purpose, they have no structural function, but they're fixed to these C-beams with 4 screws each and only hold a bearing. So I don't know, those feel wrong. Those make the printer look a lot chunkier than it actually is, but do nothing for the actual integrity. Yeah, so let's get that camera. Obviously, you know, these tiny brackets in the corners, they don't do much for rigidity. What would help a lot is if you just put plates on the front and just, you know, have like an angle bracket just bolted to the front, both on the bottom or the top, just anywhere. A single one would already help a ton with rigidity. Actually, we've got some spare acrylic, the lid for this one. If we just bolted this thing 1, 2, 3, 4 bolts right here, this thing would be a beast, rigidity wise. Just saying. Okay, so the frog looks good at this point. I'd be open to calling this good. So we are slowed down to 70%. We've set the extruder multiplier to 140, so 40% extra material. And we're printing at 230 degrees Celsius with a PLA that I regularly print at 205 to 210 degrees. So, not the cleanest set of parameters, but that's what it is. Also, I think we are getting quite... Well, actually, we're not getting any curling on the front of the frog there, but the legs did look quite bad. So for $500, is it reasonable? So I guess that the good thing about this machine, from what I've seen so far, is it's not like this overall shitfest that other printers in that price range are. So there are a lot of things, there are a lot of machines that are just overall super mediocre, to put it lightly. So machines that have all around just crappy components and just are unusable. That's sort of a dead end, and I've seen that a lot with RC cars and planes and that sort of stuff. If you have just a kit that is, or even road bikes, mountain bikes, anything that has, you know, a set of individual components, also 3D printers obviously fall in that category. If you have a set of components that are just all barely usable, that aren't complete trash but are barely usable, then you are going to have a very, very hard time upgrading that thing to a fully functional or to an awesome machine. The thing is here that there are a bunch of good components in here, and there are a bunch of choices and design implementations that are just horrible. So I'd say the Black Widow has a lot more potential as a 3D printer platform than some other 3D printers you can buy as a kit or as a ready-built machine, particularly from Far East in that price range. The thing though is it's not perfect. It's by far not perfect, and you will need to modify this machine. You will need to put effort into this machine to make it work. Other machines that are in that price range that maybe aren't as large, maybe that aren't as that don't look as overbuilt as this one, might be better choices all around if you don't want to spend that extra time tinkering, or if you're a beginner that's just looking for something that works, that is closer to a plug and play experience, because this thing definitely is not a plug and play experience. This isn't a printer that I would want a beginner to build. I wouldn't task a 3D printing beginner, somebody who is getting into making, into DIY sort of things. I wouldn't want to task them with assembling this machine, because there are a lot of things that you can do that you can easily do wrong, and there's not much guidance you're getting from TEVO in that respect. So yeah. However, it is less than $500 plus imports, so that gets it pretty much around the $500 or euro, depending on where you're buying it from, range, which I don't know. I'll have to use it a bit more over the next 2 weeks and sort of compress my thoughts into a review, because I really don't know what to think about this machine. To be honest, I went into this stream, into this build, expecting a complete train wreck, a complete disaster with this machine. From what I've seen from Angus with the TEVO Tarantula, basically saying he gave up midway through the build because it was just unbuildable. I honestly didn't expect to finish this machine and to get it printing today. I was convinced that this would be, a kit. Especially with the added hurdle of using only the manual that was supplied with the machine. I didn't expect it to be this buildable and to work this well. It's not to say it's perfect, but it is better than my expectations. So, yeah. Yeah, what Angus is saying is unfortunately what many printers of the cheaper price brackets go through, which is just I built it, I tried it, and I'm taking it apart, and I think was it last week? I think it was last week, where I talked about which the 3D printers are that I kept and which the ones were that I scrapped for parts. That was pretty much the exact same situation. So if you have a printer that is just not good enough, where the platform is just not good enough overall, and you don't want to spend the extra effort of turning it into something that is better because it would mean rebuilding the entire thing, then for me, yes, that choice is clear. Scrap it for parts, use the parts for something else, because I'm always going to be building another 3D printer at some point. So Yeah, the nozzle is leaking. No, it is not. It's just... Yes, the nozzle is leaking. The nozzle is very definitely leaking. Tweezers, where art thou? Look at that! The nozzle is... Well, either that's just a lot of gunk that's been standing up, or the nozzle really is leaking. Considering this is an E3D style all metal hot end, I wouldn't be surprised that it's leaking, because the nozzle is tightened up all the way to the heater block, which, as you all know, doesn't make for a seal between the heat break and the nozzle. It just seals the nozzle against the the heater block, which typically doesn't work. What was I going to grab? Flush cutters. That's going to melt through there. So, leaky nozzle confirmed. Again, something you might be able to clean up by disassembling it and reassembling it properly. Yeah, Chad is talking about what I drilled and tapped. So I did do 2 drill operations with the cordless drill, which is that's just barely on frame. So this is the idler mount for the y-axis. This is the idler right here, and there is a long screw going into this magenta part, and the thread in the aluminum part right here was jammed up on the bottom, and that there was some swarf or something in there. I drilled that out. I re-tapped it, so it now is a freshly tapped hole. Also, is that even touching? Yeah. Also, the adjustable wheels, the off-center eccentric spaces for 2 of the rails, or 2 of the wheels, for the y-axis rails, were much too tight. They were like, I don't know, they were too tight for the eccentric nuts to fit in, so I used a bit of an improper technique to widen those up. Yeah, so those were the 2 mods, if I'm not forgetting one, that I used the cordless drill for, and did mod it. Did have to use a drill bit and a tap to fix it. Obviously, could have gone another way and just grabbed a shorter screw for the idler up front. However, the eccentric spacers, the eccentric nuts for the 2 open builds wheels on the y-axis, those were pretty much a dead end for anyone who's not able to ream those out. How many extra parts did I end up with? Well, I do have this LCD cable, which, I don't know, the manual somehow never mentioned I should be installing, so I don't know, I'm left with that. I've got a few extra of these shims, these little brass shims, a few extra screws. They also gave, the gift of an extra thermistor for the hot end. But that is pretty much it, so not a whole lot left over. And checking through the boxes, there is pretty much nothing. Maybe the bit of conduit for the extra cables. I could have installed that, but yeah. Yeah, the world's shortest USB cable, that thing is useless. But I guess it's better than no USB cable. It's interesting. That looks like... Oh no, that is the bed MOSFET. Actually, it does have a heatsink glued on top. It's interesting. I'm not entirely sure what these stepper drivers in here are, but they do whine quite a bit. Not getting audio? Audio is fine. But YouTube Live might not be. Yeah, so what was... I guess the biggest thing that I'm seeing wrong with this machine right now is the sort of lack of instructions. I was getting into the build thinking, okay, the instructions are actually much better than I thought, and like halfway through the build it was just either the person making the manual was just like, I'm done, I don't give a crap anymore, or something else. But the first half of the instructions is great. It doesn't have that much text, it doesn't have that much unnecessary details, at least for me, where it's like, okay, tighten this one very lightly, and then it's just like explosion drawings of, okay, this is how things fit together, these are the parts you need, and then you should be good. But the second half is just like, okay, here's the parts, assemble them. Especially like the case here, or like even the drag chains are just, okay, this is how it should look, go ahead, have fun. Feels weird. Feels definitely weird that there is such a stark break like halfway through the build, where like, okay, it was good before and now it's not. I don't know. I will check. I will check thermal runaway protection once this print is done. It did not catch on fire yet, but the nozzle is leaking, or that the hot end is leaking. Print quality wasn't great, and what else? Not a lot. So how do we get this dragon to print this well? Because right now it looks at least decent. It's good. It's okay. I've seen worse frogs, aka dragons, printed on first printers tries. The first tries of a few printers. What we're doing right now is 140% extrusion multiplier. I think. I don't know if that's actually doing anything, if that's actually enabled in the firmware. I think it is, but you never know. 140% extrusion multiplier. We are doing 230 degrees for PLA. Again, the PLA that I usually print at 250 to 210 degrees at 205 to 210 degrees Celsius. And we are also running at 70% of the speeds that I run most other printers on. So, yeah. Also, yes, the chat is cute. Yeah, so the heated bed is quite bold. We did figure that out. It is about half a millimeter to a millimeter, higher up in the corner. So if you just end up adjusting the four corner spots, you do end up half a millimeter too low in the very center of the bed. So that's not great. And I don't know, it might be something that fixes itself as it heats and cools a few times. It might get worse, I don't know. it might just be something you have to sort of manually work out and just bend it back into shape, essentially. If you've got the option, use mesh bed leveling. Obviously, that's going to take care of most of that. But yeah, not great out of the box. There is a reason why good heated beds cost a bit of money. It's especially at that size. It does get a bit harder to make it like really flat. What is the layer height here? The layer height is 0.2 millimeters. The default I use most of the time. That thing's blowing in my face. That's not nice. Angus is asking, is it printing the PLA it came with? It didn't come with any PLA. It didn't even come with like a, unless I missed it. I don't think I missed it. It didn't come even with a sample. So no filament at all included, which I mean I don't mind that much unless it's like a full spool. But like those 10-meter samples, they're great for a first print if you don't have any other filament at all. But I mean, you're not going to be doing anything real with them. Right now it's printing dust filament PLA in the sunny yellow color, which again is my go-to material. It's cheap, it prints really well, and it's locally made. Well, Germany, somewhere in Germany. So that's local enough for me. And again, I know exactly how this material performs, so I can sort of judge what it's doing, how it's doing, and how I should be printing it. Jetman, no filament holder at all, but it's, you know, it's not supposed to be a fully functional printer out of the box. It's supposed to be a platform for you to explore and to make your own, so you can just print one. You can print your own spool holder and just put it on top here, I guess. I know, it's late. Apologies. Yeah. I mean, but to be honest, if you can make the 400 millimeter width work, this is probably one of the few printers that you can get at that budget with that sort of a build volume. Like a 400 millimeter wide bed is pretty rare. You do sometimes see like 300 millimeters or 250 on the Prusa or something along those lines. 300, yeah, sometimes 350 maybe, but 400 wide, that is a rarity, especially at the price point. So I gotta give it some credit for that. Cool, the print's done. What the what the heck? Well, was that? Okay, I'm guessing that's it. This is okay. This definitely isn't the printer's fault. There is something. The G-code's ended. I don't know. Might be something with Pronterface, but Pronterface is definitely saying the print is done. This is okay. There must be something wrong with the G-code, so I really don't want to blame the printer for this. While we're at it, my stream is dead. What? Nah. Stream should be good, right? Chapman, don't shock me like that. Is this still moving? Okay, it's still moving for me. So. It's from the USB port? I don't think so. Okay, let's actually move this guy up. Okay, so there is apparently still some G-code left. Motors off. It's still heating. Let's actually check the thermal runaway. So I am just going to unplug the thermistor and see what it does. Boop. And, as expected, printer halted, kill called, min temp triggered, system stopped. Okay, that's good. That's the thermal runaway enabled, or at least one half of it. The other half is shorting. Let's actually check that as well. I have to reset it. So yeah, thermal runaway, at least in that part, and you know, if you get the short, I don't know if the if you get it the open circuit, I don't know if shorting is covered as well. But yeah, let's have a look at the frog, at least of what's left of it. Let's actually turn these heaters off and turn that thing off as well. I'm just gonna grab the filament real quick and okay, that's stuck. Sweet. So it did come. Yeah, okay. I'll figure that out later. Let's just look at the frog for a second. So right there. So obviously the first bit of the print was with just stock or sane settings with oh, that bit is still pretty warm. Then as we moved up, we increased temperature. We also increased the extrusion multiplier step by step. And finally ended up with a surface that at least looks serviceable. There we go. So, oh, I broke that. Well, there's not much material anyways. So let's try and focus this. Yes. So obviously down here with just default settings, there's not a whole lot of material that's keeping this thing together. Top surface, sort of okay, sort of decent. There is still obviously some under extrusion going on. This back of the frog usually has a fairly solid surface without any bumps or any holes in there. So I guess we should have, we should be bumping up the extrusion multiplier a bit more. The underside, surprisingly decent for no cooling fan. I would have expected this to curl up much more, but then again, I think the temperature, the extrusion temperature was just really low. So down here we were around 200, which I don't think was actually 200. It was printing decent at 230, you know, around the quality, around the performance of what I was expecting for 210 maybe. So I'm thinking this was more around the area of like 175 or 180 degrees in the bottom here. So that's why we're not getting any curling at all. Also the hot end fan was blowing over the part, so that might have helped a bit as well. Other than that, yeah, I mean, half of the print is just garbage, totally under extruded. The other half is sort of okay. Now the question is how much I'm gonna tune this thing in before, you know, I pass judgment on it. I feel like it buttons, why you know work. I feel like it does need that tuning. I'll see what it can do. If it can perform great with that bit of extra tuning, then I will take that into account. If it's still like mechanically inaccurate, yeah, I'm not gonna add a part cooling fan. I'm not gonna do those sort of mods for the review at least. Though this is a MKS Gen V 1.5. It does have 2 spare MOSFET outputs, so you can. Does it actually have a designated fan? Yeah, one of those is going to be a dedicated fan output, so you should be able to relatively easily or very easily add your own part cooling fan, the hardware is there, the board is there, so the options are out there. Again, don't buy this thing and expect to have a good printer. Don't buy this thing and expect to have a smooth build experience either. But yeah, think of it as a blank canvas. I think I'm going to bring this comparison up again in the review, but I thought it was sort of the same story. I mean, I am someone who does like that sort of thing of starting with that blank canvas. So my car, a 10-year-old Opel Astra, was a super cheap car. It cost me like $5,000. I thought I made a good deal. It's got like a nice diesel engine. The seller said it was top condition, right, driving well. And month after month, I figured out new things. So the air conditioning wasn't working, so that the condenser was leaking. One of the brakes was starting to lock up. It started to develop rust under the mirror. So I sort of had to go in and fix each of those and replace the brake caliper, replace the condenser, have the air conditioning refilled. Had to do the full service, had to give it a new timing, and what's the aux belt, give it a new timing and an aux belt, and like do all those things. And now it's a great car now. It's an awesome car. I love it. It's super cheap to run. It does everything I need. It's a superb thing. I wouldn't want anything else. But the road there was pretty rough. When I bought it, it was sold to me as a great car. It was sold to me as a car that is in top condition. But it just required that huge amount of work to actually make it into something that is worth keeping. And I feel like this machine is very much the same thing. It is a machine that is sold to you as, I mean, I could start quoting the TEVO website here, but it is sold to you as a machine that is great, but it does require work. It's very Spartan. It's very much something you will have to pamper up to something that is actually worth using and worth keeping. But yeah, closing words right there. And I'd say we had a pretty successful stream today. It's more successful again than what I was expecting. Again, just having this thing printing is a success for me, even if it's not printing well. So again, thanks everyone for joining in for today's crazy ride of a live stream. My voice actually kept up pretty well today, which I'm surprised about. Thanks everyone for being here. Thanks everyone for 9 minutes and 12 of build fun for me. Hopefully some entertainment for you guys. Thanks for all the tips that were coming in. And yeah, 700 and 800 people. That was crazy. So many people coming in. I hope it was enjoyable for you guys. Usual sign off what they say. So Amazon affiliate links, use those. If you want to buy one of these, buy it at the AliExpress affiliate link in the video description. That gives me a small kickback, as do the other affiliate links in there. Get subscribed if you enjoyed it. Check out Patreon if you want to support what I'm doing. And yeah, thanks for being here. Have a great evening, day, afternoon, morning, depending on where you are in the world. And I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.